Morning, everybody. Aren't you delighted? Friday. I know. How could it ever be this good? It's night. It's still a bit nippy outside, though, although the car this morning was boiling, which was lovely. It was like, sort of like sitting in a sauna. It was fantastic. And we had a very nice journey in, which was very much appreciated, especially as it turned out that the driver was an LBC listener, certainly a listener to this programme, and so he was delighted to pick me up, and I was delighted as well. So we were all very happy, and we had a nice warm car, and it was good, and we were chatting away about bits and pieces, and he came from Bangladesh, but he hasn't been back there for years. And when they go back en masse. He said it's to introduce his children to their heritage, which I thought was a brilliant idea. Unfortunately, I've now forgotten his name, which doesn't help. It began with a T. That's all I can tell you. It might have been Tupu, something like that. I think so. But, no, we had a very nice journey. It was so nice to be in a warm car, because if you go in an electric car, they're freezing blooming cold. Absolutely freezing cold. My friend Ian said, I was listening to yesterday's show, and I remember those cheap candy cigarettes for kids. You could buy them, but we used to buy the broken cigarettes. I mean, we didn't realise it was just sugar all the time. He said, so good. I used to like the chocolate sticks that were meant to be like cigars, and the sweets that were made to look like cigarettes in a cigarette box. Yep, all available. He said, I used to have a lighter that didn't work and an ashtray to make out I was smoking whenever my granddad did. Imagine encouraging a kid to do that nowadays. But he also found a schedule on YouTube for the BBC for a Monday night in 1987. 1987, the BBC, and the lineup was 7 o'clock Wogan, 7:35 Doctor Who, 8 o'clock Heidi High, 8:30 Dear John, 9 o'clock The News, 9:30 Panorama, 10:10 Lovejoy, 11:05 Film 87, and number 11:35 was Glass. What a lineup! That was just on one day. It's amazing how fast the BBC have gone round the toilet bend, isn't it, really? I mean, absolute garbage nowadays. Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails, and, of course, if you're listening via Alexa, the smart speaker, you could just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and it will send a comment to LBC. So there you go. That's good news, isn't it? Bad news if you're going to a Toby Carvery. They've axed the eggs. All the eggs you can eat. They've decided, I don't mind, they need to go to the markets I go to. There's tons of eggs, but they obviously can't find any. The Yobs to be hit with the laughing gas ban. Also, the worst of the NHS winter crisis is over. So say the latest NHS figures. So all these people who go, I've heard people talk about prophets of doom. Oh, we're all going to the dogs. It's a disaster. The country's falling apart. Yeah, of course it isn't. It's ridiculous. These people must live in permanent depression. You know, it's awful. I watched a bit of Prime Minister's Question Time the other day. That was fairly interesting, fairly entertaining. Just a lot of people shouting at each other, and then every so often people bob up and down like they're doing some dance. You know, standing up and down, sitting down, and stand up and down, and then sitting down, and all this kind of stuff. Right bunch of old so-and-sos. Freddie Flintoff needs months off to recover from his car crash. I think he should opt out of the programme. It's too dangerous out there. And an original Mr. Blobby outfit, never been worn, never been used, by Barry Killaby. It was made for apparently an overseas version of Noel's House Party featuring Mr. Blobby. It sold for £62,000. That's a lot for a piece of rubber. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? I didn't think so. And a white bloke from Yorkshire has been given a role in a Bollywood film. As far as I know, they have happened over the years, but it's very rare. Very rare, unless he speaks Hindi or he's a particularly good dancer or he can mime well. You know, to get yourself into a Bollywood movie is quite something. I love the Bollywood movies. Gemma Collins reckons that her boyfriend has put on weight. Don't make me say it. I love the way she looked a bit bloated the other day. And we couldn't work out if she'd had fillers put in her face or whether she'd eaten the furniture or something. A bit difficult to tell. It just looked a bit strange. Fancy having your breakfast in bread? Because now you can go to all these sandwich shops and they'll do your basic eggs, bacon, sausage, whatever you can cram in between two bits of bread can be done. Putin has been warned any attack on a NATO state would be a massive risk to Russia. Yes, I mean, poor old Putin, honestly, he must live in this delusion. Perhaps he drinks. Perhaps he's an alcoholic. You know, he makes some pretty stupid decisions. But unfortunately, he's gone too far now. He can't backtrack on what he's doing, even though America and Germany and Britain and a few other people have all said, don't push it, matey. Don't push it, otherwise you'll be a little bit frightened. Because that's what war is. It's a case of, you know, it's I don't know, they just sort of threaten people. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He would be a fool. Most of the Russian generals are basically, they've dug them up from cemeteries. They don't know what to do with them. They dig them up and they stand there with all their medals and puffed out when they do their parades and everything else. And you look at them and you think, you're going to be dead in 5 minutes, aren't you? You can't actually do anything. But they do their best. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And when are they going to ban TikTok in the UK? Well, they're not. Why would they? Why would they ban it? It's very popular. Very popular. I mean, I don't do it. But, you know, obviously some people go, oh, TikTok, it's very entertaining. Because people are addicted to the social media. You know, Instagram and TikTok and, I don't know, there's hundreds. Seriously, there's so many of them. I'm glad I just do tweeting and that's it. I don't even do Instagram. I don't even think I've got an Instagram. Well, in fact, I haven't got an Instagram. So, yeah, there might actually be one for me from somebody who sort of put one up there, but it's nothing to do with me, I promise you. Another one says, oh, a lot of people sending me a clip of a girl beating and kicking a classmate. The trouble is nowadays, it's very dangerous. If you're going to be a thug, there's a very good chance you're going to be up on the internet immediately. And that's why they catch them really fast, because people put them on their phones. And then stupidly, a bit like drug dealers, they go, I've got loads of money, loads of money. And you go, wait a minute, I recognise that dog in the background. And looking out the window, oh, we can see the house over the road. And we've blown it up and we can see the house number, so we've narrowed it down. You're going to nick. You know, it's as simple as that. The men's jail hit with a trans rapist. They've taken him out of the women's jail, which, to be honest with you, is the best thing. I mean, I couldn't believe how stupid they were. It was only during the trial he decided to transition. Whereas anybody who knows the law about transing, you know, if you want to change your sex, you've got to live for 2 years as a woman. So he's not a woman. He's a man who committed a rape twice. So they put him in a men's prison. You know, I've got no sympathy whatsoever for these people at all. You can't just sort of erase somebody's sort of date with the prison governor just because they've decided to transition. Matt Lucas is working on a Little Britain follow-up with David Walliams, but they're not going to be doing those characters that they did before. They had characters and people said, oh, no, that was racist and this was racist and that wasn't very good and that wasn't very good at all and this was even worse. Plus, they have just found in a city of the dead, down a well shaft, 45 feet, a mummy wrapped in gold. A mummy wrapped. It must be akin to finding Tutankhamun and lifting off the coffin, the top of the sarcophagus, and seeing one mask. And they looked at it and they thought, bloody hell. And then they lifted that mask off and there it was. There it was. It was like just the most amazing thing. The actual funeral mask of Tutankhamun, who was only 18, bless his heart, and had a very small little willy. And we know that because when they undressed him, they took a picture of all of it. He's lying there, dead, with this little tiny willy. I felt a bit sorry for him, actually. I mean, how embarrassing. I'd sue if I was the family. I'd be suing. How dare you put things like that? But to find another mummy, and they found loads of things in this tomb in the city of the dead. And you think to yourself, you know, they're still discovering things. I love it. I love it. Cocktails are back as we get a taste for the 90s. Love cocktails. I love cocktails. We used to go to Christopher's, which is in Covent Garden, and you have to really book a table. It's easy to book a table. And then you just order cocktails. And all the glasses are chilled. And you could just throw them back. Easiest thing in the world to drink cocktails. You don't need to sort of, yeah. I don't have a favourite cocktail. I just like trying lots of new things. I've had a slow cut, well, anyway, and there's all these, something called Sex on the Beach. I mean, who does that? Ridiculous. But no, to have all these cocktails, and they, you know, blues and reds and greens, and they're just delicious. But the trouble is they're too easy to drink. I've never been drunk on cocktails because there's not enough booze in them. It's mainly all frou-frou stuff, isn't it? And very nice. And Steve. Have you got yourself an Alexa yet? No, I don't need one. I seriously do not need one. I can see no advantage for me, but obviously for other people. So, you know, if you are there, you can send a comment to LBC by just saying, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Oh, it's very clever. I mean, I think it's phenomenally clever. Plus, Boris's memoirs, £500,000 advance. It's only 500,000. If, of course, you're a failed member of the royal family, well, then you can get a bit more money. A lot of the papers making a big deal about Andrew being kicked out of Buckingham Palace. It must be awful, really. You've got Charles, King Charles, who hates his slightly younger brother, and one of his sons is discredited. I mean, they're supposed to be a family we look up to. Ridiculous, isn't it, really? Plus, Blackpool is the next Monte Carlo. Oh, it really isn't. Unless Monte Carlo is full of the world's worst chavs. Thank you very much indeed. And Rod Stewart has launched an attack on the Tories over the NHS. Margaret will be turning in her grave, I should imagine. The blanket ban on faulty shockers, and a dancer hit by a film set tree is decided to sue. You know, because we're sort of doing the American way. In other words, if you don't like something, they go, I'm suing you. And you go, what for? Well, I hit by a tree. All right. It's like Gemma Collins. I'm going to sue the BBC because I fell down a trap door, Miss Blind was telling everybody, and we just laughed, you know. To be honest with you, she didn't get hurt. Look at the amount of coverage she had on her body. There was no chance of her ever being hurt by it. But she was threatening all sorts of things, never did anything. Obviously, some lawyer went, listen, engage your brain before opening your mouth. It would make it an awful lot easier, I think. Most Brits fear ordering a croissant. Why? They can't pronounce it. Well, point. And we'll have 2 of those. Works. Or just pick up a packet in a supermarket. You know, we don't know how to pronounce. Is it croissant? You know, croissant? Oh, it's just a croissant. Croissant. It's not difficult. You know, the French have it all the time. I bought one the other day in Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station. Seriously, they seem to have loads of staff in there. I don't know what they do. They stand behind the counter and look at you blankly. They don't sort of do anything like sort of go and make croissants. And they've started doing cheese and tomato, which is not the most exciting. I like the cheese and ham, but obviously there's more profit in cheese and tomato. What was the other one, I think? Oh, yes. The latest fashion trend, wearing shorts in the winter gives you a chilly willy. It's 4:15.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 17 minutes past 4. I trust we find you well because it's a Friday, which means it's start of the weekend, and we love the weekend. Gosh, we love the weekend. It's fantastic. Somebody's listening from Gibraltar. We get people listening all over the world. We don't differentiate. It's just you don't feature in my figures. So, you know, people say, oh, I'm listening from Gibraltar. And you go, yeah, big deal. Because it don't help me out in any way, shape or form. Only people in this country can do it. I don't know why. Perhaps we need to change it. Love Island's Haris Namani says he's devastated. Of course you are. This is the idiot with the stupid haircut. He's a thug. And he was caught on CCTV trading blows with another man in his hometown of Doncaster, and then with one punch he knocked his opponent to the ground. Oh, I'm not like that, goes Mr. Whinge, but he's a TV salesman. He addressed the controversy. He was sent packing from Love Island. But then, of course, we had a girl bursting into tears the other day because her boyfriend went off with somebody else. I love it. I love it. They're so stupid, these people. I mean, they must have seen the programme before and realised that that's what do they think? They're going on there to knit? Or, you know, decorate the Christmas tree or something like that. They're so stupid. And then you wonder why they're on the programme. It's because they're single, because they can't find anybody, because they're too thick. We had the one the other day sit by the pool. I can't find anybody. And you think, of course you can't, because you're naff. That's the whole reason. I don't have to point it out to people. But if you can't find somebody on a programme where basically the word is easy, not difficult at all. The laughing gas facing a ban, that'll kill Blackpool straight away. So imagine it's probably the laughing capital of the entire country. This is nitrous oxide. And then I was listening to Ian talking about, in his day, he used to use poppers, amyl nitrate and things like that. Oh, good Lord above, honestly. I'll tell you, you learn something new every day. But apparently the substance is used as pain relief during dental treatment. Well, I've been to the dentist, but I've never been offered laughing gas. Have you been offered laughing gas? No. It's like they said, oh, poor old Benny Hill the other day in the Daily Star, they said, died in poverty. No, he didn't. In squalor, that's right. They called it squalor. And you think, no, he didn't die in squalor at all. They're very nice flats. The Premiership ace has been fined. This is Newcastle United star Joy Linton has been fined less than a week's wages, admitting drink driving. He's a prat of the first order. Anybody who gets behind the wheel of a car after they've been drinking should be taken off the road and sent to prison for a long time. I'm sorry, they're too dangerous. He failed a breath test. He was stopped driving at speed in January. The prosecutor said he was compliant with police and told them he had 2 glasses of wine. What a load of cobblers. 2 glasses of wine. Yeah, it puts you over the limit, doesn't it, Dan? He was fined £29,000, which actually is not half as bad as one half of Anton Deck, who was fined £85,000. But it's just ridiculous. He was fined £29,000, banned from driving for 12 months. That'll be reduced to 9 months if he completes a rehabilitation course. He's a drunk. What do you mean a rehabilitation course? But the judge calculated the fine based on the document showing the midfielder of Northumberland. How much does he earn a week? £43,000. Not even a week's wages. He's got to pay a £2,000 surcharge and £85 costs. He's been a key part of the team's success. Who cares? He's a drunk. He could have killed somebody on the road. Oh, but don't worry, he was part of his team's success. Oh, well, that's it. Let him off, give him a medal and give him a free holiday somewhere. What a load of codswallop. It really is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But the manager, Eddie Howard, kept the player in the side after he was charged. But defending Jeffrey Forrester told the court he'll be the subject of disciplinary proceedings. What will they do? Take away his sweetie allowance or something like that? They go, you're a very naughty boy. You're very lucky you didn't kill anybody on the road and you weren't even fined a week's wages because you earned for... He must be absolutely laughing like a drain at the court. And he got fined £29,000. Yeah. Glenn Matlock is an ex-Sex Pistol and he's still alive. He had a feud with Danny Boyle and he still feels like a punk at heart. He's 66 now. He said, I used to be a bad boy, but I wised up at the right time and not drinking on the head. Perhaps we should send you to go and have a chat with the Newcastle United star, Joe Linton. And then you could perhaps help him because he's obviously an old soak and gets behind the wheel of a car. I love the way they go. The manager says, he will be facing disciplinary charges. Why has he not been kicked out? Do you encourage drinking? I do hope not. I would like to think not. It's ridiculous. It'd be like me coming on air in the morning and somebody saying, I think he's had a drink. I think Steve's had a drink. Where did he get drink from at this time of the morning? And somebody said, well, they sent him in a bottle of Prosecco and he drank it on air. The programme's a sensation. But he can't drive. But actually it don't make any difference because I don't drive. In the morning, I just sort of turn up in the car. I get my car in the morning and I get the train back and it's lovely. And because it's Friday, you cannot wipe the smile off my face on a Friday. I absolutely love it. All I keep thinking is, what am I going to do today? Well, I'm going to go and see my friend Alex and Mike, and they run a shop, and I shall sit down and have 2 half cups of coffee with them. I always have half a cup of coffee. I don't want a full cup of coffee. I spill it. I'm a bit, as was demonstrated the other day on the programme, where I actually spilt some of my coffee. Luckily, it didn't sort of go inside the equipment. Otherwise... there'd be an almighty bang and the place would sort of sizzle a little bit. You'll hear it. You will hear it. Dan says, got funny looks yesterday when I said, look, when my daughter came out of preschool and she replied at the top of her voice, Steve Allen. Yeah, that's it, you see. Steve Allen. I got that this morning from my driver. He said, it's been a thrill driving you. I only sat in the back. Only sat in the back of the car. But it's odd, you listen to somebody for a long time on the radio and then you meet them. And, of course, he didn't know it was me when I got in the car. He knew he was picking up Steve Allen, but he didn't know what I looked like. So I think he thought I was going to mug him when I got into the car because I had my hat on and my scarf around my face. I did look as I was about to commit burglary or something like that. And he said, where are you going? He said, are you Steve Allen? I went, yeah. He said, I'm so thrilled. You see? It works. You see? People listen to LBC. People like LBC. Roger says, I also remember the TV schedules from the 80s, and the most depressing thing was the midnight close down. Yeah. And the picture would just go... It just closed down at midnight. Now they're 24 hours a day because they can put any old rubbish on overnight, can't they? And you've got a choice of so many channels. There was no excuse for not sitting there. You could pick up LBC on the television. I just go to channel about 785 or whatever it happens to be, and there's LBC coming through my television. It's really clever. It's really clever. But, you know, it's there is a choice. But years ago it closed down and you were supposed to unplug it. Yeah. Huh? I love the way you wear the scarf indoors. It's obviously a little bit cold for you, isn't it, Poppet? Is it? But you've just been outside. Oh, God, where have you been outside? You lost again or begging? You went for a walk? This is Leicester Square. Are you mad? You went for a walk round Leicester Square? God, do you? Yeah. Oh, it's absolute suicide. But he goes for it. Apparently he does it all the time, goes for a walk without telling us where he is. You know, we'll only know when they say we've just found a body in the fountain in the middle. You know, can you identify him? And I'll look at him and go, not a clue. Nothing to do with us. It'll come up on the news. Person found in Leicester Square. So do you talk to people or as you're going round? There's no eye contact. No, probably advisable. Yeah. And you just walk around, do you? Are you looking for anything in particular when you get... This is my AP. You're not looking for anything in particular? You know, somebody selling hot dogs or sausages and batter or something like that? Is McDonald's open at that time? Oh, you've got to wait till 5. Exactly. It only means you're going to be Mr. Tubsy Wubsy, doesn't it, if you start eating McDonald's all the time? I mean, it'd be different if you had something healthy. But I'm not sure what they do that's healthy in there, especially for breakfast. I don't think a hash brown is healthy, much as I like hash browns. In fact, sometimes I just feel like going in and saying, 4 hash browns. And they go, sorry? 4 hash browns. You know, anything else? No, just 4 hash browns. Shh. Start pointing me out to people. It's embarrassing. But I have learnt the trick of saying, I didn't know you could get extra in anything. So you can have a double sausage McMuffin without the egg, but you can have another burger put in it. And you just ask them, and they've got a price list for all different things. If you buy their pita bread, which has got the bacon and the cheese in it, you can have extra cheese. Or extra, you don't want any more cheese in it. It's got far too much in it. But you can get extra bacon. And I quite like that. But my favourite was always a quarter pounder with cheese. Nothing else. I don't want anything else on it. Just a quarter pounder with cheese. I remember saying to the woman in there years ago, I thought she was being a bit facetious. I said, can I have a quarter pounder with cheese plain? Because that's what it's called if you just want the burger, the cheese and the bun, and you don't want all the gunk that goes with it. And so she said, what's that? I said, well, it's in your manual. You work here, dear. You're supposed to know this. And she was a manager. She's not there anymore, I hasten to add, you know, because I mentioned it to head office. And so anyway, so she said, oh, right, so you just want the burger and the cheese. I said, yeah. She said, do you want the bun? I thought, well, how am I supposed to pick it up, for God's sake? I thought, you can't be that stupid. But anyway, I got it, and it was delicious. Quarter pounder with cheese. Delicious. I suppose you could have a half a pounder, but that would be being greedy. I couldn't, but yeah, now we know where he goes. There was that song, where do you go to, my lovely, when you're alone in your bed? He goes walking around Leicester Square at this time of the morning. There's all sorts of strange people out there. Odd people. I used to have a producer. He said he'd been offered drugs 3 times. I said, what did you buy? Do you got offered drugs as well? Yeah, but I suppose that if you're walking around, somebody who sells drugs is sort of looking for somebody thinking, you don't look like the sort of person who'd just be wandering around Leicester Square. So I go, do you want puff? And or something like, Coke? And you go, you've got Coca-Cola on you? How fantastic. Is it cold? You know. But they do sell drugs. But I can't believe it. I'm always amazed that people do drugs. I mean, at this time of the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and somebody does. I mean, what time do these people go to bed? The answer is they don't. They don't go to bed. They're high as a kite. Ridiculous. Paul says you can't talk to people to order in McDonald's anymore. Yeah, you can, absolutely. And if they send you to the machines, I totally ignore them. I don't do machines. I'm not touching a dirty screen. Thank you very much indeed. You might want to do it, mate. But no. In McDonald's, they take your order over the counter. You can use the machine. In fact, no. In Waterloo, there's no machines. You can only order at the counter. And I would always, in Richmond, I go to the counter. I wouldn't dream of using a machine. No, dirty. I've seen people before. The one at Hampton, they do spray the machines and wipe them down every sort of 10 minutes. There's a woman who goes around with a sort of a spray kit, and then wipes it all. Because people's hands are dirty. You don't want to touch anything like that. You imagine? Be like people sort of, touching your chips and everything else. And I'll just try one, see if they're quite nice. And then putting it back in there. No, we don't do stuff like that at all. So Fashion Week, Kylie Minogue wore a suit, they say Elvis inspired. To be honest with you, it doesn't fit her. It looks ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And then you've got Anne Hathaway wearing leopard print shoes, leopard print tights, leopard print dress. Don't they have cold weather in Paris Fashion Week? Kylie Jenner was wearing a Gaultier gown. It takes them about 6 hours to get ready, I think, the Kardashians. They're a little bit slow in that department, so they find it a bit difficult. And Rod Stewart is still wearing clothes which are sort of, I suppose because he's classed as a rocker, you can wear this sort of stuff and get away with it. But he's still, at the end of the day, he's an old man. You know, he's over, well, he's nearly 80. He's 78. 78 now, Rod Stewart. Yeah. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, baby, let me know. Yeah. We are sailing across, and you have to wave your tartan scarf in the air. We did the same for the Bay City Rollers. Exactly the same, you know. Shang-a-lang, and then, you know, Keep On Dancing, which actually turned out not to be them. That was their first hit single, the Bay City Rollers, Keep On Dancing, and it was session musicians. They never sang a note on it, and it got them into the charts, and then people went, oh, it's good. They used to do a programme called Shang-a-lang on the television, and they used to have all sorts of people on it, and Saturday, night. There was a gonna keep on dancing to the rock and roll. And then it turned out their manager was gay as a goose. And then we lost the lead singer. The lead singer died quite tragically. And I'd seen him in Leicester Square over a number of years. Interesting. Look, I'm late now. You've made me late. Deliberately made me late because you were telling me the story of Leicester Square. Yeah, raise your eyebrows to me, Sonny Jim. It's 4:31. Let's take a break for the news with Tim Daly.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Friday, January the 27th, entering the weekend. Whoopee! Which we love. And don't forget, if you're listening via Alexa, you can just send a message to me. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and it finds it automatically. Daphne says, lovely to hear you. I have an Alexa and she's really handy. All I have to say is, Alexa, play LBC, and there you are. Good, isn't it? Steve, my 7-year-old only eats plain cheeseburgers from McDonald's or Burger King. Oh, I don't know, you want to try Wendy's. Wendy's are nice burgers. They really are. See, I like a burger. You see, years ago, it was Wimpy. The Wimpy burger used to taste like a burger. And I used to work in Reading in a department store called Healus, which was part of the John Lewis Partnership. And on a winter, my mate Dave, he used to park in the car park and I would pay him. He used to have a van. And he would sort of pick me up on his way into work in the morning because he used to have to go past my house, and I would pay him whatever it cost per week. We'd park in the car park. We'd have to walk past the Wimpy. And on a cold winter's evening in Reading, I have to tell you, the biggest thrill of our lives was going into the Wimpy, which was over the road from the car park, the multi-storey in Reading, and ordering a cheeseburger with onions. And they used to toast the buns in like a toaster. And then they'd take them out and he'd be... I'll tell you, it was the best thing ever. Seriously, my mother never cooked burgers at home. Never, ever cooked burgers. We never had burgers. It was all... we had fish fingers, but we didn't have burgers. So that was the biggest thrill ever. You know, when you're little... Sorry, no, we didn't do barbecues. Very common. We didn't do things like that. We're a very middle-class family in the forces. You don't do barbecues. People think you're setting fire to your house. Barbecues. Honestly, where are you coming from? Do you have barbecues in your family? Every year? Oh, Godfathers, we need to find somebody else. We can't have things like this. These lower to middle class aspirators. You know, people they're going, I'm an influencer. We have a barbecue once a year. Not on this programme, pal, we don't. I don't think my parents would have known what a barbecue was. We never had anything like that. I mean, it just wouldn't be... You know, my mother cooked in the kitchen. I don't think we ever ate outside. Did you eat outside? Oh... Well, we did badminton quite clearly with tennis when Wimbledon was on, but and we did croquet. Yeah. Oh, right. You did that while you were waiting with the barbecue to cook. What an odd family. How bizarre, honestly. I suppose you had servants as well. Did you have people what cooked for you and made the bed in the morning, or you could manage to make your own bed, could you? Yeah, I bet. I put it this way, the biggest thrill of my life was when I got a duvet. Because years ago, it was sheets, and they were sheets you put on the bed, not fitted sheets like you get nowadays with the elasticated corners, which are very nice indeed, so it doesn't move around. Although twice last night, I was obviously having some fight in my sleep, the duvet fell off the bed. And I was sort of lying there, and I sort of woke up, because I always wake up if I need to go to the toilet. Thank God. You can imagine if I didn't wake up, what a nightmare that'd be. It'd be like swimming for the Titanic. And I woke up and I thought, the blooming duvet was on the floor. So I picked it up, put it over the bed, climbed underneath it again, freezing cold because I put the wrong side down, and warmed up again. And then within about an hour and a half, I wanted to go to the loo again, and the blooming duvet was on the floor again. I must be wrestling in my sleep. Probably with the AP, I should imagine, going up, what do you mean barbecue? Start messing about with me, mate. Mina in Berkshire, thank you. Because we kept you smiling for 16 months. I mean, your jaw must ache. Something chronic. Jaw aching. Steve, I ordered pizza last night, says Phil. I can't believe how expensive takeaways are getting. I used to order them quite a lot. Now I'm not going to bother. Well, we told you can make an 18-inch pizza for £1.50. That's how much profit. That's why there's pizza places all over the place, and they can afford to give you a Viennetta and a bottle of Coke because the pizza is cheap to make. They did it on the television because you get little bits of meat on there. When they say it's a bacon and pineapple or whatever happens to it, because I do love a Hawaiian. Because I had sweet and sour chicken yesterday. That comes with pineapple in it. And, I tell you, it's quite exciting. I'm not supposed to have pineapple, but I think sod it. Who's going to come and tell me off? Nobody. Nobody's going to come round and go, what are you having pineapple for? You're a diabetic. You go, yeah, and mind your own business. Nothing worse than curtain twitchers. And Dom in Romford says, very good programme Steve Allen does. Oh, I would agree. In fact, if I wasn't here, I'd be home listening to it. Seriously. Because I've never heard it. I have known presenters over the years, and they listen back to their own programmes. Well, that's an egotist. Why would you want to listen back to something you've done? I could tell you horrendous stories of presenters that you've all heard of who sort of sit back and relive their programme again and go, oh, did you hear it when I talked to this? But no, we're in the business. We don't need to sort of relive something. I find it very odd. I've never listened. If ever I'm never gone back. Never. No, not even when I started. In fact, even less when I started. Because I just didn't. I had an image of what I thought I sounded like on the radio. And it didn't kind of match up to what I thought. I thought I sounded butch. What, babes? All that kind of stuff. Hello, treacle. Yeah, I was a bit like that. I was a bit like the Danny Dyer character, just not as butch looking. But I never listened back. But I remember a producer once, he used to do a lot of voiceovers on the programme. And if we were driving out and it came on the radio, he'd turn the volume up. And I used to think, what is going on here? Why do people want to hear themselves back again? Because nobody's got the voice that they think they've got on the radio. But all you have to be is unique. That's what makes successful radio presenters. I mean, there is one presenter who I listen to on a regular basis, and each time I have to go, is this it? Because he's got one of those voices which is so ordinary, it doesn't stand out to me. Whereas, people can hear my voice and they'll go, I know who you are. I recognise your voice. Whereas with this particular presenter, I can never tell if it's them or not. It's odd, isn't it, really? I have got a very distinctive voice. It's not intentional. Not intentional. Somebody said there was a programme controller writing on Twitter the other day, and he said the thing about radio presenting is be yourself. Be yourself. He said, because if you start, putting on a voice and going, it's super smooth, Steve Allen, and nice to be with you. He said people are going to see right through it because you can't keep it up. At some point, you're going to let your guard down and it's not going to work. So just be yourself. That's what makes successful presenters. I speak as somebody who's still working after 43 years and still amazed. Steve, I bought my son a weighted blanket. His duvet always used to end up off the bed, but not now. A weighted blanket? I've never heard of such a thing. But I've got a big fluffy thing. It looks like sort of an animal's skin. It's not. It's fake. And it just goes over the bed. But this one's really heavy. I saw it in a shop and it was like over £20. I thought, treat yourself, Steve. Treat yourself. You know, you've been a good boy this month. Treat yourself. So I put this thing on the bed. So when of course, the duvet goes, this animal thing goes with it at the same time. So when you climb out of bed, you're basically climbing up a mountain. Ridiculous. It really is. Steve, I remember burgers coming in a tin with gravy when I was younger, says Josie. Burgers in a tin? I don't remember those, although vaguely at the back of my mind, I remember seeing something like that. They used to get everything in a tin, actually. Steve, flicking through the TV channels, came across the Kenny Everett show. Did you ever meet or work with him, says Kevin? No. I can't remember when Kenny Everett died, but he used to come out of Capital. He'd been fired and then he came back in again. He was what was commonly known, there you go, but hamburgers in a tin. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it, actually? I don't, stuff like that. As I say, it looks like something the cat's thrown up. And I'm not over keen on that. Why would people buy that when you can buy fresh? You can go out to I don't think I've been in a supermarket ever where they don't have fresh burgers. And you go and get 4, and they're sort of luxury Aberdeen Angus burgers, or you get 4 so-called burgers, and you just cook them. Why you'd want anything in a tin? I've got no idea. Sounds ghastly. But Steve, Barnstable has still got a Wimpy. It's just had a refit, and we get the Tarka line from Exeter to Barnstable. And, just have a burger and chips from the Wimpy. Oh, burger and chips. They've got to be really good, actually. Chips have got to be really, really good. I like the burger. The chips that come with your kebab are generally quite good because they're frozen chips. Whereas a lot of the fish and chip shops make their own chips because they're looking to make profit. You like curly fries? Oh, no. That's almost as bad as his blooming barbecue once a year. I mean, that sounds even more disgusting. Curly fries, they're for children, aren't they? They're not for adults. Do you go there and go, I have a half a portion, please, Mr. Man? Do you do that? Yeah. Do you give a discount for the under 15s? I could see Freddie doing that. Steve says, was Wimpy named after the Popeye character? I don't know. I thought they'd gone under, but no, there's loads of them. There's loads of them, but they don't taste. You'll be a bit disappointed. They don't taste as they used to. But there again, everything changed. It's like I looked at pictures of the school I used to go to, the little preparatory school, which I went to years and years ago, and I thought, for me, it looked big. You look at pictures of it now and you think, really small. Really small. We had a swimming pool, outdoors, not heated, freezing cold. Classrooms, which were like porter cabins. And in the dormitories, there'd be about 8 or 10 of us in a dormitory. And, because we were only little. We were little boys at the time. We were sort of, 8 to 9 year olds, hoping to pass the 11 plus. I failed it miserably. I was blooming useless. Absolutely. But mind you, I was never any good at exams. Never any good. 4:45 is the time.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Friday, January the 27th, and the time is 11 minutes to 5. It's ghastly, isn't it? When you think about it. Although I've spoken to my drivers over the past week, and each and every one of them likes working nights, because I'm part night and part day. As I've explained before, I always love it when you get sort of some poor old sado who writes in going, of course, you're on the graveyard shift. You go, well, at some point, you're going to be in the graveyard. So, perhaps I'll be entertaining you. There'll be no extra charge for it. But they always make me laugh, the sad people. There's a Wimpy in Ashford in Middlesex. Been there for eons, says Ash. Next time you visit your beloved Costco at Sunbury, you could pop in afterwards and see if it's still as good as... No, I've been to them. They're not as good as I recall. They're really not. The one in Teddington closed. But mind you, I thought that was possibly for hygiene reasons, I should imagine. Bracknell, says Connor, has a Wimpy opening soon. I've never had one. They're just burgers, and they do benders, which is like a Frankfurter, where they've cut little things in it, and then when you cook it on the grill, it turns into a semicircle. Looks like an Ammonite. And I like General Cheeseburger. His catchphrase was great, as was his shoulder pads, says Jonathan. Oh, right. And somebody had a Wimpy years ago down in Southend. Well, that's the sort of place you'd get it from. People serving. And I had a bendy burger, chips and a milkshake. That was staple diet for us. We didn't really have restaurants. Well, not that. Well, if we did, we had to dress up to go to them, and it was booked, ages in advance. And our idea. I mean, when they opened up the the beef eaters and places like that, you know, and you could go there and they did, strawberries for pudding. That was considered a luxury. Strawberries and ice cream. That my dad would go, do you want strawberries, Stephen? And I go, it was always like, I can't believe you're spending this sort of money on strawberries. So I go, yes. I mean, nowadays, you get strawberries all year round. You don't have to wait for them. It all used to be seasonal, but not anymore. Not anymore. But, you know, to have a milkshake was quite, you know, I mean, me and milkshakes, I love the blooming things. Love them. But they're not, I mean, I don't know whether or not they are actually, they're milk in them. I don't know whether they've got milk in them or whether it's just sort of some sort of substitute stuff. I've seen them pouring something into the milkshake machine in McDonald's, and it comes out of a wooden carton or sort of a cardboard carton. It's obviously got an inner lining, and they pour it in there, and that's quite nice. But I said the other day, I've never had this other, what's the other thing they do in there? It's the McFlurry. I've never had a McFlurry. I'm not really sure about ice cream with bits in. I'm still not totally convinced by Ian's chocolate chip the other day. I mean, given the choice, yeah, strawberries and cream is the big winner for me. Strawberries and cream, or the vanilla. The normal chocolate is a bit rich for me. I think I don't know whether chocolate's got more calories in it. But Jane says, in the 70s, not everybody had a fridge, hence tinned burgers. No, well, I mean, hardly anybody had fridges. Seriously, people did not have fridges. You had a cupboard and you kept things in it. Or failing that, I can remember being in a basement flat, and I would keep the milk on the window ledge outside because it would keep it cold. But sometimes the tits would come along, and they would peck the top of your milk bottle. Many's the time I had to shoo tits away. Go away, tits, I'd say. Go away. And the milkman would say, trouble again, Steve. I go, those blooming tits, honestly, I can't tell you. They had the audacity to come and peck at the top of my milk bottle. So he said, I've got just the thing for you. I said, listen, if it keeps tits away, I'm up for it. And it was a plastic case where you lifted off the lid and then you put the milk bottles in and put the lid back on the top, and the tits couldn't get it off. Even though it was a combined effort, you could see them struggling with it. They had little ropes tied round it and trying to go away, tits. Anything like that. And in my area at the time, we had great tits, little tits, all sorts of, I mean, seriously, there were so many different types of tits in the garden. Sometimes you'd sit there trying to identify them. And I used to put my nuts in a thing to hang in the garden. And I used to sometimes watch the tits, and I used to think, I'm doing my bit for saving all these bird life. The way it goes, isn't it, really? Presented with a proud flourish to squeals of, oh, lovely, and did you make it? Are you a feeder, a pusher, or a dumper? Well, I'm a feeder. I must be. I bring in food all the time. I'm a feeder. But they say that we used to have a producer here. He would make cakes and, big cakes, little cakes, round cakes, and he would bring them all in, whereas I bring in stuff that's sort of ready wrapped. It's sweeties and it's satsumas. And yesterday, due to the generosity of Kevin, we got so many satsumas and oranges. I was expecting to come in this morning and see loads of these satsumas and oranges left over because there was such an avalanche of them. It filled the bowl to overflowing. And yet, lo and behold, I came in this morning, one. You see? It goes to prove Steve Allen's food is good. I'd love to sit there and make all this food that they make in street markets, but I just can't do it. I haven't got the time, really. I haven't got the time. But porridge could be good. I think we should have a machine that just makes porridge. And then you could have porridge with, and have some different sprinkles or bits and pieces or stewed apple that you could put on top of it. That'd be good. That's healthy. I think the satsumas are very healthy. Very, very healthy, and I like things like that. Steve, we have milkshakes, says Andrew, in our business. The cartons we use are Jersey milk with the flavouring already added, but yes, they're pretty much all milk. See, I've had a couple from, what's it called? Is it not called the Lazy Cow? It's something like that, and it's they're ready-made chocolate milkshakes, vanilla milkshakes, or strawberry milkshakes. You get them in a lot of the supermarkets, and sometimes if I'm waiting for a bus, I buy a little one, snake hits in there, which is great. Prince Andrew's eviction from Buckingham Palace, along with his teddy bears, is part of King Charles's plan to convert the palace from the monarch's home to offices, function rooms, and a museum. A museum as well, because you can go around Buckingham Palace at the moment, and you can go to the stables where they've got the cars and everything else. But maybe Andrew could sort of open a teddy bear museum. But I suspect we already have a teddy bear museum in this country, because I do like teddy bears. On the telly programme the other day, a telly programme, they were doing this thing, clearing a house out with Stacey, and one of them, they were getting rid of their Paddington bear. And they said to the kids, oh, perhaps we'll sort of take a photograph of the bear. The Teddy Bear Museum, there you go. Teddy Bear Museum. They're going to open... they're open every Saturday and Sunday from 10 till 4, closed during the week. Oh, it's in Dorchester. Oh, I'm not sure about that. That's where that thug comes from, isn't it? Come here, Teddy. Leave me alone. Can you imagine, can't you? It's got Edward Bear and his family of people-sized bears in Teddy Bear House. And they've got everything from early antique bears to modern favourites. I used to have one. I don't know where he's gone to. I had him when I was a child. And when you turned him over, he went, He used to sound as though he had tummy ache or something like that. And he had a little thing in his tummy. He was stuffed with straw. And he had a little, like a cardboard thing, which sort of acted like a little pair of bellows. So when you turned him over, like that, you think, oh, God, he's going to be sick. You know what teddy bears are like. But... yeah, well, you can get them now that speak to you. I told you I've got one at home, which my goddaughter, when she was young, freaked her out completely. This thing sits next to her on the settee, and it was linked to the television. And they would say, "Oh, should we speak to Teddy?" And Teddy would go, "I don't know." And my poor goddaughter at the time, she thought the world was falling in. Dreadful, really. Great to be reminded of Heelus. Said Paul, they were very good indeed at furry toys. I bought a raccoon and a penguin. Still with me 30 years on. Wow. Spent 5 years in Reading. Oh, I spent lots of time in Reading. I forget how many years I worked for Heelus. But they paid a lot better than the last place I'd worked at. I think I went from £5 a week to £20 a week, which was like, in those days, was considered a fortune. £20 a week. You know, and I got dropped off and picked off by my friend Dave, and it was just amazing. Steve says, Paul, I'm dying of laughter of your ornithology report. I don't know what was funny about it. I mean, you know, we've all been there. I just wanted to sort of make sure. I didn't want sort of birds to miss out, so I used to put all sorts of... I bought a bird table once, and I suddenly realised, don't buy a bird table ever. It'll turn into the bird's toilet. That's all they do. They sort of... Dreadful, dreadful, dreadful. So will The Guardian have to cancel itself in a row over slavery links? Yes, there are slavery links within The Guardian, which is very interesting. The founder, John Edward Taylor, had links to slavery. And The Guardian's been accused of institutionalised racism, editorial whiteness and ignorance. God, it's everywhere. But the trouble is, if you go back far enough, that's where sort of money was founded, wasn't it, really? Apparently, during love scenes with Barbara Streisand in The Way We Were, Robert Redford wore 2 pairs of pants. 2 pairs of pants. The Hollywood legend, who's now 86, wanted to protect himself because the singer had become infatuated with him. And you think 2 pairs of pants is going to do it? I don't think so. They'd have to be the same pants, wouldn't they? You couldn't wear a pair of pants and then a pair of boxers. They'd both have to be pants or both have to be boxers. But even so, it's like, you know, 2 pairs of pants. God, it must take you forever to go to the toilet. Ridiculous. The claims are made in a book, The Way They Were, by the author Robert Hoffler as well. All these people. But he considered his co-star, this is Redford and Barbara Streisand, not a serious actress. Love Streisand. Watch her on YouTube doing her show when they offered $1 million to go back to Caesar's Palace to do a New Year's Eve show. Big orchestra, Marvin Hamlish conducting, and Barbara Streisand came on. I think she was fairly advanced in years then, but you know, still able to do the voice, but just not maintain it for a long time. More of your texts and emails coming up in a moment on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, or you can say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and we'll weave them all in. We've got the papers to go through. In fact, we're all sort of sitting quite nicely at the moment. And you're very welcome if you've woken up. Hope you find something in the programme amusing.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
A balancing act going on in here. It really is. What are you doing? That's you holding two things and then trying to open a door.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, does it?
Well, it did.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, it did. Yeah, we don't. It did. It worked. I've tried doing it. I've tried balancing, and then think, oh God, I'm going to be in a total disaster here. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to the programme. Gary says, "Have you cleaned your Bentley yet? The salt will eat the paintwork." Listen, we haven't had that much gritting on our road, so it doesn't make any difference at all. At the moment, it's just dirt. Just dirt. My friend Chris says, "Morning, Major." You could tell I always used to get morning captain. Now I get morning major. So I've been elevated, which is good. Chris, thank you. He said Comic Relief is on March the 17th this year. He said, I was in a meeting with Richard Curtis yesterday discussing what money-raising shenanigans we might get up to. And I kept drifting off thinking, I wonder what Steve will be doing for his birthday. He said, happy Friday. Well, in fact, I could tell you that not actually on my birthday, but around about my birthday, I think we're going to be going to Little Italy. And I know you're very familiar with Little Italy, Chris, so perhaps you could pop down as well, which would be good. Apparently, there are 16 varieties of tits in the bird family. Can you believe 16 varieties? I mean, I could only identify about 2, unfortunately. Milk bottle tops. Somebody says, bring back Carry On LBC with Steve Allen and Barbara Windsor. That could be quite nice, couldn't it? And also, I used to keep my milk in a bucket of cold water to stop it going off. Well, we didn't have fridges. Nobody had fridges. You kept it outside. I can remember at one point, I didn't actually have proper milk. I had powdered milk, Marvel, I think it was called. And you put that you had to remember that it made your tea boiling hot because normally the cold milk cools down a cup of tea. That's the way it goes, actually. But somebody says Steve Allen is a wonderful person. I shall be rewarded in heaven, I should imagine. Do you remember Brett's Burgers in Reading, says Graham? No. And if you like Smarties, says Karen, try the McFlurry ice cream. No, I don't like bits in ice cream. I explained that the other day. I don't like bits. I like a plain ice cream. I think they should blend it all in, which will be much nicer. Steve, the millennials behind the glass, maybe you two, would never have known about how different things were 40-odd years ago if you hadn't educated them. They haven't heard of anything. Seriously. I feel like I've come from another generation. You know, no, you're not too young to be millennials. You can be a millennial. You've got what? Gen Z. What's that? Oh, you're Generation Z. Oh, right. Oh, well, I don't think we need to nitpick over that, I mean, for goodness sake. No, you're right. They don't know anything about the early days, you know, when I was helping build the pyramids and stuff like that. You know, they're very young people, I never get anybody my age on the programme. Seriously, nobody has ever been anywhere close to my age, but that's why I'm sitting here and they're sitting the other side. You know, that's how it works nowadays. So at least we've got a cup of tea. Can't beat a cup. Do you know, I don't know. I can't remember when I got addicted to tea years and years ago. Steve Beefeater, you've conjured up some wonderful childhood memories of the first ever meal, says Ash. When I was introduced to chicken satay skewers, I thought I'd landed on the moon. It was wonderful. We used to go to the one by the Twynersh River in Chertsey, and I think a restaurant still sits there to this very day. My driver said to me this morning, he said, you're always talking about food. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. He said, no, don't worry about it. He said, I love you talking about food. And Kim says, I put nuts, seeds and oats out for the birds. Inevitably, it's the bigger birds that swoop in for the goodies. Yes, they do. They do. You have to sort of, it's ridiculous, isn't it, when you've got to sort of try and put stuff out and make sure that it's the little birds that get it. It was like putting out, you have to, if you've got a little bird table, it's got water in it, you have to make sure you break the ice so that they can drink the water. They don't want anything else. It's like, so what did somebody say a short while ago to me? They said, don't give hedgehogs milk It's not good for them. Give them water. They'll drink water. Birds drink water. That's what they do. And another one said, almost made me lose control of my lorry, laughing so much at Steve Allen talking about the bird life and sort of used to invade his table. I had to get rid of it. It was such a shame because I really liked it. And then, as I say, birds, they sort of eat and go to the toilet at the same time. A little bit like pigeons, I think. Pigeons very, very nasty at doing something like that. So you can always tell where they are. We have milkshakes, Steve, and somebody says, I've just had lunch. Oh, it's Shane. He says, I squeezed the ketchup bottle, the nozzle flew off, and I'm wearing now half a bottle of ketchup. Lovely. Trouble is, what do you wear with red? Not a great deal of outfits, are there, really? And, Steve, I first had Wimpy inside Charlton Athletics Stadium, as they used to do the food. Do you know, I've never been to a stadium. I've never watched a football match. I've never watched a rugby match. Loads of things I've never done, actually. It's odd, isn't it, really? I've never watched a football match in my life. What, I mean, going to a stadium? Never. My brother was a supporter of, might still be actually, of Southampton, and he would sit there, I think it was really peculiar, when they were playing on the television, he'd sit there in his dressing gown with a scarf round his neck, his Southampton scarf, and a rattle. And he'd go, like, I used to think, are you mad or something? But that's what people used to do in the early days. I've never watched a match on TV. Never, no, I don't get out. Man. No, I've never watched a match on TV. Well, I don't watch it. If I go to my godchildren, their father likes watching football on the television. I'm looking the other way. I'm certainly not watching the television. I get no pleasure out of football at all. I don't understand why people would ever be excited by it. I can't understand it. I mean, I suppose one day I might sort of go to a pub, but if ever I see a load of people in a pub and go, whoa, I think, oh, football yobbos. So I never go in pubs like that. I used to have a machine, actually. Don't tell anybody. You can buy it. It was sold in one of these shops where they sold gadgets of the future and things like that. And it was a little grey plastic thing, and it could turn any television on or off, which was great in a pub that was showing football, because you could just stand there and just push the little button and the television would go, and the picture would go. And all of a sudden the pub erupts, and I'd be thinking, really entertaining. Everybody would hate me, but I don't care. Stanley says I'm the same age as you. You can't be. It's not, you're 33. You can't be the same age as me. A revival, Steve, of the Knickerbocker glory must be imminent. Nick from Oxford says it's the height of sophistication. I agree. Knickerbocker glory. My parents used to say the same to me all the time. You won't finish it. You won't eat it all. And it used to come in a long, tall glass with a long spoon as well, so you get your spoon right down to the bottom. And it would be ice cream, fruit, ice cream, meringue, ice cream, more ice cream, fruit, all sorts of things, and then topped up with whipped cream and a glacé cherry on the... Oh, I tell you, I used to love it. Knickerbocker glories, look at them. Less than 30 minutes preparation time. I mean, to be honest with you, Mary Berry makes them. Hers looked a little bit more... I mean, hers had fresh blueberries in, 12 scoops of ice cream, pistachios, mangoes, fresh raspberries. You can't beat it. I mean, it really is. It's a heart attack in a glass. And they do all sorts of different ones. They do vintage gourmet. See, the one on the right, on the Wikipedia thing, that's the one that I would go for. I've never had mango in a Knickerbocker glory. Never had mango. It's just always been sort of fruit and everything else. But I used to love the wafer that came in the top of it. But that squirty cream over it, that was just fantastic. It was, and if you were very lucky, you got chocolate sauce as well. Very decadent, but very small wonder we ended up with no teeth. Steve, PG Tips or Yorkshire tea bags? PG Tips. I'll drink anything. I don't even know what our tea bags are in the building, but they're very nice. I've never seen a name on them. Are they PG, are they, you think? No good asking him. What are you asking him for? He doesn't know. He walks around Leicester Square, hoping not to get eye contact with somebody. I mean, really bizarre. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody puts 2 tea bags in their teacup and then squashes them for about a while. See, I don't squash a tea bag, but I do leave the tea bag in for the duration of the drink. And if you're very lucky, you can make a tea bag last for about 2 or 3 cups of tea, which is very good. And one that says, my millennium daughter Sadie once asked me, when you were a little boy in the olden days, Dad, was everything in black and white? I mean, that is really absolute. I mean, admittedly, we didn't have colour television, but they did a family on the television once, and they digged them through the ages. So they lived in this house, and then they did them from the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And they had to keep changing so they could see how the wallpaper changed, what furniture they had and stuff like that, and how Christmas was done. It was really good. It's like the Victorian kitchen garden. I've still got those. I haven't watched them, actually. And, Steve, if you get time, listen to your mate Ian Dale's show from last night. It was excellent, says Chris. A real gent, well, on the phone or Ian Dale. So much patience with some very odd callers. Oh, I think patience is a virtue. I mean, I wouldn't be so patient, it has to be said. But that's fine, actually. Steve, your Alexa comment doesn't work, says Stuart. Well, you're in Bolton. I mean, it doesn't go that far. That's why. You know, you can only get it if you're listening down south. Matthew says, never been to a football match. If you like, I can get you 2 free tickets to Chertsey Town. Having a laugh or something? Why on earth would I want to go and watch Chertsey Town? Have you ever seen the film The Punch and Judy Man? Yes. Starring Tony Hancock. I have. One of my favourite films is The Magnet. It was made by the British Film Studios, British Children's Film Foundation, which was very good indeed. And I like all of those sort of things. I just like films. Unfortunately, a lot of them are in black and white, it has to be said, which, it's the way it goes. Connie says, I promise you I can make you a delicious milkshake with real ingredients. You'll never go back to McDonald's. Well, I wouldn't guarantee that, I'm afraid. Never again. You're welcome to a real milkshake. And I could drink one now. I could seriously drink a milkshake now. You know, if we had, the ingredients to put in. Milkshake Matthew we could have if somebody could deliver milkshakes. Can you imagine how nice that would be? It's like if somebody could deliver KFC, I'd be quite grateful. I could show my appreciation in a variety of ways. For somebody sort of delivering in a party barrel of 20 pieces, that'd go down a treat. But of course, they're not open at this time of the morning, which is a shame. Comes along a little bit later on. Steve. A lot of people. Somebody says, brilliant. Nobody hates you. No, they don't. Why would they? How could you hate somebody you don't know? Mind you, I don't like Harry or Meghan, so there you go. But I don't hate them. I just don't like them. Don't like what they think they can do to the royal family. Mike says, can you give a shout out to our good mutual friend Charles and Maddie and all my fellow Jewish spikers on Holocaust Memorial Day, which is today. We must never forget. No, never. And they keep showing it. I think it's been shown, Schindler's List, for the 3rd time the other day. I caught it again. And I remember I began to feel I was sort of having Groundhog Day because I was watching it and I've seen it no end of times. I think it's stunning. I think it's absolutely stunning. And as I say, Spielberg has this way of making a film that just captures everything. And I thought it was amazing. I didn't want to see it, first of all. You know why? I thought it went on too long. And then I suddenly realised it has to go on that long. It has to go on, and obviously never forget. You wouldn't forget. David Baddiel wrote something very poignant on his sort of Twitter, talking about members of the family who they lost in the camps. And they do offer, don't they, people to go to the camps, Auschwitz, and they do it as a school trip. And I remember thinking, that's odd. And you think, no, it's not odd at all. That's absolutely brilliant. But then there were those 2 school children, weren't there, from here, and they pinched something from one of the rooms, I think in Auschwitz. I think they pinched some glasses or something like that. There was all hell to pay. All hell to pay. They had to apologise and write letters, and it was just, you just don't touch. You don't touch anything at all. But it is Holocaust Memorial Day today, so our thoughts are with a lot of people. 17 minutes past 5. Let's get the LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Around 10 years ago, Steve, I was in Chloe at the van shop in Kingston. My grandmother was, and still is, a very big fan of yours. And you were kind enough to sign and photograph her when you came and collected your shoes. And she still listens to this day, says Jake. Oh, I went past the van shop a short while ago. I've discovered, actually, because I used to buy lots of vans, because I just loved them. I thought they were great. And I've suddenly realised I now think I'm a little bit old to be wearing Vans. I think you get to that stage where you go, I don't know, do you think 68 is too old? And the answer is, yeah. I mean, I don't want to look like some sort of ageing old tart who's still wearing Vans or ripped jeans or something like that. It just wouldn't work, actually. Have you seen the movie Hidden Numbers with Kevin Costner? No, I haven't, actually. Also, Steve, for a real treat, the Sire and the Dam would take us down to Largs, to the wonderful Nardini's for a bit of a treat. It's been there for as long as I can remember, says Kim. Aha. And Paul says the milkshakes are made of concentrated shake base and it's watered down to make the shakes. Not great for diabetics. I had a luxury burger at Tower Bridge yesterday and I couldn't stop thinking about you and your comments as it wasn't very luxurious. They always say that, don't they? It's a luxury burger. You think, no, it's just a meat burger. It's a burger. I probably couldn't tell the difference between something really cheap and trashy and something that they sort of claim is really expensive, made of this. Is it the Wagyu beef or something like that, which is so phenomenally expensive? I would object to paying that much for a burger. I really would, actually. Do you remember the brown derbies from Wimpy, a donut covered with ice cream, nuts, and sauces? Yes. I remember, listen, you only have to, I could recite the Wimpy menu off and tell you how much everything cost back in the early days. I'm that old. I mean, seriously. It's just all these sort of different things that go on in your life, and there's certain things you remember and certain things you tactfully try and forget. But we're all like that. That's why programmes like this are so useful for a lot of people, especially people who've got dementia, the onset of dementia and Alzheimer's, because you're reminding people about some of the things. And I think there was this old people's home years ago, and they built in their thing fake shop fronts, and they put stuff in there like papers from all those years ago, so people could pick it up and look at it and remember, and it would help them remember things. And I remember thinking that was very good. And if you go to York, in the whatever the shopping thing is, it's like going back in time. They've got sweet shops with all the old sweets in there, and you can smell it. They've got the sights and the smells and everything else, and I quite like that. So, HMRC chief, there are no penalties for innocent tax errors. That's what he said. So, in other words, it's making old Zardawi look a bit stupid, isn't it, really? Because he said that he got a penalty, and because he said it was... What wording did he use? He sort of said that he made... That's right, a careless, not a deliberate error. Well, under HMRC rules, there are no penalties for innocent tax errors, which either means somebody's telling lies or somebody's not telling lies, and I can't work out who it would be. Thinks, ponders, wonder who that could be. He's got to go. He's got to go. You cannot... There's a time limit to how long you can bluff things out. You know, where eventually somebody go, you've got to go, mate. You've really got to go. I mean, to be honest with you, very lucky to find either £1 million lying around that you can pay a fine, or 5 million. Even worse, 5 million. Even worse. You know, I don't know about you, but I don't have £1 million. Right, so a few £100 short of it, but, you know, I don't have £1 million. If somebody said you've got to pay £1 million, you'd have to go, where's that going to come from? He had no hesitation, but they're basically saying that there is no penalty. If you were careless or forgetful, no penalties. What have we got here? The man who's been charged with assaulting Matt Hancock on a tube train. This particular man is accused of 3 offences, charged with common assault and a public order offence over an alleged incident at Westminster Tube Station, and then a separate allegation. It's ridiculous. Honestly, these people, don't they realise that everywhere you go, you get on the bus, you get on the tube, and there's cameras. I get on my trains, people have got it on a phone, somebody will start filming. You know, there is no way you can get around. I was to say, I've got cameras in my studio. And, you know, if anything happened in here, I can do it. My friend Chris says, if that's an official invite to your birthday bash, I'm in. I see no reason why it shouldn't be. I'm not organising it, actually. Somebody else is organising, my friend John Warrington. But I'm sure if they think you're actually going to come, they'll be delighted. I think it's going to be on a Friday. And somebody says, I have to agree with your driver. I think you should rename your show The Food Programme with Steve Allen. I know. Because we do food. I mean, you have to eat it. because otherwise you die. And we don't want to die. We want to, so I try and buy them something healthy, like roast beef with a bit of lettuce, or today it was bacon, lettuce and tomato, which is sort of like nice thing to eat. It's good for you, and they like it. They seem fairly happy. It sort of feeds them up for a little bit, but unfortunately, Jack's going out on the Raz tonight. He won't be doing any moshing, but he's doing the Raz. Sorry? Freddie as well. Oh, God help you, Freddie, I tell you. Just make sure you've got a car on standby, OK? Whatever happens at the end of Elliot's gig, go straight home. You don't want to go on to where they might be going to, OK? I'm just telling you now, it's a bit of advice. Otherwise, you'll wake up tomorrow morning in a skip, and it would be, not agreeable. So Elliot, my former producer, has got a band, and they're playing tonight somewhere in Bow. And so they're all very excited. They've all been given their pocket money. Jack's got his £1 with him, so he'll be going for sort of an orange squash with lots of ice. And Freddie will just have 2 drinks. It will go right through him and just collapse on the floor, and people will just be stepping over him for the rest of the night. But so how many are going now, do we think? There's probably about 7 or 8. Oh, God, it sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? It sounds like an absolute horror evening. I mean, even poor Aaron's going as well. I mean, dear me. I bet he's got a special outfit. I bet he's got a special outfit to wear. A moshing outfit. That's what it'll be. I can't think of anything worse. Steve, Costco do Wagyu beef burgers, ready to cook, that are amazing, says Yvonne. Oh, I love the meat at Costco. It's very good, actually. What on earth are Vans? Well, they're shoes. It's a make, Vans. They do all different ones, checkerboard and all sorts of bits and pieces. And I used to go in there and buy loads. I'd walk out with about 4 or 5 pairs. And there you go. It's the Castle Museum, says Thomas, that you're thinking of. He says, hope you are well. I am, actually. I'm exceptionally well. I love Friday. 99% of the days of the week I absolutely love. You can't wipe the smile off my face. I'm in one of those fortunate positions. So when it gets to Friday, it's like, I've got a weekend off. I've got today... I've got all the time, but I'm going out. I've got things sort of sorted today. Tomorrow is what I call my lazy day. If I don't need to do anything, I don't do anything, because I think, listen, if God lets you be tired, it's his way of saying slow down a bit. So I still have a little on a Friday. Actually, I won't sleep in the afternoon. I will go to bed early, but later than I would go. I mean, sometimes I've managed to make it to 8 o'clock. I mean, push the boat out, call me Susan. It's a case of, I can just about manage to get to 8, but I still wake up in the early hours of the morning. So I wake up, watch a little bit of telly, have a cup of tea, back to bed again. But I don't like to waste the day. I know it seems really odd. Some people go, oh, you can stay in bed. If you haven't got anything to do, why not stay in bed? And I go, listen, at my age, you're grateful to be breathing. So I wake up, look in the obituaries. If my name's not in it, I get out of bed. So simple as that. And go and enjoy the day. If my name's in it, I don't bother going anywhere. I just wait for the undertaker. So I like to make full use of the day. It's just the way it goes, actually. Steve, as a teenager, I worked in the Weybridge Wimpy Bar. When the manager went out, we used to make our own Knickerbocker glories with double everything, says Joe. Oh, you were naughty. But you're right, double everything. Double everything. Try and eat it as quick as you can, which is good. Steve. A lot of people thinking about my mentions of food. I heard you mention you'd had a cataract operation. No, I've had them both. I've had both eyes done. One done once because it started clouding over a little bit. And then when they went in, they checked, and he said the other eye's okay. He said, but it will go over. He said, should we put you in for that one? I said, yeah. And I think there was about 2 months difference between having the first one done and the second one. Easy peasy. Absolutely easy peasy. Surgery now. I've given up worrying about surgery. Believe you me, I've given up worrying about surgery. I've had everything done to me, to every part of my body that you could possibly think of, even the bits that we don't talk about anymore. And you start thinking, listen, if I can get through that, and the only time I got any pain, was where I nearly shot off the operating table, was when they injected my chest so they could put stitches in because I burnt myself, and that hurt like, ow. And she went, no, it's all right, it'll be fun. I'm thinking, there must be an easier way. But I got it twice. I got it on my leg, and I got it in my chest, my right-hand side. And they put this needle in, which was the thing to stop the pain. Well, the needle was the pain. And on my leg, I've got a little thing. It looks like a parking space, where they've got this little machine, and it takes a little thin layer of skin off, and they hold it, and it's you can see through it. And then they put it over my arm, and then you pray that it takes, because if it doesn't, you have to go through it again, and I really didn't fancy going through it again, but luckily it took, which is great. I've never heard of Noel Phillips, so I'll tell you about him after the latest news headlines at 5:30 with Holly Harris.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know there is a restaurant in London called Man vs. Food? I thought it was only on the television. But in fact, if you're brave enough to take on a challenge, which I'm not, but my AP thinks he might be able to, he thinks he could do a metre-long hot dog. We have our doubts over it, but the simple reason that it's £60, he doesn't have £60, but it's 9 frankfurters, a metre long, each, beef, chilli, cheese, jalapenos, white onion, and there's a 30-minute time limit. He thinks he can do it. I'm telling you, these things are going to be quite thick. They're not going to be the little thin, weedy hot dogs that you're probably used to. I quite fancy him going for the fire in the hole, which I think could be 4 double-boned buffalo wings coated in Naga Ghost chili sauce. You've got no time limit, however. The contender is not allowed to take any long pauses. Once completed, you've got... Oh, it's gone. You've got to wait 4 minutes after burn time throughout the challenge. And after burn time, drinking, leaving your seat and wiping your face is prohibited. This sounds to me like it's major chili problem. This because I think the jalapenos are going to screw you winning on the hot dog. But it's 9 of them, frankfurters. £60. £60. But you can win £100 if you do it in 30 minutes. I wouldn't risk it. You're going to be down £60 on that one. I think the killers on that one are the chili, the jalapenos. That's what, and you're going to be going, Steve was right. Steve was right yet again. I mean, some of them are quite expensive. There's one here, the big old belly buster, which is a 3.5 kilo burger served with salad, cheese and mayonnaise. Choose from beef or 10 chicken breasts. 10 chicken breasts. I think you have to sign a waiver. No sides included. 40-minute time limit. Please note, due to its size, the beef belly buster can take up to an hour to cook, and that's £80. But if you complete it in the time, you can win £350. They've got to be pretty confident that they're not going to be giving away £350 to anybody. They're going to make sure that, 10 chicken breasts. I mean, mind you, I've eaten a party bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, so it can't be that difficult. But I mean, there's no sides. There's no, so I mean, that sort of limits it. But I think salad, cheese and mayonnaise, depends how much salad, cheese. But they're really not going to be offering money. Believe you me, it's like going to the Bunko booth and saying, oh, I could do that. And then you suddenly realise that you can't do that. It's like you go to the fun fair, the sort of the games. Yeah, when you see people with the thing and they hit the hammer and it's got to go up and ring the bell, they'll go, I can do that, mate. I can do that. And they can't do that. They can't do it. No, Jack, seriously, you don't want to embarrass yourself and lose 80 quid, just to win 350. I mean, to be honest with you, there must be easier ways to make 350 quid that are legal. You couldn't do the burger. No, but I think that frankfurters, I mean, I'll tell you, they do a packet of frankfurters, which are beef in Costco, and they're in one of these blister pack kind of things, and they're quite delicious. But there's not 9 in a pack, as far as I remember. There might be 6 in a pack. I couldn't eat a whole pack of those because you've got all the other bits and pieces onto it. It sounds very appealing. If you don't have any money, you're thinking, how can I make money? 350 quid. Yeah, I am Mr. Big. But I have a sneaking feeling they've worked this out scientifically. And scientifically, I wouldn't risk it. Because either way, you're going to be down 60 quid. Just to win 100. So you're only 40 quid up on the deal. And then you've got the hospital appointment, the stomach pump. You'll have all these things in there to try and rescue and bring you back from the dead. That's how it works, which is a shame. More of your texts and emails. Apparently Whitby's Fish and Chip restaurant in Sheffield doing Knickerbocker Glory. And somebody said, I'm not really bothered, says Ian, about the fish and chips. Oh, they had fish and chips the other day on the television. They did it in a box. And I looked at it, I thought, oh, that looks really nice, actually. Very nice indeed. Steve, Beard Meats Food has done most of the challenges from Man vs. Food. I've seen him before, Johnny. I just think there must be something the matter with these people. Because you either food doesn't settle on your hips, because I think you just explode. Because you have to sign a waiver, don't you? That kind of is a warning sign to me. That's somebody waving a red flag going, once you've signed that waiver and you go, oh, I don't feel very well, you go, that's your problem, mate. That's your problem. And I've just taken delivery, says Nick, of a new Breville sandwich toaster. Oh, fantastic. Do you know what's really good in a Breville sandwich toaster? I know you're going to think this is really weird. But you can make samosas. Because the Breville sandwich toaster cuts and heats the thing. So you put in 2 bits of bread and on each side of it. And then you put in the middle either, I've done it with potatoes, which you cook, and then you put them in with a few little spices, put it on the top, and it will make little samosas. Or you can put mince in there and things like that. You can make, it's really very, I used to love a sandwich toaster. That would be better than eating 9 hot dogs, which are a foot long each. Just to win £100. I mean, that's basically like sort of waving a sword over your head and going, go on, risk it. Go on, risk it. I mean, I'd love to know how many people go out there thinking they probably could do it. It's like, isn't there a restaurant, an Indian restaurant somewhere in the country where they do the hottest curry? The hottest curry. And it's like, steam coming out of your ears and everything else. And people try and beat it because I'm useless on hot things. I can remember years ago, because I was talking to my driver this morning, who, as I say, was from Bangladesh, and he said it's so funny. He said because everybody goes into the Indian restaurants. He said the Indian people don't eat the curries that you get in there. He said they're completely different. There's so many different ingredients in them. I said, well, they bring over all the chefs from various parts of India, and it's very clever. But chicken tikka masala or chicken tikka was invented by a Brit. Certainly, it was nothing to do with anybody. You don't go to India and go, tikka masala? And they look at you like you're completely mad. Mind you, I've tried in the past and tried to get things like sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour chicken in a Chinese restaurant in China. Nope, they don't do it. It's only meant for us, actually. Do you remember Nesquik? Yeah, I do, actually. I do remember Nesquik. I preferred Crusher. Crusher milkshake was better because it was the liquid, and they did it in I think they did pineapple, chocolate and everything else, and you just poured it in, and that was particularly good. Crusher milkshake. The milkshake. Oh, the milkshake's in the straw. Oh, right. Yes, I've seen that before. Interesting. Holly Willoughby in the paper today saying her love for her husband started as a friendship so intense it was mad, because he's a producer. He was the one who produced that programme on the television that I absolutely hated, which was Celebrity Juice. And I think that was Dan's problem, programme, sorry, not problem, I do beg your pardon. She told the story of the Instagram account of her business. They married in 2007. They've got 3 children, Harry, who's 13, Belle, who's 11, and Chester, 8. They've worked on Freeze the Fear with Wim Hof, which I believe is not coming back, because I didn't understand that one at all, and Celebrity Juice, which I was praying would never come back again in the history of the English-speaking world. BBC's Happy Valley in Court cliffhanger. I've not seen it yet. I don't know what as I say, every time I heard the words Happy Valley, I assume they were talking about the race course in Hong Kong, but it's nothing to do with that. I don't think so anyway. Ian Hyland, one of the best TV critics around, talking about, actually I did watch a bit of it, Grayson Perry's Full English, and it was quite interesting, actually. because they said it was Grayson was looking for things to feature in an exhibition of Englishness, and he went to somebody whose husband was in a group, and they had English tea and all the rest of it. And interestingly, Ian Hyland says, how about a London-based national TV channel commissioning a 3-part peak time programme that ignores 3/4 of the UK, Grayson? That couldn't be anything surely more English than that. Luckily, Perry still managed to make an entertaining programme, not least because it looked like almost every group of people he met in the first leg of this south of England, druids, neon pagans, Morris dancers, were filming the opening sequence of Midsummer Murders. That's all it was. It was just weirdos in the country and things that you go, oh, that sounds as off as sort of English. But I've never done Morris dancing. I've never done it. I've never done pagan dancing. I've never been to I've always fancied going to Stonehenge when they do the solstice. I always quite fancied that idea. I thought that might be quite spiritual. Good news is that Poundland, although they're not anymore, because so much of their stuff in there is not a pound. It used to be a pound, but now the prices have gone up. They've got 50 new stores opening by the end of September. However, Asda has threatened to go up to 4,300 redundancies under plans to ditch overnight shelf filling, because they used to have loads of people who would fill their shelves up overnight. They're thinking of not having them. My friend Chris says chicken tikka masala was invented in Glasgow, and the chap passed away. It's not funny. Passed away just before Christmas. Nothing to do with the chicken tikka masala, I don't think. You're right, actually, he did. I forgot. I couldn't tell you his name. But my friend Chris says, I'm going to be talking to your brother this weekend, vintage toy car models. I need his expertise. So I'll tell you, I love this show. I can't tell you. But now I'm worried that Jack might become ill. And we might get a phone call, Freddie, from his sort of physician saying, unfortunately, Jack has had to have a stomach transplant because he went for the hot dogs and he lost on that, and then he lost his temper and tried to smash the restaurant up. You know, no, I don't want you trying a report. No, I couldn't encourage gluttony. Could I? Can you imagine if something really did happen to you because you might be allergic to... I mean, when was the last time you had a foot-long hot dog? Have you had them before? You had one yesterday? Did you? What do you mean, obviously? Why am I supposed to know what you've eaten in the course of a 24-hour period? You had a meter-long hot dog yesterday? No, you didn't. So you were fibbing. Honestly, I can just imagine them sitting out in the newsroom this morning going, that's all they talk about is food, you know. When I walked through there, because I had to go to another toilet, it was so quiet in the newsroom, I felt I should have been padding along very quietly. It was very quiet. And as you pass somebody's desk, they all look up and go, and you kind of lose the will to live. But it is 14 minutes to 6. Time for the LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be... We can't change his mind. He's going for the challenge, but I don't want to... I'm having nothing to do with it. Seriously, I don't want to be blamed for anything. Sally says, I've just got COVID for the second time. Do you know, I know people who've had it second and third times, actually, COVID. She said, but listening to your old podcast, I feel a bit better now. Oh, do download. Please. Only for the simple reason there is so much choice out there. On Global Player, there is literally the entire world out there for you. Not just my programmes. And I have 2 podcasts every day, except on a bank holiday. So I have Steve Allen's The Whole Show and Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. I don't know why we call it that. It's probably some personal thing that somebody invented a long time ago. And, oh, Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. And as I say, we do very well on them. And I've got thousands of podcasts up on Global Player and all the other programmes on LBC. Most of the presenters, not every presenter. Ian Dale has got like 6 podcasts. I don't know when he finds the time to do these things. I really don't. But if you go to globalplayer.com, download for free. It won't take you any time at all. And then, as I say, the world opens up and you can go back years. I think we go back about 6 years. I think it's something like that. Whatever it is, it's a huge amount of podcasts and all for free. And you get to keep them, which is lovely. A lot of you remembering Crusher milkshakes. You see, I'm quite pleased because we had raspberry, chocolate and strawberry flavours. They didn't do vanilla for some reason. I don't know why. And Nick reckoned that lime Crusher. I don't remember a lime. I thought lime would go particularly badly with milk. I can't think of anything worse, actually. And somebody says here, wait a minute. And a lot of people talking about... I heard James O'Brien yesterday. What was he talking about yesterday? Tanks. He sort of... I think he went into his second hour and he said, what should we talk about? He said, I think tanks. And I remember thinking, do you know, I've never thought like that in the morning. I've never sort of opened up the programme going, we must do so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so with Gemma Collins, whatever, and tanks. You know, because the two kind of went together, I always thought. I didn't know. Shane says, I love Happy Valley. I've got season 1 and 2 on DVD and I'm waiting for season 3. They don't waste any time bringing these. Can't you get it on catch-up or something like that? Would it not be available on catch-up? He lives in Australia, I know, starts with a handicap. What can he do? He's in Australia, he's gay, and he's watching Happy Valley. I mean, his life is... And he's got this programme, although he has written to us a few times recently saying that he's a little bit worse for wear through alcohol. So I don't know how much alcohol he drinks or even what he drinks, but I know he goes to a club out there. I think it's like, you know, we have the... What are the clubs called over here? We go... Oh, the Legion. People go to the Legion. They join the Legion, and then you get sort of your meals and booze and everything else like that. And it's a nice lot of people, actually. Steve says, Johnny, if your producer is going to try a food challenge, I fear it is inevitable. He's desperate for the £100. It would be a lot easier just to sort of make him do something interesting in the studio and give him the £100, wasn't it? As opposed to, yeah, all right, whatever. Ask him to read this website, Steve. It's got tips on how to tackle large amounts of food. Have it liquidised, I should imagine. And, well, we couldn't access the website. Probably just as well. Probably written by people going, don't ever do it. Kim Kardashian's kids, North and St. West, have joined her on the cast of Paw Patrol, the mighty movie. Do you know, I must be the only person in the entire universe who really couldn't care less about the Kardashians. I don't care about them at all. Really not very popular. And apparently humans could be wiped out like the dodo as robots unleash a Terminator-style Armageddon. Boffins say artificial intelligence machines could take control of their programming and kill us. Just what we need, isn't it, really? Just what we need. How about... There you go. My friend Chris has suggested something for you. How about eating a donut without licking your lips? Yeah, it's not possible, is it, to eat a donut without licking your lips? Oh, he'll say it. He'll probably go for that. But I bet he could. Perhaps I should buy some donuts and bring them in. They do them. Yeah, donuts are great. But imagine doing it without licking your lips. You can't do it. I love the way you're so confident. You go, I could do that, Steve. I could do that. You can't do it. I think if you try... I don't need to underestimate you. I think everybody underestimates you. It's not just me. I mean, should we do a survey? I bet if I did a survey and punted it out to my audience this morning, they'd be going, yeah, we're not fans either. I've been listening to you, says Sid Cup Julie, since 4. Then I nodded off briefly to find myself on stage with you singing with Barbara Streisand. You've got to stop these dreams. They're getting worse and worse and worse. Can you imagine somebody says you can sing with Barbara Streisand? I think that would be quite cool, actually. Just even meeting Barbara Streisand would be very exciting. Richard Sharp. You know who Richard Sharp is? Chairman of the BBC. And it has been claimed that MPs do not have all the facts when they gave the job to him. Apparently, Culture Secretary Michelle Donnellan said the appointment process was rigorous, adding that a cross-party committee of MPs even had a hand in the matter. Oh, I was watching Question Time last night. I seem to watch the oddest programmes on the television. I sort of lurched from one disaster to another. And it had Nadine Dorries on it. And I just kept looking at her thinking, what does she represent? I had no idea at all. No idea. Steve, you can train your stomach for competitive eating spicy food. It's explained on Food Theory on YouTube. So there you go. And apparently... Bosch says, I'm at your studio sitting in the waiting room with the security guard Jay. What are you doing here? What are you doing? Oh, I know, you'll be doing something for our sister station round the corner. I bet you anything. Bosch should be doing something there. But perhaps he's brought breakfast in. Perhaps they've got somebody to come in and cook breakfast. That'd be quite nice. I go a bundle on that one. Has he gone to get me another tea? Or has he just wandered off to... He just wandered. Or failing that, my friend Chris says 3 dry crackers in a minute. 3 dry crackers. I don't think you could eat three dry crackers in a minute. The eating the donut without licking your lips, I think, is quite interesting. I'm not sure whether or not that would be absolutely possible. Yeah, I don't know, actually, because you'd feel sugar there, wouldn't you? You don't think so? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Bosch is there. I should be wondering. I'm going out the back door now, I've decided. What are you doing, Thomas? Are you in? Well, you must be on the radio. If you're in already, you must be on. So you will pass my studio. You will pass my studio, but only if you say to them, can I go and wave at Steve Allen through his door? Because otherwise you'll be coming out of the lift and then going off to the right and then going straight ahead to our sister station Capital. Whereas I'm left up the little flight of stairs just on the right. Can't miss me. Did Nick Abbott take that box of cereal from under the desk? Apparently he was one of your production staff. Box of cereal? Don't know. Nick Abbott doesn't take anything. You know, he's winding you up. I love the way he winds up his audience, and they believe it. They believe it. It's one of those sort of things, actually. Steve says, Glenn, I was working in India. I got hooked on a dish called chicken kalpuri. So on returning to the UK, I wanted to get it from my local restaurant, but nobody had it. Most of the Indian restaurants are run by Bangladeshi chefs, and it doesn't fall into their go-to dishes. I have to say, though, it's delicious. Yeah, I mean, most of the chefs over here are from Bangladesh. You won't find anybody who's sort of, British-born Asian who is working in an Indian role. Well, if you have, it's surprising. Although I knew somebody years ago, a listener to me, and he was British, white, and he worked in a Chinese takeaway. He used to cook Chinese takeaway. And I remember thinking, how bizarre. He must have been a really good cook. Really, really good cook. Sounded quite nice, actually. Steve, Tony here, HGV driver on his way to Telford. Apparently, it is possible to eat a donut without licking your lips. My friend Chris reckons it's not. So, I personally wouldn't be risking it because I haven't eaten a donut for ages. I buy them for my brother and his wife. If ever I'm going down the motorway, I call into the service station and buy them a box of Krispy Kreme donuts. Which I know. It's fatal. It's fatal. They do them, I think, in Costco as well, Krispy Kreme donuts. And they do little donut, though. Bad news. They really are. So, men risk getting a chilly willy with the latest fashion trend, which is wearing shorts in the winter. Why on earth would you want to wear shorts in the winter? It's cold. Of course you're going to get a chilly willy, even though my postman, Darren, wears shorts all year round. I don't think I've ever seen him in long trousers. Definitely not. Irish designer Robin Lynch featured men in Aran jumpers with sports shorts in her winter collection. So there you go. It's the latest thing. But also you can wear not trainer socks or sliders, and socks should never be brightly coloured. David Frost was very well known for having brightly coloured socks, whereas me, I'm boring old dark blue or black. I don't like anything too complicated. Should we take a short break for the news? I think so, and I'll be back with you in about 3 minutes. We'll take more of your texts and emails. If you just joined us, good morning. It's Friday, January the 27th, Steve Allen's Early Breakfast.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Friday, January the 27th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. We do till 7. Birthdays today. Mikhail Baryshnikov is 75.
These days, it's nice to know what you're getting. Like the same when you tuck into our tasty breakfast. The same yes when your kids stay and eat breakfast for free. The same woo knowing there are over 800 hotels. And the same every time you sink into one of our super comfy beds. Enjoy the same feeling whatever the trip. Premier Inn. Rest easy. Only available to book at premierin.com. T's and C's apply. Up to 2 kids stay and eat breakfast free with a full paying adult.
Dancer. Pink Floyd's drummer Nick Mason is 79. The lovely Nick. Rosamund Pike is 44. Alan Cumming is 58. And Bridget Fonda is 59. So many happy returns to those celebrities, and if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Wee bit early for the postman to deliver your cards and all the rest of it. I don't know, some people seem to wait for most of the day to get the postman to deliver. Our one is generally about 1 o'clock, lunchtime, because he's got to go up and down the street, and he does chat to people. So sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Dancing on Ice's Ekin Sue will be ditching her sexy outfit this week to dress up as a movie nun. Who cares? Seriously, the Sun have devoted a whole page to this. A whole page of somebody dressing up as Maria from The Sound of Music. So it'll be another one of sort of Desperado. So she's going to cover up as Maria von Trapp, and she's going to famously feature the song So Long Farewell. It's just ice skating with Z-list celebrities. That's all it is. It isn't anything more than that. I don't know why. The other people must be absolutely fed up with the amount of publicity she gets through standing upright. Mind you, it beat the heck out of Gemma Collins, didn't it? I mean, she spent most of her time on her bottom on the ice. Toby Carvery diners are down in the mouth after eggs were axed from the all-you-can-eat breakfast. It's £5.49. See, I like that idea. £5.49, all you can eat. That's very good value. That's a lot better than eating 9-foot-long hot dogs, isn't it? Perhaps you should go for that one. But anyway, the new cost of living bombshell comes after the Sun revealed that lamb had been dropped from Toby's roast offerings due to the rising cost. But they also, apparently, the popular breakfast controversially comes with Yorkshire puddings and gravy. I don't think you should have gravy. I mean, Yorkshire puddings I can understand for breakfast, because they're fairly cheap. But signs on the Toby bar say we are temporarily unable to supply eggs. I don't know why. There's no shortage. Well, not that I've noticed. Every time I go out there, the shelves are groaning with eggs. But I suppose some people get a bit carried away and they go, I'll have 4 eggs. Before you know where you are, people have sort of eaten perhaps more than their fair share. A bull fell into the River Teme in Hertfordshire the other day. Herefordshire. And the firefighters in a lifeboat used a chain to drag it out. Perhaps it was enjoying the swim. I don't know. You get these sort of things, don't you, really? And the Top Gear star, Freddie Flintoff, needs months off to recover from his traumatic car crash. I would think it would be better, actually, if he didn't go back to the programme. The reason being, it's blooming dangerous. Out there. A greyhound trainer was attacked in the stadium over a love triangle. And it's all these things. There was somebody who sort of attacked somebody who was going out with an ex, and so it went on and on. And they all say the same. It was like a red mist descending. He didn't know what he was doing. There is no such thing as a red mist descending. Although I don't know, actually. I've seen some of these peculiar people in America who lose their tempers over, there was one woman, she was trying to knock children off their bikes because they were going up and down outside her house. A real weirdo. To be honest with you, they should have called the police immediately and not even worried about it. I like the unexpected morons in the bagging area. These are sort of questions which are fairly simple. So, celebrity mastermind Clive Myrie. The name of which large Asian country is also a type of porcelain used to make items of tableware such as cups and plates? The answer from Rhys Stevenson, Thailand. I mean, mind you, it gets worse. Tipping Point, Ben Shepherd. Chapstick is a brand of skincare balm used to moisture and prevent chapping of which part of the mouth? Michael. Teeth? I mean, seriously, that's stupid. The Great Chase, or The Chase, Bradley Walsh. The QI State Great Wall is the oldest section of which World Heritage Site? The QI State Great Wall is the oldest section of which World Heritage Site? Alex? Cheddar Gorge? I mean, these people are too stupid for their own being. I mean, you just can't believe how dumb these people are. Absolutely ridiculous. What else we got? Great sporting insights. Michael Dawson. Only Leicester and Forest have scored 15 goals with 12 each. But that's trouble. They don't engage their brain before they open their mouths. They've got no idea. And, I did watch the John Bishop show. Have you seen it? I've said John Bishop has this little sort of chat show with some people on it. And it just doesn't kind of work. He's a comedian. And they always think, he'll be really funny if you put him on a show and he's interviewing people. And it doesn't work. It's not funny at all, actually. I was a little bit disappointed. Also, what else do we have today? SAS heroes in May 1980 stormed London's Iranian embassy, rescuing, as you remember, dozens of hostages and killing 5 terrorists in the process. They made a very good film about it. Then, to the mournful piano accompaniment, they returned to their barracks, where 6 tearfully confessed they'd been bullied at school. One sobbed he'd just been chucked by his girlfriend, leaving him with feelings of worthlessness. Well, no, of course they didn't. So why does Channel 4 fill every news series of SAS Who Dares Wins with sob stories whilst maintaining the ludicrous pretense they've picked the best contestants and are training these 20 tear-sodden saps for jungle warfare? It makes a mockery of the programme. They've all got issues. Every time I watch these programmes, they've all got issues. Like Love Island, we mentioned at the beginning of the programme. There's some poor old soul the other day sobbing because her boyfriend in it, he's only known about 5 seconds, has wandered off with somebody else. And quite clearly he made the best decision of his entire career. Not that I think it's a career, but I always think to myself, blimey, if you can't cope with being dumped, you might as well give up now, because you're going to be dumped for the rest of your life. Steve, tucking into a banana and honey sandwich. Oh, says London Taxi Shane. Banana and honey sandwich, sitting opposite St Paul's, just starting my shift. You don't really have a shift if you're driving a taxi, do you? Because you decide when you want to work. But banana and honey, it's a bit messy, isn't it? Not sure about banana and honey. But it sounds quite nice, actually. All this talk of food and donuts, Steve, says Andrew. I'm currently making a chocolate ganache cake to take to a house party tomorrow. You going on about donuts, I thought I'd better take some fresh cream donuts with me. But I'm listening to you in Kuala Lumpur. Oh, lovely. I like that. I like donuts filled with sort of cream. I've never had one filled with cream. I've had them filled with jam, and I've had them filled with jam's nice. I've had one filled with spiced apple. That was quite nice. That was a Krispy Kreme donut. They were quite nice, actually. I shouldn't eat them. I shouldn't really eat them, but they are nice, actually. Have I had these? This is Oh, yes, I've had the cream donuts with the squirty cream down them. Oh, yeah. They do those in Greggs. They used to do them in Marks and Spencer's, but I haven't seen them for ages. But cream donuts with the cream. So it's like a long roll, and then they slice it down the middle, open it up a bit, cover it in sugar, and then they just go with the cream, which goes all the way down the middle. To be honest with you might as well cut out the middleman, lie on the floor and get one of your mates to squirt it into your mouth. You'll get roughly the same effect. But they do them now with custard as well, and all sorts of bits. I have to be honest, it's really quite nice. Sometimes you can go to Greggs, you just go, I'll have 2 of I like the apple turnovers. And the apple turnovers it looks like a turnover, and it's got cream and apple in it. It's got both in the middle, and it's really quite nice, actually. They're a little bit, again, not something I'm supposed to have, so I don't have it very often, about once every, 3 to 6 months. Even then, probably not as often as that, but it is particularly delicious. So Mr. Blobby's costume, £62,000, and the asteroid, which is the size of a truck, due to swoop past the Earth last night, closer than our own high-tech satellites. I think it was about 20 minutes after I left home for work. Somebody said, this satellite is going to be, Peter. We talked about it yesterday morning. It's green, isn't it? Or something like that. I can't remember whether it was or not. Is that the one? That was Tuesday, yeah. Oh, this coming Tuesday. Different comet. 2 comets. Good Lord above. Why do we get 2 comets? Where do they come from? We got 1 comet, and then another comet comes along. Well, this is unreal, isn't it? How do people know these things? This one on Tuesday is the... Oh, that's right. Yes, it's not been seen for years. To be honest with you, it sounds like it's going to be a bit of a damp squib. It's going to be sort of something that really isn't as exciting as I was thinking it was going to be. But the other one is green, isn't it? Isn't the other one green? That's the 50,000-year one. Why would it be green? I can't think of why it would be green. There must be some reason, but people who scan the heavens will be the sort of people who sort of will be out looking for it. I'm hoping that they put some nice footage up on YouTube or something like that, just to make it marginally more interesting for us. Because I'm not really a stargazer. I'm not really the sort of person who sort of sits there with a telescope. Although my neighbour used to have one. He used to go out when it was pitch dark, and he would look up into the heavens and see celestial bodies. Whereas, I just used to drink Prosecco and saw bodies. I never actually thought about anything else at all. Steve, off on a rugby tour to Plymouth for the weekend, says James, but it's too cold for short shorts. Well, most people who play rugby, don't they put on a pair of, leggings and then they put the shorts on? No. I thought they did. That's frowned upon, is it? Oh, right. If you do that, apparently you're less of a man. Oh, well, I think I'll just have to be less of a man then. I mean, blimey, if you can't sort of, if you have to worry about what you put in. Because I've seen a lot of people jogging and they have, something underneath their shorts and then their shorts on over the top. You wouldn't be that sort of person. Just a pair of pants and then the shorts. Oh, you'd be ridiculed. Oh, good Lord above, honestly. Fatal, isn't it? Even people, imagine being ridiculed. Steve, cabin crew heading to Delhi. Excited about authentic Indian food. Have you ever been to India? No. Oh, well, I tell you what, I tell a lie, we have. When we flew back from Hong Kong years ago, our stop-off was in Mumbai, or Bombay as it was then, and we stopped off because it was a long flight, and the only thing they had was fizzy drinks. And if you're flying and you're a child, it's, fizzy drinks was not the thing I wanted, and I always remember the smell of the airport. It was the most fantastic smells. It was white marble, and it was just unbelievable. And then they said, we get some drinks for you, and it was fizzy orange. They didn't have anything else apart from fizzy orange, so we had to have fizzy orange. And I think I spent the rest of the journey on the plane thinking, I'm going to be sick. I was never very good about things like that. Steve, peanut butter and cucumber sandwich. See, that quite appeals to me, peanut butter and cucumber, because I like cucumber. That's very good. So very nice. And slightly worried about sort of not being allowed to wear shorts underneath your other shorts. That's seen as a bit girly. Typical, isn't it, really? Let's get the latest news headlines at 6:16 with Holly Harris.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody, 6:20. Morning, welcome to Friday, welcome to... Isn't it fantastic? Don't you just love Fridays? Mind you, not much help if you work the weekend. Somebody said this, talk of comets, watch the movie Greenland. Says Tony, over the weekend on Netflix. You won't leave the house next week. Stars Gerard Butler. Oh, right. And Chris in Hartford says, all this talk of food has tempted me to have a McDonald's breakfast. Bacon, sausage and egg roll with brown sauce and a crispy hash brown. Yeah, they're always crispy. They always sell them as crispy hash browns, don't they? They never say sort of, soggy and wet hash browns. They're always... somebody says, why are you obsessed with food? Or you're not eating food, perhaps you're just eating sawdust. People ask the stupidest questions, honestly. You do worry about them, honestly. Perhaps maybe they don't vote. Steve, day off today, says Pete. No cleaning and fixing water-filled money pits. Instead, either pedicure and a hot stone massage. I'm en route to the gym, still tubby, but I'm no quitter. Love a Friday. Yeah, good. A pedicure I like. I like going for pedicures. I think they're great. In fact, actually, I might go for one. Should I go for one for tomorrow? I might go for one for tomorrow, actually. Because generally speaking, because most people don't go on a Saturday because they go and do their shopping and all the rest of it. It's only during the week that they're fairly busy, and I've got one up the road from me. So I might actually go tomorrow. I should go and check today, actually. Somebody says, just looked in the mirror and thought I was dying. Because people look older. I've discovered certain mirrors make you look older. Definitely. Mike says, Weatherspoons announced another 11 pubs to close, with 35 still in the market. Around our way, as I say, it's banks. It's banks. The Lloyds Bank is going. HSBC is going as well. That leaves us with nothing. Nothing at all. Which is ridiculous. Saying, if we need anything, we'll have to go to Richmond. And if Richmond doesn't have the bank, because we were saying the other day, the Lloyds Bank, they were only open 3 days a week anyway. And it's quite big premises. You don't need premises that big. So I thought that was on the cards. I thought it had to be, and it escaped last time round, but this time round it hasn't escaped. And I was thinking, but what about the little businesses? I said to Lynn, I was saying, I said it's closing. I said, but I'm not surprised it's closing. I never saw loads of people going in there. But if you're a little business, you bank. She said, well, most people don't don't have banking to do anymore. I said, well, little businesses do, because, not everybody pays by credit card. Some people going in to buy things, that then means that you're either how are you going to do it? I know you can pay at the post office, but some people just wouldn't try going to the post office at all. So we'll let you know, actually, whether it works or not, which it might do. Cucumber and mint sandwiches and wholemeal bread. I don't do wholemeal bread. I've never done it. And the reason I've never done it, actually, is, I don't know, I sort of think I'm being conned into eating something that I'm not particularly bothered about eating. What have we got now? No shortage of new music out today. Ava Max dropping her sparkly album Diamonds and Dance Floors. And loads. I've never heard of half these people. They're bringing out all these albums, and I thought, I'll do all the things, I've heard of Kelly Clarkson, Goldblum, KSI, Fleur East. I mean, they just get lost in the melange of all these new releases. It doesn't work the same at all. Steve, I have never watched a single episode of Towie, Love Island, or Dancing on Ice, The Masked Singer, or Strictly, says Ray the Chauffeur. I couldn't bear the thought of putting myself through the rubbish that these are. I'm Brighton at the moment, then up to Heathrow, then off to Cambridge, then back to London, then home. Oh, blimey. I mean, how you can get it? See, the trouble is all these things are on the television all the time. I mean, Towie is just the same thing. It's just basically people sleeping with everybody else. It's a bit cheap and trashy, but that's what they are. Apparently, the good news is Chloe Sims has quit. So that's good. She's been on it for about 500 years. The Masked Singer, there's never anybody particularly interesting, and Strictly Come Dancing. But, they actually try and sell that as sort of a big programme. It's obviously got a big budget, our money again. But it's just a reality show. That's all it is. It's a reality show that probably doesn't pay as much as some of the other things that come on. So you enjoy your driving. Oh, look, another picture of Rita Ora. Good heavens above. Like we don't have enough pictures of Rita Ora. Have you heard? Yes, I'd never heard of this. A rare Rubik's Cube featuring the singer Sting was sold for... it was bought for £12. It's just been sold for more than £1,000. £1,000 for a Rubik's Cube. Apparently, Richard Caldwell relisted the twisty puzzle bearing Rock Band The Police after finding out it was a limited edition. It ended up selling for £1,028 amid frenzied bidding on the auction site eBay. Richard says the guy I sold it to told me he'd been looking for one for years. He was very happy to have it. Wow. He said, I don't mind The Police, but I'm not really a huge fan. It's worth £1,000. Didn't even know they existed, these things. Tinder has been declared a super brand for the first time. It didn't make the top 10, but, other people did. Häagen-Dazs. Oh, Häagen-Dazs. There you go. How appropriate. Kellogg's, Rolex, and the other ones. So the top 10 brands, these are, big brands. Number 10, Häagen-Dazs. We like their strawberries and cream ice cream. Number 9, Google. Use it all the time. Use it all the time. Best search engine ever. 8 is British Airways. 7 is Kellogg's. 6 is Visa. 5 is Apple. 4 MasterCard. Oh, that's me again. Number 3 is Samsung. 2 is Lego. And number 1, Rolex. Look. What is the time? Oh, look at that. It's one diamond past another, as if. You can always tell fibs about your watch, can't you? Sterling Moss, the late great, had 2 cars. One of them is set to sell for... There's only 75 of them. And this one is set to sell, they reckon, for $3.5 million. Chris, you listening? This one's coming up for auction. Oh, we won't be listening now. But the Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren is based on the SLR 300 British Formula One ace Moss took to the checkered flag in 1955 in Italy. Only 75 exist. So £3.5 million for a car. I can't believe it either. These things go for huge amounts of money. I feel a bit guilty, actually. A bit guilty, but nevertheless. Steve, no need to go out in the dark. Stay in the warm with the Prosecco and look at my photo of the Green Comet. And that's what I'll be telling the magistrates next Monday, he says, after I'm arrested in the dark with a pair of binoculars, says tanker driver Phil. It is clever, though, isn't it? There's all these stars up there and stuff like that. And that's it, is it? That's it. Wow. I'm quite sort of taken aback by that. I think that's quite a nice thing to look at. I don't want to watch anything doing anything, because I say the next time we see anything, it'll be some blooming spaceship that comes down and annihilates all of us. Steve, I came back from India through Mumbai airport on their 70th anniversary of independence. I was flying club and was allowed to use the lounge with free drinks. Only problem being Independence Day, 15th of August, is a dry day in India, and hence it was tea or soda. Today is Republic Day, so the air crew caller going to Delhi may find the same today. Oh, not good. Eric says, I'm trying this Alexa thing. Is it working? Well, it appears to be. So there you go. Get your listeners to buy Dom's single, Holy Water. This is our Dominic from Mr. Watson's programme, Mr. M's programme. Steve, I love a Toby Carver, he says, Niall, and a Harvester. Really great value. I think I've been to them, but not for ages. I used to go to one in Staines called the Crooked Billet. And again, you would have, a steak and stuff like that. And then it was always for starters, prawn cocktail or pate. It was always very bad. We thought we'd arrived. We thought we were eating out really top of the notch stuff, And then they'd bring around the trolley and go, would you like some strawberries, Black Forest Gatto, profiteroles, and or would you like some fresh fruit salad? And we go, I don't know. And they go, do you like a little bit of each of them? And you go, can I? And they go, yes, you can. And you go, I can't believe it. We're having all these puddings. At home, you just get jelly. And that was about as far as it went. My mother made a good jelly, but, we have a little bit of Black Forest Gatto, a profiterole, and a couple of strawberries. And then they go, do you want ice cream? No! Not ice cream as well. Couldn't believe it. Eating out has changed over the years. Now, it's not considered the posh thing to do anymore. Years ago, when I was eating out, it was considered posh. You had to have a little bit of money to do it. Look, 6:30. Let's get the latest news headlines on time with Holly Harris.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7 is the time. So here he is. His name's Richard Lovett. Richard Lovett is a white bloke, in inverted commas, from Yorkshire, and he's been given a starring role in a Bollywood blockbuster. He's going to fly to Mumbai next week to shoot with one of India's biggest production companies. He will be the first white British man to land a lead role in the country's huge film industry. In fact, the Bollywood film industry is the biggest film industry in the world. They're making loads of films, and the stars could be making 3 films at the same time. He said he wanted to study drama as a kid in Huddersfield, but thought he'd get bullied. Instead, he turned to... Sorry? Tea, yes? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Tea. Oh, right. You're going to get tea, are you? Freddie's going to get... Oh, Elliot's making tea. Good Lord above, there's no end to the excitement here. But anyway, so you've confused me now. He said he wanted to study drama. Instead, he turned to fitness and became a personal trainer. His first insight into Bollywood came when he got a 3-month contract in India to train movie stars. Clients included Ranveer Singh, Bollywood's equivalent to Tom Cruise, Arun Kapoor, and the late Sushant Singh Rajput. He got interested in their lives and began getting smaller roles, and then a casting director saw him, and so he's a foreign, non-native Hindi speaker, and he's got this thing. He said, it was really hard. It's real sort of Bruce Lee stuff, and so he's known on social media as Gora, white guy in Hindi. But that's quite an achievement. I mean, that really is quite an achievement to actually sort of break into Bollywood. I know there are lots of British Asians who go out and they feature in Bollywood films, of which they're unfortunately, I go back so far. I remember the early Bollywood movies, and people used to say to me, how do you know so much about Bollywood movies? And I said, because when I used to work for United Biscuits, the factories had a high percentage of Asian workers and people who liked watching them, and they would bring in their albums to the studio, their coveted Indian film score albums, and they would say, could you play this track? Because I used to play, I think it was 2 tracks an hour in Osterley and in Harlesden, just to make sure that people got their fair quota. So I grew up with Cubby Cubby and all sorts of bits and pieces, and they would bring in the girls would bring in their albums and say, Steve, can you play this track and that track? So I got to know it, and I liked it. I was always amazed, because as you know, or you might not know, most of the Bollywood songs were recorded by just a small group of people. So all the people in the films mimed to somebody else singing. Lata Mangeshkar was still working into her 90s, I think, and she would sing the songs and people would mime them in the films. So, you know, in between her and Kishore Kumar and, you know, all the other people who were sort of part of it, it was brilliant. So clever, but a huge industry. I mean, absolutely huge industry. And I said we did Five's Company, and they were offered Amitabh Bachchan, who is like mega big. You know, when you talk about gods in films, Amitabh Bachchan would be a big thing. And we had him. Well, they were queuing round the block because he's such a big star, such a big star. You can't even imagine what it's like. Have you ever had your breakfast in bread? You know, when you go out to the supermarkets and they do all these different bits and pieces. Well, they've decided to go out and try them and tell you how many calories there are in each of these. Because I don't know, perhaps I'm really doing it wrong. Perhaps I should be checking on how many calories are in everything, because some of these things which seem perfectly normal, all of these breakfast things vary between about 400, 500 calories up to about 700 or 800 calories. So you're eating quite a lot, and they give them marks. For example, Asda's all-day breakfast triple is £3, and you get 2 brown sandwiches again, but mixing things up with Cumberland sausage instead of just regular sausage in the egg variations. Each one tasted good. It was £3 seems quite cheap, really quite cheap. The calories 600, and it got a score of 6. However, over in Waitrose, egg, bacon, and sausage complete the filling. This is their all-day breakfast. £4, calories 500. That got 5, so Asda winning so far. Marks and Spencer's all-day breakfast, not just any Marks and Spencer's breakfast. This is an M&S one. And this has got strips of bacon, and it's £4. So price is sort of same as Waitrose. It's 552 calories, and it gets a score of 7, so it's 2 up on Waitrose. Sainsbury's bacon and free-range egg, £2.75. See, that's not a bad price. I don't think so. That's the cheapest that I found, although I will find another one for you in a second. 465 calories and scored 6. Lidl breakfast, £2.39. I know, don't knock it. This one's got 3 variations of bacon, sausage and egg. They don't scrimp on the filling. The egg and bacon on white bread give a more authentic full English flavour. This is £2.39. See, that's good value. 631 calories, and it's scored 8. That's good. It's really a no-brainer. However, I found one with another high score. This time it's Aldi, or Aldi, all-day breakfast, £2.29, calories those 704, a little bit steep, but it's got 2 malted brown sarnies, and there's a white bit in the middle as well, and it's got bacon, egg, sausage, more bacon, so a meatier bite, and this scores 9. No, that's almost perfection. Even Tesco's all-day breakfast at £2.80, calories 570, is sausage, bacon and egg, triple portion of sandwiches packed with flavour, and that scored 8. They've got mayonnaise plus tomato relish. Sounds odd, but sounds okay. So it's not bad prices, is it? If you're going to go out there. So the best one is Aldi all-day breakfast, £2.29. I mean, that's really good value when you consider M&S all-day breakfast is £4, Waitrose £4. You know, you can get cheaper and it can be better. The only problem being Aldi's all-day breakfast has got 704 calories, which seems just I mean, whether it's going to make any difference to your life, I shouldn't imagine. But interesting. Monica says, love your reminiscing of Bollywood. Oh, so many reminiscings. And taxi driver Shane says, I've just done a job from St Paul's to Leicester Square. Parked up on the rank on Charing Cross Road, Garrick Theatre, opposite the Global Studios. Give us a wave. I can't. I'm at the front. What's the matter? Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling? Why is he smiling?
There you go.
You're making tea?
There we go.
Or are we looking at the mug? Why are you smiling?
In a good mood.
Oh, right. I told you somebody said to me the other day, how are you getting on with your producer, Freddie? I said, he's a happy little soul. He just kind of proves he's brought in the tea, which is good. Better tea than you. Better tea than you. Yeah. What more can I tell you? I love it. Steve, people think vegans don't eat. Vegans. Don't you sound like from another planet. And what can I have for breakfast, Steve? I don't know. I don't know what vegans eat for breakfast. What do vegans eat for breakfast? You can get vegan sausages, and you can have tomatoes and you can have avocado and stuff like that. So vegan sausage and avocado, that could be, that's doable, I think. But I don't know. I mean, I've never been out with a vegan. Never been out with a vegan. I tell a lie, actually. I did once. I went out with somebody who was not vegan, vegetarian. And I can remember pulling into Earl's Court and I said, you couldn't nip into McDonald's and just get me a cheeseburger. And they went, no. And I went, why? They went, because that meat is murder. I went, what? I said, well, you're just buying it. You don't have to touch it. I'm not asking you to sample it. Refuse point blank. Point blank, I am not buying a burger. The relationship finished the same day. Steve, perhaps we can ask Thomas Bosch to try all these breakfasts for it. When it comes to breakfast, he's the man. Oh, he eats curry for breakfast. Curry and chips. I have to be honest, it does sound quite delightful, doesn't it, really? And most Brits fear ordering croissant. 56% of people said they hesitate to avoid the embarrassment of getting the French flaky pastry treat's name wrong. Well, it doesn't even sound like anything else. It is a croissant. Okay, or just point. Can you point? Who are these woke people? Who are these snowflakes? How do you pronounce it? It's a croissant. Croissant. You know, you just point it and go, two of those, one of those, and one. Oh, God, honestly. I don't know how some people actually make it out of the bedroom at first thing in the morning. They found some cave bones. You want to come around here? I've got loads of cave bones around here. This is up north. Oldest northerner, they reckon, dating back 11,000 years, have been dug up in a cave. Which is good, isn't it? The male remains are about 1,000 years older than previous finds, and the first evidence of human activity in the region after the Ice Age. Oh, they've been to Blackpool again, haven't they? That's what they've done. Apparently they were found along with a periwinkle shell bead by an archaeologist who said it was clear evidence of ancient burials. Well, there's loads of these places, these sites. They do these. I love these history programs on the television. I have to be honest. I mean, I sit there fascinated by things, and they dig it up and they go, this is this and this is here, and you can see here. We have to sort of take it away very slowly, and you can see it's a gold amulet, and you think, wow, that's been buried under. They found was it the Cheapside Hall? They were doing some work in the city, and on Cheapside, they dug up this chest, and I remember when they did it, and they said it's going to be put on display in the Museum of London. And so I bought a ticket. A few of us went along to look at this exhibition, and it was obviously either a jeweller of the time who had put all his stuff inside this chest and buried it, and then the house had been covered over and nobody had found it until they dug it up years later. But I remember thinking, God, I wonder what that's worth. And the answer is it's probably worth a small fortune, because people, you know, buried things and people had jewellery made. And imagine if the one thing that they've never come up with, and I've often not panicked over it, but worried about, there must be something somewhere. No clothes from the Elizabethan era, from, you know, places, you know, like Hampton Court Palace. You would think that there would be a room where I'd love to find a secret room there that they would open up, and it's all Henry VIII's clothing. And you go, I think this is Henry VIII's. And this is Anne Boleyn's dresses, and this is her knickers and her bra and stuff. Not that I'm particularly concentrating on knickers and bras, but I'm just sort of thinking, where do all their clothes go? I mean, did they rot? Did they just give up? Because there was a lot of Henry VIII. He was quite a large person. And, I mean, he must have had so many different clothes. I mean, a lot of it was pantaloons and these sort of, they just look ridiculous. They really did. But wouldn't it be lovely to find stuff like that? I don't have to start digging up Leicester Square, see what I can find. 14 minutes to 7. Let's get the news headlines with Holly Harris.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Steve, I miss the waffles from McDonald's. Yeah, you and me together. In fact, they seem to sell out. in a lot of occasions. Regarding ancient clothing, Steve, they had the clothes of the Black Prince in Canterbury Cathedral in a display cabinet. Are they genuine? See, I like things like that. If you go to, well, there's a place in, not Herefordshire, Hertfordshire, something like that, and they've got a highway robber whose clothing is still there. Dick Turpin. If you look through a hole in the door, they've still got his hat and his cape for Dick Turpin, who did Stand and Deliver. I think that was in Huntingdon. I seem to remember that one. It always goes back an awful long time. Steve, I'm a bit of a dinosaur, as social media goes. Finally took the plunge and joined Instagram. All my colleagues have thousands of followers, says Jeanette. I've got 10. Oh, don't listen. I've got people with less than that round here. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It makes no difference, actually, because you're never too sure whether or not all of them, because you can buy followers. You can buy a group. So they'll say you pay this much for 100,000 followers. So sometimes people who claim, I've got, 400,000 people, they haven't at all. They bought them in. And you can check them out. It's very easy, actually. Roger says fabric was expensive. Subsequently, it was recycled. Well, I shouldn't imagine, actually, Henry VIII had to worry about money. He must have been loaded. Absolutely loaded. So what are we waiting for over the weekend? I think we're waiting for another statement from Nadeem Zahawi, who gives permission for HMRC to reveal his tax history to Number 10's investigation, including this settlement. You can't find an actual answer. They say, and the I, £4.8 million. Some people have said £1 million, some have said 5. Whatever it is, it's an awful lot of money to just have lying around. So, and this is the penalty for unpaid tax. But they've said that, they don't charge people penalties if you make a genuine error. And he said it was an error. So anyway, there are no penalties for innocent errors in your tax affairs. Thank the Lord for that, ladies and gentlemen. The growing number of senior Tories believe he should resign now rather than drag it out. Boris Johnson earned how much last month? How much last month? How much did he earn? £500,000? Good guess. £1 million. £1 million, yeah. On what? I've got no idea. No idea. And when he went to Kyiv the other day, did we pay for that? Did it? I mean, it must have been paid for. It comes out of government funding, doesn't it, really, being an ex-prime minister? Could be that's hell of expenses. But it's odd, isn't it? A country at war with Russia, you would think, and yet flights are flying in and out. And sort of day-to-day life in certain parts of the Ukraine appears to be returning to normal. ITV, it's now been revealed, paid Matt Hancock £320,000 but then he did get them loads of publicity and loads of coverage. So that's why. That's what they're buying. They're buying somebody who can get coverage. And, whether you like him or you don't like him, and I'm not particularly bothered either way, it's a case of he did do all the Bush-Tucker trials. And he did them with a certain amount of grace, because it's now, I think the latest one he's filmed is another of these SAS challenges. To be honest with you, I'm bored with him already. But that's just my opinion. You don't have to like people. Spitting Image, I know they brought it back. I've missed it. I used to love Spitting Image. I used to love all the people who appeared. Even on there, Al Murray rehearsing for a Spitting Image thing. Also, they're looking for an ethics advisor now. This is yet more on Zahawi. This time to look into a £30 million loan to Zahawi's wife's company. It just lurches from bad to really bad. I think over this weekend, it has to. This is the only opportunity when they get the weekend and they can sit back and go, right, what are we going to do? Do we want this dragging on any longer? And the answer is no, we don't, because it's damaging to the party. Pete says they've got Henry VIII's suit of armour at Windsor Castle. Oh, they've also got, Pete, the pool man, they've got some Henry VIII armour at the Tower of London. Because I've seen it. Because he used to put it on, and then they have to winch him up to get him onto the horse, which is lovely. And they've got Queen Victoria's wedding dress. Mind you, a short while ago, didn't they sell her knickers? Queen Victoria's knickers came up. Don't ask me why her knickers would come up for sale, but she had a 50-inch waist. She could have eaten more at the salad bar, couldn't she? Goodness sake, honestly. Stand and Deliver, Steve, was it not Adam and the Ants? Yes. Yes. And Steve, it's my birthday on Sunday, says Jeanette. I'll be 67. Crikey, 67. I think age is just a number. It doesn't mean anything. You know, people sort of say, what are you supposed... I mean, are you supposed to get to a certain age and change all your clothing or change, you know, everything that you do, the way you behave, you know, as you walk down the road? You then have to go and buy a walking stick. You have to buy a little hat that you put on your head and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, I always try not to play my age because I think it's far too depressing. There's no point in worrying about stuff like that. So somebody else telling me about the being a complete dinosaur when it comes to social media. But it doesn't matter. Listen, it's taken me donkey's years to get even a third of the way in. I know nothing about social media. I had to ask somebody what TikTok was the other day. I thought that's when you were a kid. You learn how to tell the time. He goes, tick-tock, tick. I didn't know what it was. And they go, oh, you do little videos and things like that. Not for me. Not for me, I'm afraid. I didn't do anything like that at all. I went to see Back to the Future at the theatre last night. Yeah, it's down in the Strand. Brilliant show. And the DeLorean flies. Well, come on, chitty chitty bang bang, the car flew. Mind you, sometimes the car flew and then it stopped. And so they used to have this terrible time where chitty chitty bang bang flies off into the distance. Oh, chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang. And you could see the thing wasn't moving. You could see they had a problem with it. It was very clever. It's beautifully done. It came up right to the balcony on the first level. And you could see they were sitting there going, I can't do anything about it. And so they would still be sitting in it while the audience filed out. So you could then get the car back down again because it was on a sort of a lift kind of thing, which is very interesting, actually. Steve, I know you were talking about the play 2.22 a couple of weeks ago. I went to see it last night with Cheryl Cole, Tweedy, and it was brilliant. She was very good. Yeah. Apparently she's not done badly. It was her co-star who had to quit. He's not well. So they put somebody else in. I think Jake's somebody from EastEnders, I think. I must check out Canterbury Cathedral and Clothing of the Black Prince. I think that's quite interesting, don't you? I love stuff like that. Pete the Pool Man says Queen Victoria's knickers would have fitted me. She gave them to somebody. She gave them to a lady in waiting or something all these years ago, because they don't throw anything out in the royal family. What they will do is, all their clothes, all the Queen's clothes would still be stored in Buckingham Palace, and they would be in everything. Where would you get rid of stuff like that? You can't get rid of it. All these gowns were made specifically, and in fact, that's why Diana, when they had a big exhibition of her clothing, it was at Kensington Palace, they still had all of these clothes. They don't get rid of them. The Queen would have kept every single thing, like the jewellery, like all the other artifacts. You know, so it's worth checking out, but I'm definitely going to check out the cathedral. Morning, nice to have your company. I'm fighting over tea this morning, honestly. It's one of those days today. You know why? Because it's Monday, and because, well, in fact, good news, bad news. Good news is Zahawi is gone, as predicted. Although what a miserable little so-and-so he was. Do you see his letter? No apologies, no nothing, blaming the media. It's all our fault. It's all our fault. So what do we do about that? Nothing. He had to go. He was an embarrassment. Why these people can't hold their hands up and just go, I made a mistake. I'm very sorry. I'm going to step down now and be a total non-entity. You know, and do us all a favour. I noticed that Ukrainian soldiers have been landing in this country. Why? We're having to teach them how to drive tanks. The tanks we've given them, they're not familiar with. So, and I believe the Americans are giving them tanks. They'll need lessons in that as well. Scotland has halted the movement of trans prisoners to female prisons if they've been found guilty of assaulting women. Makes perfect sense to me. I should imagine just about everybody else, seeing as we had that trans person before who was in prison and put into a women's prison. Luckily, now been transferred back to a male prison. Really, it just gets ridiculous. Esther Ranson, you know because Richard just told you, has revealed she's been diagnosed with lung cancer, which she said is spreading, but she's optimistic. And as I say, she's 82. It only goes to prove, doesn't it? Whatever you know about cancer, and I know very little apart from we've lost various members of the family with cancer, it doesn't make any difference how old you are. It can be a child who gets it. It can be somebody of Esther's age, 82, who can get it. I've heard of much older people getting it as well. And you think to yourself, why have we not sorted this out? Where is it? Have I got it in my body? Does it take something, to to sort of spark it up. I mean, where does it come from? Do I inhale it? What happens? Is there something in my body that's a little tiny growth, and then they go, oh, that'll be cancer, you know, and you go, okay, fine, and it doesn't develop into anything? Or do you eat something and that develop? I really don't know. I'm none the wiser as to where we get it from and how we get rid of the blooming stuff, because it's not good. And I should imagine no matter what Esther says about, you know, she's being optimistic, I should imagine she's bricking it. You would do. You would do. The instant reaction for her is, because she's known as a strong person, that, you know, she goes, oh, I'm being very optimistic. I bet inside she's going, oh, God, what do you do about it? I'm 82. She's fighting it. How you fight it, I don't know. I'm not sure fighting it is the correct. I think you learn to live with it. I think that's what happens. But as I say, I don't know. But I've lost various members of the family to thank you, Poppet, to cancer. Is my bag still in it? Yeah. It is. Yeah. So I thought you lost the gift of speech or something. Bless him. He's on tea run this morning, which sort of makes it all the better. So I hope you had a good weekend. My weekend was really good this weekend. It was very nice, except a friend of mine, we normally have breakfast on a Sunday morning. It's been going on for years and years and years. And this Sunday, I always go, breakfast, 9. And he writes back and goes, yep. And I drive, and then I sort of phone when I'm about a minute away. And he said somebody came into work the other day where he works and started coughing and spluttering all over the place. And he said that they said, I'm all right. He said that it turns out they've got COVID. He said, best to be on the safe side. I'm going to isolate. So he isolated on the Friday and the Saturday. And then I checked on the Sunday late by saying, hope you're okay. And he wrote back and he said, I'm hoping it's just a heavy cold. So we'll wait and see. But what is it with these people who go out there coughing and spluttering all over the bloody place, spreading it to everybody else? Ridiculous. Stranded by Flybe. They've not the first time they've gone bankrupt. They had an injection of cash before. And then the next thing is they go under. This time, they tell the staff not to come into work. They tell the passengers, even if you've got a ticket, don't bother turning up at the airport. You're not going on anything. But 2 other airlines, Ryanair and EasyJet, have said that they can take on the staff that Flybe don't want or haven't got, you know, time for anymore because they've gone into administration. So that's good news. So they will end up with a job. Because there are jobs in the airline industry. It's just finding them. And if you've worked for Flybe, but perhaps it's an elevation for some of these people. So that's actually good news. Matt Hancock gives how much of his £320,000 fee to charity? Just 3%. Just 3%. So a load of old cobblers about, oh, I'm giving, a substantial amount. You're not giving a substantial amount at all, you tight-fisted little so-and-so. These people really, really get on my nerves. Really. 1 in 6 Brits claim to live with a ghost. And Alan Cumming, the actor, has given back his OBE. Scarlett Moffat, I wonder what had happened to her, reveals she used to be a peeping Tom. I don't know why. And the photo with Andrew with Gouffre is not a fake, says a photographer. But, I've seen all sorts of pictures recently of different people, and I thought, oh, is that real or is that not real? And then it turns out to be fake. But this particular photographer who made copies of the pictures said it's not a fake. But that's only one person's sort of generalisation of it. He's also poised to hit Gouffre, this is Prince Andrew, with an £81 million lawsuit. He really is a nasty little piece of work, isn't he? Nasty little piece of work. But let's wait and see how that one goes. I've just a horrible feeling it's all going to end in tears. And they're going to be his. Fern Cotton hits back at trolls who brand her thin. To be honest with you, I can only assume these people have got some sickness in between their ears. It's called having no brain. And as I've said before, if you get hit by a troll, they're generally very lonely people, very lonely who smell, and they generally watch a lot of pornography because they don't have any friends. So they write to people thinking that they have some sort of impact. And I've always said, to people like Fern Cotton or anybody else, if you get hit by a troll, just delete it. It disappears. If I get anything that comes in onto my mailbox and I don't like the sound of it or I don't like the look of it, I just block it. It's blocked. I've got a special button on here, blocking it blocks, and I can either block for 24 hours or forever. So, of course, Now, you know me, trying to be caring, I block forever. I don't mess around at all. As far as I'm concerned, their life is over, and they have to go and get another telephone. And then I block it in a second. It takes just a second to do it. And it's a brilliant idea. So that's what Fern should do. If you read it, what you're basically doing is sort of adding to their excitement that you've read it and you've taken notice of what they've read. So that's why. Just block them. You don't have to read them ever again. And they can carry on writing for as long as they like. It's just that it never reaches where it's supposed to. It's a fantastic thing to do. I do it all the time. Seriously. Even if it's somebody who I just don't like the sound of, don't like somebody's name, block them. That's it, Anybody who I think, lives in a little gaga world, block them. Fantastic. 11% of RAB staff claim bullying, harassment or discrimination. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it? I mean, seriously, inside the government. I mean, if it isn't inside the government, it's inside the police force. More and more police officers. Did I read I can't have read it right, that they reckon there's 76,000 complaints against the police. 76? I thought that can't be right. 76,000 complaints. I knew that there's more than 1,000 police officers who have got cases pending against them. People have complained about bullying or racism or all sorts of things, or police officers just going over and above. And then somebody wrote a very interesting, there you go. Furious shock figures show police handle allegations against more than 76,000 cops from the public. That's 115,000 allegations. And all they've had is 16 sackings. And the list is interesting. Delivery of duties and service, 35%. Powers, police policies and procedures. Discriminatory behaviour, 3,854. Sexual conduct, 214. Discreditable conduct, 451. Abuse of position or corruption, 1,393. Access or disclosure of information, nearly 2,000, nearly 3,000. Handling of or damage to property or premises. What sort of people are going into the police force now? Bent coppers, that's what's going in there. And somebody said, they did a feature in one of the Sunday papers, saying basically people join it because they're on power trips. They put the uniform on. Not everybody. There's a hell of a lot, though. When you look at how many, 115,000 cases against the police force, what in God's name have we got out there? I told you there was a bent copper used to work in Richmond Park years ago. She stopped me because I had a scooter. It shows how long ago it was. I had a scooter and I didn't do the strap up underneath the helmet, and apparently that's illegal, which I didn't know, but I mean, it didn't make any difference. And I got pulled for it and went to the police station, had my documents in, and he said, "They pulled you for that?" I said, "Yeah, it was this woman." He said, "Oh, right." She was known, apparently, one of these power crazy people. Because that's the problem. The moment you get a copper who's power crazy, you might as well talk to a brick wall. Look what happens in America, where they beat somebody to death. They've had to disband that particular branch of the police force. Well, I've seen loads, and you'll see them as well on YouTube, of coppers in America who are bent. They're abusing the law, they're being photographed, and they think they know more than everybody else does, and in many cases they don't. It's really quite bad, isn't it? Quite bad. Happy birthday to Dame Vanessa Redgrave. And what was the other that I quite liked, actually? Britain's going mad for mushrooms. I don't know what sort of mushrooms, because there's so many different types. I like mushrooms now. It's just that, but when you sort of, put them into, they just disappear to nothing. But I found some more mashed potato. I was obsessed for a while with Iceland's mashed potato. It was frozen mashed potato. It came in like little bullet things, and you put it into a stew, and it was brilliant. Well, guess who does it now? Only Aunt Bessie. I went into Iceland the other day, and they do Aunt Bessie mashed potato, and it comes in little squares, and you just put... It's delicious. Delicious. Aunt Bessie's instant mashed potato. So it's already made. All you have to do... I did it with a chili, and I thought, I'll stick it just to see what it's like. It was sensational. Seriously, why would you bother? There it is. Aunt Bessie's fluffy and buttery mashed potato. I mean, it is absolutely delicious. And you can find it now in the frozen food departments. I mean, it's changed my life. They also do carrot and swede, but I'm not a big fan of carrot or swede. But no, the mashed potato is a goodie. If you're going, actually, better if you're a pensioner, go tomorrow to Iceland, you get 10% off. If you're over 65, you get 10% discount in Iceland on a Tuesday. It's a little-known fact, which I tell people so that you can save a little bit of money, which is good, which is very good.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. And one hit. My friend Ian says, Aunt Bessie's mashed potato sounds great. The British shop, he's in Dallas. Get Yorkshire puddings and roast potatoes. I shall email the owner to ask if she can get the mash in too. You know I'm good there soon for hot cross buns. No, the mashed potato you'll love, Ian. I promise you it's really good. It's really, really nice. And if it's Aunt Bessie, they must be able to get it. And then you just add it to a stew. If you make a stew with dumplings, I stick in half a ton of this mashed potato and just leave it. I don't do anything with it. I don't stir it. I don't do anything at all. And then when I empty it out onto the plate, the mashed potatoes at the bottom and the stew is on the top. And it works perfectly. You know me, I'm all for an easy time when it comes to making anything. Did you see Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby asking Joey Essex and his skating partner if they have something to tell us? It was painful. I think the whole programme's painful. It is the biggest pile of garbage I've ever seen on the television. They line them all up. There seem to be no end of these non-entities, these Z-listers. And they line them all up and then they go, and the ones going through to next week are... And then you wait, and you can set your watch on it, and you think, I'm sorry, is there some delay in the television production or something? And then Philip will go, Joey and so-and-so, and the audience go... And the next couple who'll be joining us next week on the programme. This takes 10 minutes. Seriously, it's like watching Philip Schofield's career until he turned gay slowly moving in front of your eyes. And I began to think, they finally got rid of Michelle Heaton. You had to put up with the one who dressed up as she thought Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music, which I thought was a bit pitiful. The whole programme's pitiful. It really is. It's just absolute rubbish. But also asking Joey Essex and his partner. Listen, anybody will tell you, Joey Essex, he goes out with loads of different people, mainly because his art of conversation is limited, very limited. He's got nothing to talk about. Absolutely nothing to talk about. It's like Gemma Collins. Apparently there was some piece that dropped in the paper about a week and a half ago, and it was talking about... She's met up with Jedward, and I thought, well, there you go. Same intelligence level, I should imagine. And it turned out that they were there for her birthday party. The woman's 42, for God's sake. She should be looking at cemetery brochures and things like that. Walking aids, wheelchairs, stuff like that. The sort of thing she's going to be needing very shortly. It's ghastly. But fancy arse. The whole of the programme is very painful. Very painful. And somebody says you're sounding very jolly today. Why not? Why not? Goodness sake, it's a Monday. I hate the people who go, I don't like Monday. I go, no, I love Monday. Why would you not like Monday? Monday's a great day of the week. You've had the weekend, you've been out, you've done a bit of shopping, bought some bits and pieces, and then you go, can't wait to get back to work again. Nice cup of tea. Everything about Monday is good. People who hate Monday are generally people who hate Monday through Thursday. They don't like any of the days either because their life is just non-existent. It really is terrible. 84850, Steve at LBC, Big Andy, just checking I'm not blocked. No, you're blocked. Definitely. And somebody else says, just watch Shirley Bassey singing, Hey Jude, don't be afraid. Take a sad song and make it better. And I saw her doing it twice. I saw her once doing it at I think it was Royal Variety Show, and she brought the house down. She was fantastic. Big voice, big voice. Hey Jude, don't break. And she does this thing, na, 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 na. And then she does it. She goes off the stage, and then the audience are going crackers, and back she comes on. And I saw her doing it live at the Dominion Theatre, where they did a fabulous charity show with, I tell you, every Hollywood star you could think of, including Ginger Rogers. It was that mega. And I've got a lovely picture of me at home with Shirley Bassey and a friend of mine. And it was lovely. She was just absolutely wonderful. But you should definitely watch it. Steve, you should bring out a Steve Allen cookbook. I've tried a few of your ideas and they're great, says Tim. I can't be bothered because I live alone, spending hours cooking. Listen, I'm with you. I never understood it. It's all right if somebody else is cooking for you. My mother would spend ages in the kitchen. She would cook. She didn't buy anything ready meal, though we didn't have ready meals in those days. She cooked everything. If we had pork chops, she cooked pork chops. If we had a casserole, she made a casserole. Sliced the carrots. None of this ready-made stuff. The only thing in our freezer, I think, was ice cream. And that was the only thing she didn't make. She made everything else. So we kept ice cream and ice cubes. We kept ice cubes. I mean, seriously, I ask you, we could have had a collection of the bloody things, but we didn't have. But it was very interesting to see what you can do now without any effort whatsoever. I told you, just get some mince. If you buy a big pack of mince, split it up, put it into plastic bags and freeze it so you've got it. Because you're not going to eat it all. You don't want to waste it. And you can either do it with a tin of tomatoes with some grated cheese on the top. Easy peasy. Or the Chinese version comes with some rather nice sauce and sweet corn. Just get a tin of sweet corn, pour it in there, and you've got the Chinese version. There's all sorts of different versions. You can add all sorts of things to it. You know, get some frankfurters, you know, put those in with some mashed potato and some tomato ketchup or beans or something. And you can just mix and match. If you can't really be bothered to bother cooking, take the Steve Allen advice. Take the easy option, which is much better. Steve says, David, once you're 80, you're prone to illness, and thereafter every year's a bonus. Well, actually, I don't believe in that, because I know people who are in their 90s, and they're not prone to illness. They're prone to maybe falling over and stuff like that, but I fall over. If I turn around quickly, I fall over. I have no sense of balance whatsoever, but I don't care. Steve, mash with sausages and gravy with fried onions. Absolutely. Simple. In fact, even easier. Egg and chips. Egg and chips. Make your own chips. My mother used to. And we have about 2 eggs. And if your mother wasn't looking, get some bread and butter and then stick the chips in the bread and butter and eat it. And your mother would go, what are you doing? You go, it's a chip butty, Mum. Not at my table, it's not. She was very funny about things like that. And another one, I'm in bed feeling lonely, but you made me like to talk about Joey Essex and Dancing on Ice. Plus, they had Keith Lemon in the audience pretending to be posh, sporting Joey. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Joey is a bit of a lame duck. He can't tell the time. He cannot tell the time. He seriously has no idea what the time is. But the trouble is, he obviously needs the money. Contrary to what everybody thinks, that all these people are absolutely loaded, don't ever believe any of the garbage you read in the papers, because that'll be put out by their agents. I can remember ages and ages ago, Joan Collins, what's her face, the Collins girl, Gemma Collins, saying to her agent, I've got enough money to build a house. And he went, no, of course you haven't. Don't be so stupid. And she went on Big Brother, and she was an absolute embarrassment. You know, I don't need the money, she goes. I don't need the money. And I remember thinking, you sad, tragic little creature. It gets worse and worse. And Johnny G says, I get sad on a Monday, Steve, after I've been disco dancing for 3 nights. Johnny is 56 years young, but he goes disco dancing. You see, I disco dance as well. To myself, privately. I don't do it in public. I don't want to demonstrate my disco dancing and my prowess on the floor. You know, because it's not particularly exciting to watch, but I am a very good dancer. People are always surprised when they see me dance. They go, good Lord, you have sense of rhythm below the waist. I said, yeah, and that's about as far as it goes, I'm afraid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, maybe the people of the world should spend more time and money fighting cancer than do fighting each other, says Pete. The trouble is people do put as much money into cancer as they possibly can. It's just, I think we're way off a cure. You know why? So many different types of cancers. You can get skin cancer. The amount of people, they had this bloke on the television, he was on this programme where it was basically stupid people who were addicted to injections, and he was buying injections off the internet and injecting himself so he could change colour and be permanently tanned. I mean, it was almost rank stupidity. It was a gay guy and his boyfriend. His boyfriend said, you need to get checked out by a doctor to find out about the moles. And so the man said, take your clothes off. And on his back, he counted 18 moles. He said, luckily, he said, they're not anything at the moment. He said, but you've got to be careful. And it was that gave him the wake-up call that, you know, he looked ridiculous for a start. I mean, he did absolutely look ridiculous because he's had all this colouring put in and, you know, and Botoxing and bits and pieces. But it becomes an addiction. Look at Paul Jordan. I mean, if ever there was a person who was so deluded You know, that would be it. She keeps going away to have more surgery. And you think to yourself, are you mad? The answer is yes, she is mad, but she won't be when she goes into court for the bankruptcy hearing, because she owes about 3.26 million. She was supposed to pay back 12,000 a month. She's basically gone, not bothering. And so I'm looking forward to her being carted off to somewhere interesting. Anne says, traditional wimpy menu. Oh, we've already seen the wimpy menu. Oh, believe you me. Do you know the thing that depresses me more? The prices. The prices of a wimpy menu. You know, it's like 1 and 9p and 3 and 6p and 4 and 11p and stuff like that. Wow. Everything was so cheap years ago. And here it is. There you go. You can get biscuits, 3p. Soft ice cream with a pastry, 9p. This is, look at that with that down. Look at that one. Wimpy Special Grill, 42p. 42p. The Delta Brunch, 36p. Oh, God, take me back to these days. A Bender Egg Brunch was 36p. Shanty, the golden fish portion, it was like sort of a fish finger, was 16.5p. If you want French fry potatoes extra, 9p. I mean, oh dear, come on, Lord, send me. Look at that, a brown derby. Look at that. That's got sort of chocolate sauce on ice cream. I mean, we thought that was a luxury item. We really did. You know, a sundae or a whirl or something. Oh, God, we thought we'd arrived. But when you look at that, Wimpy Grill, 36p. Knickerbocker Glory, 25p. A Whipsy, a thick milkshake, 15p. 15p. Unbelievable. That's what we like. That's what we like. All sorts of... Mind you, Britney Spears reckons she's shed weight with an ice cream diet. I wouldn't recommend it. I really wouldn't recommend it at all. It's dreadful. Paul says, hi, deliciousness. The London to Edinburgh British Rail hot bacon and tomato roll. Less is mostest. Ooh, lovely. And Anne says, I've emailed a couple of pictures. Hope you received them. Sorry to have gotten such a muddle with trying to text photos. Oh, it's so simple. It is so simple. And don't forget, you can also just get Alexa to send a comment to LBC. It's as simple as that. Send a comment to LBC. And that will work very, very well indeed. New fears on vaping. I knew there would be. I've just got a feeling about vaping. At the moment, a lot of people do it. And I'm always saying, listen, they don't know everything about vaping. I reckon in a few years to come, they're going to go, you shouldn't have vaped. Should not have vaped. What else we got? Pamela Anderson said she refused to bring in a ghostwriter for her latest memoir. Who cares? Claim to fame, ran up a beach. End of story. Thank you, darling. Oh, I made a porno with little Tommy. I say little Tommy. I use the term loosely, of course. And I've got the ultimate fish and chip box for you. Seriously? You think I can offer you value on this programme this morning? Fish and chips. If you're looking for Cod's gift, then this will be the one for you, and I shall tell you all about it after the news.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 5. You good? Are you good? Not too bad. I said the dreary old Mike Tyndall is flogging clay shooting packages for up to 20,000 quid a go. The ex-rugby ace, who's married to Zara, is inviting wealthy fans for the day. So in other words, not for you poor peasants. He's only interested in the old money people. That's all he's after, I'm afraid. You can join him for the outing to a farm in the Cotswolds being sold by corporate promotional firms. Apparently, whilst Tyndall is part of the royal family, he's not a working member and can earn his own cash. Well, he's had to. He's been in a number of reality shows, all of which he's failed in, which is classic. So best to go out and pretend you can shoot things at 20,000 a day. But as I say, it's only for rich people. It's not for us, I'm afraid. And police seized a mum's electric scooter as she took her 4-year-old to school on it. A real thick person. You know, not legal. Not legal at all. The woman was stopped in Stroud, on Friday, and she and the kid were forced to walk. Gloucestershire Constabulary Specialist Operations Unit said concerns were raised regarding a female using an e-scooter to transport a young child on a daily basis. I think so too. Woman should have been clapped in irons. Disgraceful. I mean, what a stupid person. No insurance. Taking a little 4-year-old on a scooter on the road. Are you mad? Answer is yes, of course she is. People labelled the force pathetic online, suggesting officers would be confiscating sweets at the school gate. Well, only if you can ride on the sweets, thickos. There's nothing worse than more stupid parents in schools. She was taking a kid to school on a main road on a scooter with an electric motor in it. Were you thick or something? You also must be. Confiscating sweets, yeah. Well, if you put wheels on sweets, then maybe yes. My God, it's like those women who used to turn up at the school gate in their pyjamas. I mean, God in heaven, I tell you. Talk about trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel. What else have we got? Boris Johnson reveals Vladimir Putin threatened to blow him up with a missile. Make of that what you will, I should imagine. And one of the little Mix people, Perry Edwards, letting her hair down. They've disappeared completely now, haven't they, Little Mix? They were going to be going in the studio and bringing us new music, and that's ridiculous. But anyway, she has a young son, Axel, and as I say, she enjoyed a date night with her footballing partner, who's called Alex. Between pairs preparing for a solo debut, well, that'll die on its arse, won't it? I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but most of these people, they go, I think we'll go solo, and then we can be very big in the charts. How many have failed before? How many have disappeared completely? We were still waiting for Matt Goss to be number 1 at Christmas. That's disappeared. Where did that go to? Answer, nowhere. Nowhere at all. Also, what else have we got today? Jeremy Clarkson thinks Brits should get paid a pension for 10 years after leaving school, then work until they die. They don't want to work nowadays, do they? People don't. They don't. Oh, here we go. This is the one I was looking for. If you've got a family out there and you live near this place, I think this is very good value. It's the fish and chip fan looking for Cod's gift. Get their fill. 4,500 calories, and what you get is 4 battered cod, and they're not small. The cod, 3 portions of chips, 8 sausages, and 4 fish cakes, and 10 different sauces for 40 quid. That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, they must be making a profit on it. And you look at the size of the fish is not a bad size at all. And the sausages, some are in batter. Some are in batter. Some of the sausages are in batter. I'm not bothered about fish cakes. You can keep fish cakes. But the fish looks good. And the 10 different sauces. The dips include, by the way, mushy peas, beans, curry sauce and gravy. It's the brainchild of Erdal and Megan Altinoz, who in 2019 came up with the world's largest kebab, which has 5,350 calories. Unfortunately, it's in Nottinghamshire, this Chip Inn. The largest fish and chip box in the UK. It looks very good, actually. I mean, can you imagine I have that large fish and chip box? For 40 quid. I know a fish and chip shop down the road from here. They're charging over £20 for fish and chips. So for all of that, and you get... Oh, it sounds delightful, doesn't it? I could eat that now, actually. I really could eat it now. I see no reason why, we shouldn't be able to eat fish and chips for breakfast. Some people say, oh, no, you can only eat it for lunch and for tea. And you go, what for? Why can't you eat it all the time? If you like something, it's like curry for breakfast. They did a thing last night. Who was doing it? Jamie Oliver. He goes to what I thought was a pub on the outside. On the inside, it was a full-blown Indian restaurant with all these chefs in the kitchen cooking up what looked like the most delicious food I've ever seen. Absolutely delicious. And Jamie went in the kitchen. He was trying bits and pieces, and then he was trying to... He recreated a chicken. A chicken which he rubbed with all these herbs and spices and everything else. He had to put gloves on, rubber gloves, rubbed it all in the chicken and then separated, then poured in the... And he did that for, I think it was about God knows how many hours. But anyway, when he finally cooked, he said, I might as well just give up now. That is just perfection. And it looked delicious. And he did potatoes and everything else. I mean, really, you just think to yourself, why couldn't I have married him? I'd have been eating very well for a long, long time. But it was nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Here's a replica of the menu available to passengers on the Titanic. Steve, I picked up on eBay, says Graham. No Wimpy burgers, unfortunately. I don't know. We shall have a look and see if we can see that, the menu for the passengers on the Titanic? Because I'm assuming there must have been about three menus. Can we open that? Does that open up? Oh, right. We shall find it on Google. You haven't sent us a picture, Graham, so we shall find it on Google. Because I think there must have been three restaurants. First class, second class, and you scummy lot down there. That'll be... You won't get anything like they were having at all. But very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. I'll come round to some of that in a moment. Richard in Barnes says, I also learnt Latin at school, hated it. Well, unless you were going to be either a botanist or a chemist, I saw no point in learning Latin. Ridiculous. Steve, another one that says, from Sleepless in Pool, I had to listen to part of Friday's show and catch up. I was listening with interest when you spoke about working for Healus in Reading. When I was younger, my cousins used to live in Caversham Park Village, where I stayed with them during the school holidays. Used to take the bus into town with my older cousin. This was probably late 70s. The big adventure for me, being from a quiet town, Lymington in Hampshire, not anymore. My aunt, who recently passed away at the grand old age of 91, used to work for Metal Box in Reading, and fond memories of going there for the beautiful staff canteen. I can't remember our staff canteen at Healus, but I'm sure we had one. Here we go. The menu from the Titanic. Soup. Consommé fermier or coqueliki. Fillets of brill. Aigle argentile. Chicken à la Maryland. Corned beef, vegetable dumplings. From the grill, grilled mutton chops. Mashed, fried and baked jacket potatoes. Custard pudding. Apple meringue. The buffet. Salmon mayonnaise. Potted shrimps. Soused herrings, Norwegian anchovies, plus a smoked sardine, roast beef, veal and ham pie. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? I'm all in favour of this. Corned ox tongue. And the cheese they were offering, Gorgonzola, Edam, funny, all those years ago, Cheshire, Stilton, Roquefort, St Ivel, Cheddar and Camembert. Plus they've got iced draft, Munich lager beer, threepence, and sixpence for a tankard. Threepence! Oh, I tell you, I'd be rich as creases. I bought a bag of money. Actually, I bought about 5 bags of money years and years ago. And it's from a shop which was down by the British Museum. And they were selling bags of old English money. Threepenny bits, sixpence, pennies, halfpennies, farthings, 2 shilling pieces, 2 and sixpences. And they all these different bags. I thought that my godchildren would be really interested. They were about as interested as nothing. They couldn't care less, so I kept it. I've still got it, actually. Steve, when my son was little, he'd have lasagna for breakfast and porridge for dinner. I like a porridge, provided it's got a little bit of cream on it and a little bit of fruit. Sounds quite nice. Sorry? Ready Brek. I've never had Ready Brek. No. That's like central heating for kids, isn't it? Ready Brek. That's what they used to say. And I used to think, oh, that sounds good. And you see these kids standing at the bus stop and they have this little halo all around them, which made it look as though they had an internal fire going on, which was quite nice. I do like a porridge. And I've got some stewed apricots at home. And I've still got from Christmas, only because I can't open the blooming jar. I've got some pears in brandy, plums in brandy, and apricots in brandy. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I might go home and have them today, actually. Steve, Aldi are doing an amazing Italian blood orange soda. There's a tin, is it Pellegrino? They're quite nice. San Pellegrino, very nice. They do a blood orange as well. The first time I had one, I was in a restaurant with the godchildren, a load of other people, and I thought I'd have one, and it was ice cold, and it was delicious. Then somebody said, you can't have that. You can't have that. Although I got a letter from the doctor the other day. He's had to go in for a little sort of check. I've got another one coming up in March. And he always starts the letter the same. It was a delight to see Stephen today. There is it. They always say that. Because I bounce in there, like, morning. No, it is like a bit like a school report, but my brother's got all my school reports. My mother kept all of them. Stephen has a habit of daydreaming. Out the window, which actually it didn't serve me badly at all, actually. Not long now, Steve, until Brookside is being repeated on television. I know that they said that. It's starting with the first 10 episodes. because I can't remember what year I got into Brookside. I think probably after they buried somebody under the patio, which was marginally interesting. And some of the other bits and pieces in it were very good. I thought it was brilliant. Phil Redmond and Brookside. Lovely. King Charles will block any bid by Andy to return to public life. Nobody likes Andy. Nobody likes him. It's as simple as that. When will he get it through his very, very thick head that nobody likes him? I couldn't care less what's going to go on. I just don't like him. And luckily, you don't have to. There's no law that says, oh, you have to like Andrew. And, Steve, that Titanic menu read out. What a shame all the food was wasted when it sank. I know. Well, there's some people, they were still drinking as the ship was going down because it took a little while before it then flipped up on end. But it was, they weren't going. And I told you the story. There is the famous man who was drinking so much. He was so blotto that as the ship went down, he stepped off into the icy water and swam away. But because of the amount of booze he'd had, he lived. He lived. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing, these things. But, sure as God made little apples, any ship that's called Titanic has got to have the kiss of death on it. And when you look at it and you see it in the footage and you suddenly realise, my God, it's still down there. It's still there. You can go down. If you pay enough money, they'll take you down. You can see it. You can see the Titanic, something that you've only ever read about in books and seen at the cinema.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning porridge, says Pete, made with gold top milk, then sprinkled with brown sugar and topped with a dollop of clotted cream. Sounds delightful. Sounds delightful. But, what could I not have out of that lot? The brown sugar, I suspect. The brown sugar. But it's funny, isn't it? Because you go through phases. When we were young, we hated porridge. My mother would say, eat it. You know why? It's cheap. It was very cheap. My mother used to get a big bag of oats in, and she'd make porridge. It was as simple as that. Nowadays you go and buy this stuff and then you check how much sugar it's got in it. You kind of sort of lose the will to live. Back in the mid-'80s, Steve, me and my friends would often visit the Wimpy in London Road, Brighton, at 2 a.m. for a Wimpy special grill. God. See, the fact they were even open. We used to go to a place in London somewhere. I can't remember where it was, actually. But they used to have, like, an up all night. You could get breakfast. You could go in there at 3, 4 in the morning and get a fully cooked breakfast. There used to be a place in Soho. People would queue and you'd go into this old house with all these different floors in it and all they served was breakfast. You had breakfast, 3 cooked breakfast. Can I have it? No, you have breakfast, okay? Don't start pushing it. TV's Esther in the lung cancer fight. My profound thanks to everybody who's made my life so joyful. I mean, to be honest with you, she can't complain about her life. If it all finished next week, she could look back and go, that's been good. That's been good. She's achieved an awful lot. She also, of course, went on I'm a Celebrity in 2008. She danced with Tony Beak, and she got a damehood for services to children and older people, and now they're going to look after her. How long she's got, I have no idea. I don't know. They've just said it's spreading. For that, read just about anything. I don't know. Everything spreads, unfortunately, as you get a little bit older. King Charles has asked the Archbishop of Canterbury to broker a deal to allow Harry to attend the coronation, but Prince William has said no. Absolutely not. I don't know who's going to win on that one. Sources close to Lambeth Palace claims Charles wants Justin Welby to strike an agreement that would allow Harry and Meghan to attend the Westminster Abbey ceremony in May. I don't think that's a good idea at all. What on earth was the purpose of that? He's written a book basically dissing the entire family and basically saying to the lot of you, I don't like any of you. Well, good, stay where you are. Who wants him back in this country? Nobody. Andrew's sex victim photo is not a fake, says the photographer who copied it. That's what he claims. It's said to be taken in 2001. Andrew said no. Ghislaine Maxwell says she doesn't remember this ever happening. And as I say, I don't know. You don't know. All you can do is see an arm around the back of her in the photo from him. Whether it's a photo taken at a different time, I've got no idea, because I wasn't there for the momentous photo. It was like be like Ghislaine Maxwell saying, "Well, I wasn't there either," and you go, "Well, it blooming well looks like you in the background, dear, standing by the window." Who knows? Who knows? But now it seems Andrew's ready to launch an £80 million lawsuit against her. Doesn't give up, does he? Doesn't give up. Still don't like him. which is great. Steve, the Titanic looked massive in the movie compared to the Queen Mary 2. Oh, it was tiny, Roger. It was really not half as big as you think it was. People go, Titanic, but in its day, it was big. But when you look at it compared to every other ship, definitely not an awful lot, I'm afraid. Not a lot. What have we got here? New evidence is said to reveal the identity of somebody who hid road rage killer Kenneth Noy whilst he was on the run in Spain. And this is some man who has admitted that he did it. Plus, Europe is on the verge of a catastrophic drought. Really? Well, the amount of water we've had recently, it doesn't seem possible, does it? It really doesn't seem possible. Alan Cummings hit back at those criticising him for handing back his OBE over his views on the toxicity of the British Empire. Why shouldn't he hand it back? Apparently, what have we got here? I think it was... he was speaking out, blah, 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 blah. Piers Morgan, he said, Piers Morgan called him a disloyal little twerp. Only because Piers Morgan hasn't got any awards like that. That's the only reason he's like that at all. Everybody's entitled if they want to give something back. You know, it's the way it goes, isn't it? You don't have to have something. Face value at last for old Copper Nose. This is a coin that features a remastered portrait of Henry VIII, finally doing old Copper Nose justice. Henry reigned from 1509 to 1547, not as long as we might have thought. Coins increasingly use copper with a thin layer of silver. But prices range from a £99.50 for a silver £2 to £12,500 for a £500 gold-proof coin. It's people who like collecting coins. What do they call people who collect coins? I can't remember. Is it numismatist is stamps, isn't it? I think. Philatelists. Is it? No, it might be wrong, actually. I can't remember what they're called. People who collect coins. I know lots of people collect them, and they're sort of, we used to clean them up, which, of course, completely devalues the blooming things. Just leave them as they are. They look an awful lot better. It's one of those things that you don't want to have to sort of worry about, isn't it, really? Cleaning coins. So, there we go. A numismatist, a collector and a student of money. We're all students of money, aren't we? Because we all need money to survive, which is lovely. Sign of a great party when you wake up the next morning with blisters on your feet. Poor old Jedward. Gemma Collins celebrated her 190th birthday with her twin pop pal. Since when were Gemma Collins friends with Jedward? I mean, honestly, it's just a load of old baloney, isn't it? They also prepped her with hairdryers and curling wands, meaning they really earned the fancy champagne soiree Gemma threw at her home. Oh, dear, must have been a real pokey little affair. Have you seen the size of her sitting room? Oh, my God, I tell you. Not enough room to swing a cat, I'm afraid. Steve. One show I'd like them to bring back would be This Is Your Life. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I wish the one out of all the This Is Your Life I remember was that friend of Prince Charles who was blown up on the beach in Ireland, Mountbatten. And Mountbatten, and when Eamon sort of stopped her and said, Earl Mountbatten, Lord of the Fleet, blah, 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 this is your life. And he went, what is this? He had no idea what the programme was. Completely detached, had no idea. Steve, a northern Thai curry I had for breakfast with coconut milk and noodles in Chiang Mai with the missus. For another week, then heading south to Hue Hin, back to Marbella in 2 months. So Mark and Om, the Marbella cabbie. Oh, it looks nice. Oh, I like the look of that. Oh, delicious. So it's a northern Thai curry. Oh, God, honestly. Why do people show me food? Somebody said to me, is that all you do, talk about food on your programme? I said, yeah. What's your problem? You've got to eat, haven't you? Noodles, you know what those noodles look like? They look like you put them in the frying pan and then they puff up to that. That's what they look like to me. I've had them before. They look delicious. In fact, the whole thing looks... You can just tell it's going to taste nice, can't you? You can just tell. Northern Thai curry, coconut milk and noodles. Oh, God, honestly. Why are we here? What was the other one we've got? Disposable vapes. People a little bit worried about vaping. But I was thinking to myself, if people want to vape, let them vape. And TV Clarkson's locals are still in strop gear. Apparently neighbours are still upset with him over his TV farm. You're not a miserable bunch of old so-and-sos they are. This follows a backlash that he hates the Duchess of Sussex. Clarkson owns Diddley Squat Farm in Chadlington in Oxon, the subject of a TV series. He said some residents like him as he brings trade to the area, but those who move in from London tend not to like us as they don't want big crowds. He said the village is divided. I mean, to be honest with you, tell them to go stick one. You know, there's nothing the matter. They're just lonely people. We moved out of London, bloody farm all over the place. It's outrageous. What else have we got? A lot of people tell you how to eat better. The trouble, they've got all these sort of one-pot chicken things. See, I mean, every time people talk about, you know, cooking in the kitchen and this is healthy and that's healthy, you think to yourself, why don't you just mind your own business? Stop poking your beaky nose into what we want to eat and what you want to eat. I don't really care. But Caleb Cooper, who's from Clarkson's farm, aims to get stinking rich by trademarking his name, which looks a little bit like KFC. But I see no reason why he can't. Boris, I don't want to hurt you, but with a missile it would only take a minute. What Putin apparently said to Boris on the phone. It's a bit sort of like a threat, but I mean, it's going nowhere, isn't it? You know, nobody worries about things like that anymore. I mean, obviously, of course, you know. Steve, is the stamp... collect stamp. I gave it out because you get nothing for them, says Martin. Well, stamp collecting. Oh no, some stamps are worth a fortune. Absolute fortune. Very nice indeed. King strolling with his sister Princess Anne to church, joined by Lady Susan Hussey. Told you. What did I predict on the programme? They won't get rid of her from the royal family. She's too valuable to them. She's known as a trusted member. She's the former woman of the bedchamber to the Queen. There's no way they're going to be getting rid of her. She is their link to the past. So she's definitely staying. 2 more leading staff are leaving Harry and Meg's organisation. Ben Browning and Farrah Taylor will be going later this year. They will not be replaced. Nobody wants to work with them. I don't know why people don't want to work with them. Are they really that bad to work for? So as they could be. And Steve, the best ever This Is Your Life was with Big Daddy, Shirley Crabtree. If you want it, it's on YouTube. He was once a lifeguard and saved a young lady's life before, says Sean. He was famous. He was very famous, wasn't he? But he was called Shirley. That's what his name was, Shirley Crabtree. Big Daddy. Like that Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue. The reason they gave them girls' names is to butch them up a bit. Didn't get any butcher than Big Daddy. There were loads of them about at the time. Wrestling was sort of, you know, oh dear, so many of them. Anyway, we take a short break for the news at 5. We take more of your texts and emails in a moment to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday, traditionally your worst day of the week. The only day you go, oh, I can't stand Monday. I can't bear it. The answer is, why? It's a lovely day of the week. I don't know what the weather's going to be like today. We sort of look out the window and it just looks dark and gloomy, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's face it, you know, the day is what you make it. So every time I look at the picture of this fish and chip box for 40 quid, and you get 4 battered cod, 3 portions of chips, 8 sausages, 4 fish cakes and 10 different sauces. And if you look at it, you'll be going, that looks like really good value. I mean, it really does. The portions of cod they must be making profit on it. It's a 20-inch box it's in, and they have to sort of sellotape the lid on. I wonder why it's only 3 portions of chips, as opposed to, like, you've got 4 battered cod. Why not 4 portions of chips? But there you go. You can't have everything, can you, really, I suppose? And there's also a drinker who got back his lost phone. He saw a mystery punter had put bets on with it, and it won him more than £650. So he wants to give them £300 as a sort of as a big thank you, I think. Oh, guess who's back with a UK tour? The Who. The Who are launching their first UK tour in 6 years to celebrate 60 years in the industry. They just don't die, do they, these people? They just keep going. They go, I tell you what we'll do, we'll go out on tour again. So Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend, they're going to take in, tickets go on sale from Friday. And I think the group will be joined by an orchestra and with special guest UB40 on the majority of the dates. They're going to do Hull, London, Bristol, Durham, St Helens and Brighton, all over the place. And so a trip down memory lane for an awful lot of people. Perry, as I say, another person from Little Mix, but she's got I think she's obviously got her own fashion label or something. Or they just give them their fashion. They don't design anything. They can't do it. They just go, do you want to design? They go, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, just put your name to it. What colours does it come in? Comes in black and blue. Oh, that'll do for us. Yeah, more you shift. So every time their picture, they go, oh look, they're wearing another one of their fabulous outfits. I sort of always look at it and go, it's just naff, isn't it? Really. Also, a search for a wounded seal pup was underway last night after a drone spotted it tangled up in fishing ropes. By the time they actually got down there, the thing had disappeared again. So whether or not it survived, we do not know. But they are asking people to look out for it. And a rookie cop suspended over an alleged fling with the senior officers being probed over an affair with a drugs kingpin. It's unbelievable, isn't it? The things that go on in the police force nowadays. And but a police spokeswoman said this is an ongoing investigation, so they have to investigate, because people were complaining yesterday about Nadine Zahawi and saying, why did this not happen ages ago? And the argument coming back from the Conservative Party was that they have to investigate and they want to make sure they don't make any mistakes on it, so that's why they were investigating and that's why it took it. But I did predict on Friday, I said he'd be gone over the weekend. Always guaranteed the weekend is when they all get their act together and somebody goes, listen, he's got to go. He's an embarrassment to the party. There's no point in keeping him. When you think he arrived in the country, couldn't speak English, he's out, he did really, really well. But unfortunately, he broke the law. He broke the law and he had to pay a fine. And so you can't have somebody like that. There's got to be some sort of cut-off point. But as I say, it gave David Lammy the opportunity to have the most fantastic, chat about it of all. Well, I think it was the fact that he wasn't honest enough about because they'd said that you don't pay a penalty if just for making a careless mistake. I mean, we've all made careless mistakes where you look at something that, I'll put it in the wrong bloody box. Luckily, I don't need to worry about that anymore, but my accountant would pick up on something like that. And then somebody was saying the other day to David Lammy, well, when he was doing his accounts, and David Lammy said, but he wouldn't be doing his own accounts. When you're dealing with millions of pounds, this is far too complicated for any mere mortal to have a go at. You have to leave it in the hands of people who supposedly know what they're doing. But he wouldn't have been fined over being careless. They don't do things like that. If you're late paying, they fine you. They're as bad. I told you, I just got a tax rebate. I haven't had a tax rebate since for goodness knows wherever. But it was lovely. Shane in Sydney says, fish and chips sounds good, or I wouldn't mind a battered saveloy. Oh, no, we don't do battered saveloys. No, you just have a saveloy. We have battered sausages, but not battered. Well, I've never heard of battered saveloys, but you might be right, actually. Phil says, I'm going to see Jim Davidson on Friday night. He's a lot funnier than some of these modern comedians. He's brilliant. Oh, he's a bit dated, isn't he now, Phil? Jim Davidson, I mean, he is a bit past it. I mean, I don't know whether or not, there is sort of a market still for him. I mean, he must be how old is he now? 70? 75, I don't know. I can't imagine, actually. But he was born. So he's 70. He's 70. But I mean, he was basically doing Jimmy Jones's act from a long, long time ago. Jimmy Jones was a comedian who I knew, through sort of work and things like that. And they never put him on television because they thought he was too risky. But he really wasn't too risky. You thought you knew what he'd said, but he hadn't actually said it. And Jim Davidson's act was based basically on Jimmy Jones's act. And so Jim Davidson got his break on television. He was doing various television programmes, and then it all went wrong. Then he moved to Dubai, I think, and then he'd been married various times. I think he'd been married quite a number of times, actually. But then he sort of became a bit of a dinosaur, and the racist side kept coming out. And there was something that they set him up on television to do, and I can't remember what it was. I can remember watching this television programme, and they brought this person in, which I think he'd been very rude about. That's all I remember. I can't remember exactly what it was. And I remember thinking then, he's sort of stuck in a time warp. There was nothing, there was no way out for him. And so he came over here. He was due to be doing something, I think on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here or something like that. And that was cancelled at the last minute. Something happened. And I think actually Jimmy Carr, I remember years ago, threatened legal action, accusing Jim of having plagiarised some of his things. He was caught up. He was caught up in a London traffic resulting from Extinction Rebellion, and there were all sorts of things going on there. And what else? So he's got 2 autobiographies. I didn't realise, actually. But then he's a Conservative Party supporter. Oh, that's right. It was noted by HMRC at the time of his move. He had an unpaid tax bill of about £700,000, and he went to Dubai to be an ethnic minority, he said, rather than wait here and become one in this country. And he's expressed sympathy for Farage, describing the party as the Jim Davidson of the political world. So he's been married 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 5 times. And he's got, I think, 5 children. 5 children. How he makes his money now, I've got no idea. But there was all sorts of stuff in the paper when he came back, and it was all a bit sort of messy and everything else. It's the way it goes. Phil Vickery likes a Savoy. Aye. But you don't batter them, do you, Phil? You don't, as far as I know. I think on This Morning, today, I think he sent this the other day, actually, twice, baked jacket spuds with tomatoes and bacon, easy and straight to the point, up and at them. But a Savoy, I don't even know what's in a Savoy. I should know these things, shouldn't I? But I don't. But I've always had a battered sausage. I don't know why I like a battered sausage, because it was an easy thing to eat. They are Savoys, usually bright red. I don't name bright red, thank you. Normally boiled and available in most fish and chip shops. It's occasionally also fried in... Oh, you can have it fried in batter. Well, there you go. I stand corrected. They're sometimes eaten in a Savoy dip sandwich. Oh, I think they've taken it to the extremes. Do you not think so? But there you go. But you can have them battered. I don't think I want one now at all, actually. I wish somebody would do beef burgers in batter, because they were very nice. Very nice. Talking about food... Says Mike, did you see the programme last night where a man killed and skinned a dog? Oh, dear. Mind you, I do know other countries where sort of people eat dog. I think, is it the Philippines? I think they eat dog. There's China, there are certain places. And Phil says you can batter them. This is Savoys. I prefer not, with lots of mustard. Now, would that be English mustard or French mustard? We used to have French mustard for the simple reason that it was milder than having the English mustard, which I thought was a bit hot for me, actually. Little bit hot. Jim Davidson was with the Diversity Dancer, says Gary. Oh, right, okay. Interesting. Forgot to mention the Keosu curry was £1. £1. See? Roger says Monday's my favourite day. Because it's so good to hear the Spike again after the weekend. Thank you. I like that as well. I'm a big fan. And the best fish and chip shop I ever ate were from a chip van in Great Yarmouth. I remember it had chili-flavoured vinegar, which I'd never seen for sale anywhere. And there is nothing better than chips on the beach. Oh, there's nothing better than chips on the beach. I would agree with you there. Chips eaten outdoors. You cannot eat chips at home. It's not the same. They taste different. I don't know why. It's just one of those things. Chips on the beach, wrapped up with a big rug round you, and eat it. Oh, dear. I tell you could eat chips till the cows come home. So here we go. They now make a big thing about dreary old Maya Jama because She's feeling the heat, not just from the scorching South African sun on Love Island, who she hardly ever appears on it. I've watched the programme twice now, and she's not featured once. But anyway, she got engaged in December, but he now wants the ring back. And I'm not sure whether or not legally you have to give a ring back. I don't know how it works, actually. And there is one woman here who says, no, you shouldn't give it back. She sold it online a week after the relationship ended. I don't know how that works. I would have thought that if somebody gives you an engagement ring, that's keepsies. That doesn't mean that you have to, if the relationship fizzles out, give the blooming thing back again. As far as I'm concerned, you've given me that. It didn't come with a contract saying, by the way, if our relationship fizzles out, you will give the ring back to me. So as far as I'm concerned, she's entitled to sell it, but I could be wrong. And trouble is, Saveloys, says Pete, you're still tasting them 2 days later. I go for a large battered sausage every time, and I'll also dip it into curry sauce. Way, man after my own heart. Have you ever had a battered Mars bar, says Dave? Absolutely not, Dave. I'm a diabetic. I mean, a Mars bar is bad enough anyway. The chance of having it deep fried, I'm afraid, but no, absolutely not. There are certain things which you don't have in batter, and that would be one of them, as far as I'm concerned. Only because I'm a diabetic, and I wouldn't eat a Mars bar anyway. But the idea of deep frying it is just that sounds like an abomination, I'm afraid.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Molly, did you know haggis? We talked about haggis the other day because it was Burns night. Did you know it is not Scotland's national dish? Do you know it was invented here in England 600 years ago, haggis? I mean, I suppose really it's just something in like a sort of membrane kind of stuff. I mean, I've never had it, so I can't comment on it, but I remember reading about it and they said it's not Scottish. It's British. And I said, well, that's okay. Mind you, Jamie Oliver was going through all these different sources the other day, like, there you go. History of haggis. King Richard II. Eggs, breadcrumbs, finely diced sheep's fat with seasoning, shown into a sheep's tripe and sewn securely. 1390. But is it any good? Is it any good? I don't know, actually. Aaron would probably eat something like that, wouldn't you? Would you not? It doesn't appeal to me either, but I think all it is, it's mincemeat, isn't it? Inside, like a skin. Yes, I have to be honest. Visually, it's not very attractive. But there again, just because visually it's not very attractive doesn't mean you can't put it in your mouth. It does put... I have to be honest, it does look a little bit... Yeah, you're right, actually. It doesn't look very... But no, I don't know. It does look... Yes, it looks like a jacket potato. It looks okay, actually. I quite like it with sort of mashed potato, which I believe is tatties, isn't it? Tatties and neeps. I think we had this argument the other week on the programme about what you can have and what you can't. But I don't know. But it's one of these things. I can remember they did a programme on the television once, and it was looking at different food around the world. And they went to Peru, and they go into this restaurant in Peru. And I remember thinking, oh, right, that's quite nice. We're going to see what they eat there. And what do they eat there? Guinea pig. They had the guinea pigs in the kitchen running around the floor. And I remember watching this thinking, tell me no. And they did. They literally picked up the guinea pig, banged it over the head to dispose of it, wrapped it in mud, literally mud, and then put it in the oven. And it cooked inside the mud. And then when they took the mud off, it took the hair and the skin off. So then you could eat the meat. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it? Does it sound delicious? I always think if Colonel Sanders had discovered, guinea pigs before chickens, the boxes would have been slightly bigger. But, all the stagger out there holding this huge... What is it? 3 guinea pigs we've gone for today, the bargain bucket, which would be enough. But people eat all sorts of things around the world. It's like I remember seeing Michael Palin. He went to a snake restaurant in China, and they brought the snakes out to put them on the floor to prove that they were alive, as opposed to proving anything else. And I remember thinking, oh, they're not going to eat it, are they? And he said, and they put it on the floor, and then the bloke killed it, and then they took it back to the kitchen, and it came back in various guises as deep fried or with sauce on it. And I remember thinking, if you didn't know what it was, would you eat it? Because I need to know what something is. If somebody puts something in front of me, I like to know what it is. And they go, no, just try it first. I go, no, I want to know what it is. I don't want to do another one of these, I'm a celebrity, this is alligator penis or something like that. I mean, I don't know whether or not you could eat anything like that, but they seem to eat all this peculiar stuff, and I need to know what it is, just in case I'm sick. I don't want to be ill about any of these things. I sort of, I'm a little bit I suppose I'm a bit Dickensian, actually, which is a bit of a shame, really. How did your assistant get on with the all-you-can-eat challenge, says Dave in Twickenham. We were going, this is what Jack was going to be doing, wasn't it? I don't think Jack has recovered, actually, from the other evening. I don't really think. I think he probably had a few drinks, and he was, let's just say, well, the worse for wear. My friend Professor Jonathan Shallett says the travel report has no value to me because you know why? He says, how do I get to work? I've discovered the joy of cycling. Now, I have to be honest, whilst I applaud Professor Jonathan Shallett for cycling, it would frighten the life out of me in London. We did a competition, Jonathan, some years ago we were based in Hammersmith, and 4 of us tried different methods of transport coming from Golders Green. I went on a bicycle, somebody went on the bus, somebody took the tube train, and somebody took a taxi. And I tended to find the cycling was the most lethally dangerous because people would open car doors, they pull into the side of the road, they don't see you, they step out into the road. It was dreadful. Anyway, he goes to Holland Park. Well, he gets a Santander bike, once known as a Boris bike. He says, I whizzed down Ken High Street, past the traffic jams, then through Hyde Park in the bike lane, over Hyde Park Corner, up Piccadilly into Soho to my new office, because he's got a new office now, in Great Pulteney Street. Journey takes me 20 minutes. By car, it would take him 30 minutes. And by train and bus, 40 minutes. Bikes are the best transport ever, so long as you're wearing a helmet and a yellow overvest. You must have something that sort of distinguishes you from anything else on the road, which I think would be necessary. Do you cycle, Aaron? Do you have a little bicycle? No. You never ridden a bike? Really? Well, we discovered the other day that Jack, I can say it because he's not here, he didn't know what a date was. You know, a fruit, yeah. You know the dates that come off a date? He didn't know what it was. I said, they're dates. And he went, what's a date? And I thought he was having a laugh. We didn't realise that he was being quite serious. He didn't know what a date was. I said, well, they have date palms in the Middle East, and people eat dates all the time. And there's Medellin date. There's all sorts of different dates. You get really good, top-quality dates, and then you get the bog-standard average dates. Eat Me were very popular. We should do we should. Pomegranate's nice. Dragon fruit's lovely. I love dragon fruit. And pomegranate I do, but I'm a little bit fiddly getting the little bits out. You can do it with a spoon. Some people say get a pin out. Well, I could be there for days trying to, wheedle something out with a pin. You can get the ones without the seed. Yeah, you always get bits stuck in your teeth if you've got pomegranates. But and also I like Chinese pears. I love them. They look like a pear, but they eat like an apple, and they drip with liquid. Absolutely delicious. Yeah, but perhaps we should. I don't want to waste money though. If we have to bring it in for sort of Jack. But I thought he would know what sort of dates were. But we don't know, David, whether he's done the all-you-can-eat challenge. He thought he could eat 8-foot-long hot dogs. Was it 8-foot-long hot dogs? I mean, it's 8-foot-long hot. That's a lot of hot dogs. Plus, it came with all the other bits and pieces, didn't it? It wasn't just the hot dogs. It was something else. Yeah, it came with toppings and all the rest of it. I don't think you could eat something like that, Aaron. No, seriously, I know you might look at me and go, Steve, I think you find I could. 8 is a lot. I think you could probably eat 2 or 3, and you've got to do it in 30 minutes. If you do it in 30 minutes, you get it for free. And that was the only thing that... Only you win £100, didn't you? You win £100. So, yeah. Whatever it was, I said to him, you'll never eat them. I said, you're going to look so silly. Sarah in Teddington says, I cycle to work every day, 12 miles each way, and I've been knocked off twice. But like they say, you've got to get back on your bike. Have you ever seen starfruit? Oh, yeah, I like starfruit. Starfruit's very nice. And, I mean, there's so many different... You should go to a greengrocer and have a look at what they've got, because they get all sorts of exotic things. There's not much out of a greengrocer, apart from some of the... I mean, it's a load of apples, but apples are a little bit dull. No, they are, Aaron. I'm not arguing with you. Apples and honey. No. Is it? Oh, you have that on Rosh Hashanah? Oh, right. Oh, right. So do you mash the apples, or you just cut into slices and just dip it into honey? My God. It's what? Really good. There you go. There's a thing we can try next time round, I suspect. Apparently, it's a very good... I tell you what I do like. I do like mango, but I can't have it because it doesn't go well with diabetics. But I watched somebody in a restaurant once. I went to the Hilton, and they've got a fabulous place underneath which does Thai food, Chinese food, all in the same restaurant. And they carve mango at the table. Literally, he peels back the skin, and he just... And you think, this is brilliant. Because mangoes, like lychees, I love fresh lychees. But I haven't dared bring them in because Jack won't have even seen a fresh lychee. There'll be no chance he won't know. He'll probably think it's a snail or something like that. He wouldn't know how to eat it. Yeah, I mean, Jack would probably pop the whole thing in his mouth. James says, was that breakfast cafe over 4 floors with wooden tables that opened at 3 a.m. called Fat Harry's? It was. Harry. Well, we just called it Harry's. Steve says, Rory, we don't eat things that squeak or make audibly appeasing noises. No. I mean, there are certain things that you wouldn't eat, like mice. I don't think you'd want to eat mice, would you? Or something? I mean, anything like that. No. Although, it's like they were doing a thing the other day. This man fell into the sea. And he managed to stay afloat for God knows how many days. And but he wasn't eating anything. So he didn't have anything to eat. But he was just drinking seawater, which, of course, is really salty. And you'd be thinking, but that would surely make you ill, wouldn't it, if you were drinking seawater? I know you can buy little kits now where you can turn seawater into normal water, into drinking water. They offer it to people who are going up the jungle or something. I don't know. It's all peculiar. But there is a way of cutting a pomegranate. I've never seen that, Pete. I just thought you sliced them in half and then sort of dug out with a spoon. Sounds nice, though, doesn't it? And there you go. Easiest way to cut open a pomegranate. Look at that. That looks lovely, isn't it? Some people are very clever. So you just literally... and then, you break it open. Makes your mouth water, doesn't it, when you're watching it? Does it? No? Oh, well. And then you sort of, because now you can go into any supermarket and you can buy pomegranate seeds. You don't even have to buy the pomegranate, just go and buy a box of seeds. Somebody somewhere has sat there picking the blooming things out. Did you see the programme 22 Kids and Counting? And I did. I got as far as they were going to America. This is the family. They've got 22 kids, but there were 26 of them going. And when they get to the airport, they've got little kids, big kids, there's loads of them. And they were going to look to see whether they could buy a house in America. And they found a 12-bedroom house, and I think it had 10 bathrooms, or it might have been 14, because the Americans have got, like, double the amount of bathrooms that you need. So if there's 2 of you in a bedroom, there'll be 2 bathrooms, which is quite nice. I quite fancy a double shower. I've never had a double shower. But, you get these what they call them, rain flow or something, or tropical rainstorm showers or something, where you get absolutely drenched, which I quite like, actually. I think it's a very nice thing. What's the strangest thing you've ever eaten? Oh, God knows. I've got no idea. Strangest thing I've ever eaten? I don't know. I can't think of anything. I had a snail once, just the one. They said chew it. Didn't appeal to me in the slightest. And I've had frog's legs. You see, that would be considered strange. Well, I did once go to a restaurant and they served crocodile and kangaroo and everything. A friend of mine used to be a rep for a drinks company, and he opened this restaurant up, and they did all of this Australian stuff, and it was quite nice. As in all cases, anytime you eat anything like alligator, they go, tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. There's nothing that doesn't taste like chicken. Even chicken doesn't taste like chicken, but you get all these other foods that, they go, oh, this is quite nice. At one time, they were trying to get us to eat ostrich, weren't they? You can buy ostrich steaks, and goat is very popular, although I've never had goat, but I believe curried goat is particularly popular. Curried goat sounds. You've had that? That sounds quite nice, actually. The trouble is we're not very adventurous with food, are we? I don't know why we don't want to eat things. I suppose it's like me. I'm a bit of a girl's blouse when it comes to eating certain... I mean, I wouldn't eat snake. I just really wouldn't eat snake. I don't know why. I wouldn't want to eat guinea pig either, really. Or monkey. There used to be this apocryphal story that years ago Chinese businessmen would sort of go to this restaurant and in the middle of the table would be a lid and they lift it up and there's a monkey's head and you would cut open the top of it and eat the brains. And I can remember thinking, I don't think I'll be going to this restaurant. I don't think this sounds like my kind of thing at all. I'm not big into those sort of things. I sort of, people go, oh, but it's very good for you, and then it sort of endows you with sort of all this wonderfulness. I think I'd rather not have it. I'm just really not interested in that sort of thing. I don't know.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
It's only 20 days in February. So I was just musing to myself, it's only 20 days. There were more in January, but there's only 20 working days. Yeah, it's 20 weekdays, yes. 3 in the first bit of it, and then 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 days. Very depressing. Is it a leap? Oh, I don't know if it's a leap year. Don't start me on that one. I've got no idea. 30 day. Yeah. I just noticed that for March, which is my birthday, which tends to fall on a Friday for some peculiar reason. I don't mind it falling on a Friday. It doesn't actually make any difference. But there's 1, 2, 3, 20, 23 days in March. So it varies month to month, doesn't it, really? Doesn't make any difference. New fears on vaping, as I said earlier on. The amount of people that I see vaping nowadays, it's very common. You can always tell when they're vaping. Clouds of smoke. Clouds of smoke. With a normal cigarette, you don't get as much thing. You were talking about, says Jason, eating banana skin. Well, I really wasn't. I didn't fancy the idea. I thought it was very odd. I could understand you peeling back the skin and eating the banana. I can't understand eating banana skin. But anyway, Nigella made banana skin curry in her book Cook, Eat, Repeat. Looked disgusting. I shan't be making it, says Jason. Kind of a pointless text. Shane says, I was offered an emu steak. I couldn't eat. Just the thought of it made me feel sick. Yeah. Aaron said he could probably eat ostrich. He's not sure how big these things are, you know. I said he'll never get it in the oven. The thing is enormous. Have you seen the size? They've got like 6-foot wingspan. Even bigger. And you've got to try and wrap that in Bako foil, shove it in the oven. No, the ovens are going to be about as big as a fridge freezer, I should imagine. And I'm experimenting with our deep-fill Breville sandwich toaster. Mashed potato, grated cheese toasty with a little pepper. See, I've never done pepper. They used to, Jamie Oliver was saying the other day that every restaurant you went into would have salt and pepper on the table. And I've never added salt or pepper to anything at all. I don't know why. It just never appealed to me. I sort of have it naked, which works quite well. Your friend used to dip food into salt. Oh, right. She'd have salt and chip and then dip it into salt again. It's not normal, is it? It's not normal. I'm not sure about that. But everybody's different. Everybody is different. Somebody else talked about cycling. It's very popular, this cycling thing. And Steve, another one that says, don't forget the pancakes and waffles. Little Chef used to do nice sausages, also Jubilee pancakes with a lovely cherry filling. I've done pancakes myself, but I cheat. I buy the ready-made pancakes, which they sell in every supermarket, and I get the frying pan out, and it's non-stick, and I turn it up full volume, and until it's really absolutely sizzling hot, and then I just drop the pancake in. Only takes about a minute and a half each side, flip it over, then I put a filling in, could be apricot puree, or I've got rhubarb puree, or any one of a number of things, cherry as well, and then just fold it over and just eat the blooming thing. It's just, it's not very good for me, because I'm not very good, but I do like things like that, Mike. I'm a little bit sweet tooth, but only on certain things. Mainly if somebody offers me the choice of savoury or sweet, I go savoury. I always like savoury. It's good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Best Knickerbocker glory I've had was at Whitby's restaurant in Sheffield. It's a long way to go for a Knickerbocker glory, isn't it, really? And Rosemary, no, absolutely not. Full to bursting, I'm afraid. Full to bursting. And somebody says, I used to cycle to work. One morning I snugly weaved in and out of stationary traffic, going na, 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 at all the people on the bus. I hit a pothole and face planted the pavement. That's the dangerous thing, isn't it? The trouble is there's so many potholes in the roads. I don't know if you've noticed recently in London, you know, when my car falls into a pothole, by God, you know about it. Absolutely ridiculous. Other stories running in the papers today. They've got Pamela Anderson. She's flogging a book, to be honest with you, you know, how to make your life sound a little bit more interesting. Eddie Murphy wants to make a 5th Shrek movie. I didn't even know there'd been 4. She's not very clever, is it? And Nadim Zahawi is finally toast after facing a grilling. He's so arrogant. I've never known such arrogance in people. You think to yourself, can't you just be a little bit humble? You know? Somebody says, have you still got that Marmite jar in the back of your cupboard that's stuck? I have. It's cheaper than super. Well, I've got a Marmite jar. I bought Steve Allen Marmite. They would put your name onto a Marmite jar on the label. It was quite nicely done. And so I bought 4 of them. I gave 3 away as presents. And I kept one in, and I opened it and I took a bit of thing out. But unfortunately, a little bit leaked out of the Marmite. I don't know if you've ever sort of built a house with Marmite, but frankly, nothing will blow it down. It sits, it's seriously glued like you can't imagine. And it fell underneath the actual glass bottle. And I can't get it out of the cupboard. I've tried wrestling it out and it's just not going. So what I think I'm going to have to do probably is either set fire to the kitchen, which is a little bit dramatic, I realise, but it could be the only way, or failing that, get my hairdryer out and so it melts it a little bit to lift the... What? I have got enough hair to use a hairdryer. No, we need to start that kind of talk. That's fighting talk. See you outside in the playground. 20 minutes, OK? Wear your best shorts. You're in big trouble now. Big trouble. How does the hairdryer work? Well, I can heat up the bottom of the Marmite jar and that would then melt the Marmite, which is holding it to the cupboard. No, well, I mean, I could chip it out. But yeah, but if I chip it out and I break the glass jar, I've got Marmite all over the place. So, you know, I shall use my deluxe hairdryer, which works perfectly for all sorts of other things. What else do we have? The trans prisoners I told you about. I'm amazed it's taken them so long. Trans prisoners with a history of violence against women. Why in God's name you'd ever want to put them into female jails? I've got no idea. But Keith Brown also announced a review of the case of Isla Bryson, who was convicted of raping 2 women before magically changing gender. And put in a women's prison, immediately removed, put in a men's prison. Puffed up French pastry. Do you remember last week we had the problem? People didn't want to buy croissant because they didn't know how to pronounce it. So it kind of put the Brits off going to buy... I mean, seriously, I've never heard anyone so stupid. I mean, it is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you know, I think actually the idea for what we now know as a croissant came from Austria, from Kipfels. Not as flaky as a croissant, but they do make... I think the Austrians make the best bread. I think they make the best bread. And the reason I say that is if you buy rolls in this country, you're a bit used to getting sort of a bit naff. I've tried the Tiger rolls and I've tried these rolls and everything else. When you've tried semmels in Austria, they are just to die for. It tastes like bread. I mean, I could just eat bagfuls of them. But to have them just with sort of lovely butter, everything seems to taste better abroad, especially in the bread line. But that's where they think they actually came from. Did you know that nuns were responsible for introducing Italy to sweet pastries? So there you go. The most expensive pastry in the world was at London's Dum Dum Donuttery. 1,500 quid. It contained rosé champagne, caviar, gold leaf, Tahitian gold vanilla beans, and rare Amadei Porciano chocolate, the priciest chocolate on the planet. Seems a bit dramatic, doesn't it, for a sort of a celebrity thing? I bought some rosé prosecco the other day. I haven't quite had the nerve to open the bottle. No, it wasn't the... No, I've still got the Kylie one in the car. That's chilling nicely, thank you very much indeed. I don't know what I'm expecting from this rosé prosecco. I suppose it's going to taste exactly the same, just rosé. Not have done it. It's pink, yeah. It's sort of pinky reddy sort of colour. I mean, it's all right. Well, I could save it for a special occasion. Today could be a special occasion. I could do my invoice and then go special occasion, you know, and celebrate, which would be fantastic. I could have quite a little celebration. I could get some little nuts in to have a little go at. I used to like those, what do they call them? They were sort of nuts, they had a coating on them. And they were like sort of peanut type things, but they had a coating which made them absolutely irresistible as far as I was concerned. I can't remember what they... Sorry? No, I don't know. There was another name for them. Steve, underneath the Marmite jar with WD-40. All right. Leave for a wee while and then twist the jar, hopefully to remove. Yeah. Rory has Nutella on his pancakes. All right. To answer the question regarding the engagement ring, when an engagement ring is given to a lady, it's in anticipation of a marriage. If you break up before you get married, the ring should be given back to the gentleman who gave it to you. However, if you get married and then get divorced, you may keep the engagement ring, says Sally. Oh, I'd sell it. I'd sell it straight away. I wouldn't have any hesitation. Listen, if you're stupid enough to give somebody a ring in the first place and then it all fizzles out, you know, then you get to keep the ring. That's part of the deal as far as I'm concerned.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So today we are celebrating, and I'd forgotten to tell you actually, having mentioned all about puffed up over French pastries, it's Croissant Day. I don't know why. They're the messiest things ever to eat. So today is World Croissant Day. Well, I mean, the people who sell croissants will be telling you it's World Croissant Day. But then they're so fiddly to eat. They're just messy. They're messy. It's not a good mess. You should eat them stark naked. And then, because otherwise you get them all over your clothes, all over everything. They're in your pants and all the rest. Well, I had no idea, Aaron. I just assumed that you were eating them the same as everybody else. But they do. If you sit on a train eating a croissant, you might as well just give up and just flake it all over yourself. Because you're never going to manage it. Never going to manage it at all. Bad news. If you're going down to Dorset, part of the Jurassic Coast UNESCO World Heritage Site, because half of the cliff has separated from the other half of the cliff, and it's huge. Last week, 1,000 tons of rock poured onto the beach, and they say, a geologist, Richard Edmonds, has said this could go at any moment. Spells of rain could completely undermine it. It's literally just moved away. I mean, if you go anywhere near it, this whole thing could just collapse. Ramblers have been alerted. It's 230 feet long. The crevice sunk by 3 feet. So stay well away. Not that I think anybody listening to this programme is going to be sort of heading off down there. Oh, and we're also bracing ourselves for 80-mile-an-hour winds and gales from an oncoming northern Atlantic system. Forecasters say we'll also be hit by rain, sleet and snow over the next few days. Oh, it's all we need, isn't it? We don't want that. Aaron will shrink. Well, you know, I mean, I don't know where we go from there, poor soul. Honestly, we'll have to sort of, you know, take him to one of those car things where you sort of plug him into the airline and go, and then sort of blow him back up to normal size again. Because otherwise, you just could, he could be like a whoopee cushion. Well, I don't think necessarily a whoopee cushion. No, I mean, I think he'd be a bit bigger than a whoopee cushion. Yeah, I wasn't even sure you could still buy whoopee cushions, but I reckon you could, actually. Best place to eat a fresh and juicy mango is in the bath, says Johnny. Really? I'm not a fan of eating in the bath at all, actually. I don't think you can. I don't think eating is good at all. Have you ever had iced gems, says Sidcup Julie? Of course. Of course. No, the nuts that we were thinking of, actually, are dry roasted. Kathy came up with that one. And... Steve, if ever you go travelling in India, you'll learn the best place to hang out and to meet other travellers is always a German bakery, says Johnny. A German bakery. Do you know, I dreamt last night about German Wurst. Because I like it so much. And I've never seen them on sale in this country, the Käsewurst, which has got the cheese impregnated into the sausage. And I've often thought, because I do, if ever I go back to Vienna, which isn't not very often at all nowadays, but that would be the thing that would drag me back there, a giant sausage, you know, with sort of cheese in it. Always my favourite. Sometimes with a little bit of scent mustard, but just the cheese inside the sausage was enough to get me going. But I don't think you can buy them in this country. God knows I've looked. I've scoured along the shelves in Waitrose, the most likely place to have. What I need is a German delicatessen, don't I, where they will sort of sell Wurst with sort of cheese in, which is very nice, actually. Steve, I've eaten my croissant naked. But I'm now banned from life from Wenzel's. Thank you. Yes, I know. I've said that before to people. When I've said you eat it naked, try not to do it in a public place. You know, otherwise you get yourself into trouble. You can, I mean, I did it the last time. Somebody said to me, where have you just done it? I said, on the top of the bus, which is nice, because I very rarely sit on the top of buses now. Very rarely. Apparently the nuts I was thinking about are called Nobby's nuts. Have you heard of these? I've never heard of them, but apparently they were coated in a crispy coating and were either chili or salt and vinegar. Salt and vinegar nuts. I'm not sure if I could cope with something. Oh, there we are. It doesn't sound good, does it? Nobby's nuts. Oh, they do dry roast it. £10.99? How big's the packet? That seems... Oh, you get 24 packs for £10.99. Oh, that's not too bad. Sweet chili. See, sweet chili. I think it's a little bit pretentious. I don't do that. I don't want to spice up my life. I don't need to spice up my life. I've tried. It just doesn't work. I'm just not a spice up your life sort of guy. Yes, I think I should do something else, really. Steve, apparently bakers created the croissant, a pastry that would symbolise the victory of Vienna's victory over the Ottoman Turks, as the crescent moon is on the Turkish flag. Oh, well, that's an interesting theory. I've never heard that one before, thank you. But, so I've got a day off work, Steve, and I'm now considering going down to Dorset, says Zach, just to see a dangerous cliff. I don't know. To be honest with you, I wouldn't go anywhere near it, because you look at the pictures first before you go there. And that thing, if we get a little bit of rain, it will just detach itself and down will you go. I mean, I'm looking at the picture here, which is in the Daily Star today. It's quite a big gap. It's quite a big gap, and when these things go, they go fast. They go very fast. So try not to worry about it. I was watching something the other day. Where was it? I think they were doing something. They were on a cruise ship, and they'd gone to see a glacier. And this glacier, because you can only see how fast glaciers move when you speed up the photography. So you take a picture of it, and then you can watch this thing moving before your very eyes. It's quite phenomenal. And this thing was falling into the sea, and they got quite close. I went, no, it's going to go. And this thing, it just keeps moving. Because I told you, there's this place in France where there's a door in the side of a mountain, and you go in, and you go all the way to the end of this corridor, and you're underneath a glacier. And so what they do is they get a hot water hose, and they pump water in, and it makes a cave inside the glacier, and you can go and stand, and it's dripping with water, obviously, and you could see all the rocks that the glacier's brought down. And then they close the door, you go back the next day, open the door, a wall of ice. It's moved on. The room has moved on. It's very clever. Very clever. I'm a mine of useless information, seriously, honestly, the sort of place that I go to. There is a delicatessen in Ham, says John in Witten. Is there really? Roger says, my absolute favourite food is Wiener Schnitzel, and the Austrians do it best. The one thing the Austrians don't do is salads. Everything is drenched in oil. Everything is seriously, they do the wettest salads. Whereas we like dry salads over here, and then we put salad cream on and mayonnaise and stuff like that, which is quite nice. But over there, wet salads, everything's wet. And they do these knödels, which are sort of like knödels, and they put them in everything. They go in everything at all. But they do the best ham and eggs. They literally get a frying pan, a little bit of butter, and they literally put sliced ham all over the frying pan, and then they break 3 eggs over the top of it, put a plate over the top of the frying pan, leave it for 5 minutes, take it off, and it's all cooked beautifully, empty it straight onto the plate. Yumma, yumma, yumma. You have that with some semmel rolls. Quite delicious. I'm going to try out the German delicatessen in Ham. I know Ham quite well, actually. Joanne says, did you ever go to Salzburg? No, but I know all about Salzburg. I've seen all the pictures. It's picture postcard. It's very, very pretty. Very, very nice. Is that? Sound of Music filmed in Salzburg. Yep, absolutely. It's very pretty. It's real what they call chocolate box. Vienna's not moved. It's sort of stood still. And it's got the Opera House, and it's got Schönbrunn, and it's got various other palaces, Belvedere and places like that, and St. Stephen's, and churches everywhere. They can't move for churches. They must be the most religious country I've ever been to. I've never been to so many places. They've got a big Jewish quarter in Austria, in Vienna, and it's very nice, but it is steeped in history. You need to go out into the Tyrol in the wintertime to realise what the word beautiful actually means, because it is stunningly gorgeous. Absolutely stunningly. So Matt Hancock, what did he give away? 3% of the £320,000 fee to charity. And interestingly enough, he lost the Tory whip over his appearance, said he donated £10,000 to the hospice and the British Dyslexia Association. The trouble is, he's another one of these boring MPs who's going to think that it's like Ed Balls. He obviously thinks he's got some sort of personality that we need to see. I really am not interested. Really not interested. Sorry about that. You know, it's the way I am. I can't help it. As far as I'm concerned, I think they're, an MP. When they fail at being an MP, then they go on to being Nadine Dorries, and they give you a little chat show. Now she's in trouble because she didn't tell them that she was going to be going off doing a chat show. Not that it will attract an audience. It doesn't really matter, does it? And a Tower of London beefeater who guards the royal jewellery collection says his own crown jewels are never safely shut away. I really know what to make of that story, actually. I'm not too sure about that at all. It's an odd story. He says we wear, because under their beefeaters' uniforms, they have to wear crutchless tights. Because otherwise you have to take everything off to go to the loo, so they make them with crutchless... Really? I've never even thought about it before. It'll take on a whole new meaning, going to the Tower of London, won't it? Going there, going, what are you wearing underneath that? Oh, my God. So I never thought about it. You'd have to sort of divest yourself of all of your militaria. Very nice. Let's take a short break for the news at 6. If you have just joined us, good morning.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the beginning of the week. Welcome to, well, what shenanigans are going to be finding its way into the papers where the MPs are concerned. I can't wait to see what the next shenanigans is going to be. There's got to be something, hasn't there? We can't actually start the week with a clear slate unless Rishi Sunak's going to resign or somebody's going to call a general election. But as far as I know, they've got to wait 2 years for that. So all this talk about, can't wait for Labour to get into power. By the time you've had 2 years, you'll have forgotten all about Labour. Wait and see. Wait and see who's still in politics in 2 years' time. Whilst in Vienna, says David, we were introduced to hot chocolate sauce in a cone, topped off with whatever flavour ice cream you wanted. Disgustingly Moorish. They do eat ice cream all year round. Just off the Kärtnerstrasse, on the right-hand side, just by McDonald's, there is an ice cream shop. And it's open all year round. They serve ice cream. In the winter, they eat ice cream. It's like loads of places. Only us, we go, oh, no, ice cream, no. That'll be for the summer. That'll be for the summer. But they all eat ice cream all the year round, which is very nice. And, Steve, we went to an Italian delicatessen because we lived in Glasgow with Italian grandparents. I can still remember the wonderful smells. They had a room at the rear with different blends of coffee. We always had a salad with oil and vinegar. I found it strange that other people ate dry salad. See, I've only ever eaten dry salad. The thought of eating a wet salad sort of just seemed a bit pointless to me. I couldn't stand it at all. I go to Austria, Steve, 2 or 3 times a year and got married. In 2014, I stay at the base of a glacier in a small village called Matzit, which is the Alps in Tyrol. You can take a cable car to the top of the glacier, which has got an ice palace, which is very, very old. It's beautiful with snow all the year, says Sean. Yeah, I mean, the Tyrol is beautiful. I mean, it really is. It's so, so pretty. It is like watching The Sound of Music. It does come to life. You go up there and you see these beautiful places, which in the wintertime, when they're lucky enough to get snow, all the people go out there and they just love it. We went to the Hotel Panhans, which is a big old hotel, and we had a sauna and we did tobogganing and all sorts of bits and pieces. Quite beautiful. Really is quite. It's almost as if somebody upstairs above the clouds has sort of just dusted the whole place with icing sugar. And Steve, just back from a Robbie Williams gig. Wait for it. I was sat next to an insurance salesman, and through it all, he offered me protection. You're barred. But seriously, I'm not putting up with cheap jokes at the expense of Paul Robbie Williams, whose claim to fame now is he's the voice of a cat called Felix. I mean, it's bad enough, isn't it? Finally, Steve, says Lucy. Morning, Steve and the gang. The gang. We're in a gang now. We need to get badges made and everything if we're going to be in a gang. Yeah, whoa, in a gang. We need to get some graffiti up. Steve's Groovy Gang. You know, stuff. Yeah, whew, dear me. But anyway, yet another birthday for me and my wonderful husband. Adrian says Lucy has spoilt me rotten all weekend. He's the best, so send love and thanks. What'd he do? Come on, spill the beans. But thank you for making my morning. Oh, well, it's more than a pleasure. More than a pleasure. I still like that idea. Through it all, he offered me protection. It's just so stupid. So stupid. And David in Birchington says, having enjoyed motoring holidays in France, there's a place to come back from. Have you ever been to France driving? All the cars coming in the opposite direction, dented, windows broken, everything. It's a nightmare. The French are mad drivers. But apparently they dip their croissants in their breakfast coffee. I've heard of dipping croissants in hot chocolate. I didn't know they dipped them in coffee. I'm not so... Actually, the funny thing is when we went to France years ago, all we ate in the morning was baguettes with ham and giant melons and mangoes and stuff like that. Conrad says the next leap year is 2024. Easy to tell as the Olympics are usually in the same year. And John in Colchester says German potato salad is lovely. Well, there you go. You see, there's all sorts of... somebody says, can I recommend somebody called the Sausage Man? Well, you can certainly mention the Sausage Man, who sells a range of German sausages. I once ordered currywurst and cheese wurst, all delivered frozen and ready to pop into the freezer. Sounds like quite a good idea. Oh, they look nice, don't they? Cheesy hot. Oh, dear, they do look nice. The only problem is with cheesy hot dogs, delicious though they are, you've got to be really careful when you eat them because the cheese melts and it's boiling hot inside. You can take the roof of your mouth off, but they do look delicious. 25 centimetres. What does that look like, Aaron? Got any idea? Yeah, it's your height, isn't it? There you go. I knew it. These are wholesale cheese sausages. Käsekräne. How lovely. Do you know, they even look delicious just on the photograph. I could eat the photograph, which is good news. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we shall weave everybody in as we can. Apparently, so January... Oh, somebody else talking about January. And also, it seems in a certain place in Leicester Square, the workers eat ice cream all year round, says Roger. Just ask Ian. It's an outrageous slur on the company. We haven't had ice cream yet. We might get it this week. We don't know. We don't ask for it. It just arrives, and the boys get very excited about having ice cream because it's a little treat. Yeah, do you never get it? No. Well, every time you're here, the trouble is it arrives when you're not here. That's the problem. I mean, we could save it for you, but it would be all liquid by the time you came in. I mean, I don't mind sort of, just force feeding you liquid ice cream. Yeah, we could phone, couldn't we? We could phone and say, Aaron, could you just pop in? We've got an ice cream for you. Well, that is the point. I could do that. Do you think I would? No, absolutely not. No travelling with our ice cream. The only travelling it does is with Ian and his thing that reduces the temperature of everything to like sub-zero. It is absolutely unbelievable. Do you know if you get less than 7 hours sleep a night, it can lead to... Here we go, another depressing story. It can lead to a high risk of multiple sclerosis. Now, I don't know how much sleep you're supposed to get a night. How much sleep do you get, Freddie, a night? Average. What would it be? 5 or 6. 5 or 6. Okay. Here we go. Aaron, how much sleep? 8 or 9 hours. What? 10 or 11 when you're not at work. Oh, you're basically one of these people who just lies in bed with their eyes closed. Oh, genuinely asleep. Wow. See, I don't think I've never even managed 8. I've never managed 8 hours sleep. I wouldn't know. Years and years ago, I would do a little bit later, but I tend to find it's wasting the day. I like to sort of get up and go and do something. The idea of sort of lying in bed going, oh, I'll just go back to sleep again. It would be if you weren't working, it would be very easy just to stay in bed and not sort of do anything. to exerting, I think. Jackie says, best wishes to Esther Ranson with her treatment. Her silver line has brought so much comfort. Yes. And Angela says, Steve, a message to say how finding LBC has changed my life. Having suffered from mental health issues all my life, I have now, for the last 3 years, been listening and halved my medication, and I'm able to start the day. So you are a lifesaver. Well, there you go. Actually, funny thing is, they're changing my medication as well. I think the doctor I saw the other day thinks I'm taking too many tablets. Because, I take 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 tablets a day. And they think I'm taking too many tablets. They think they might cut back and then increase the insulin. So I don't know, it's just something. I've got another meeting with the doctor on the 10th of March. There's always something going on, isn't there, really? But I'm glad that we've changed your life, Angela. I think that's a good positive note, is it not? And there's a lovely picture of two cuties. They're Labrador puppies. They're 3 weeks old, and their mum is a guide dog. Obviously a guide dog who gets around a bit by the look of it, who's just given birth to all these gorgeous little puppies. And it's the first guide dogs charity litter of the year. They're so cute when they're puppies. They are so cute when they're puppies. Really, they're just absolutely the best ever. Adrian Childs wants pubs to serve more alcohol-free beer. What is the point? What is the point of people going into a pub and saying, I'll have an alcohol-free beer? What is the... Just go and drink at home. Sit in your kitchen, stare out over your allotment, but don't waste time in a pub. A pub is for people who want to drink alcohol. You'll be saying next, we've already banned cigarettes. What next? Fruit machines? The pool table has to go. Barmaids with sort of, their bust hanging over the top, leaning into your beer, going, it's alcohol-free, love. We don't want things like that. Because apparently, Lucky Saint is going to open its first pub. It's going to operate as the group's headquarters, and it's alcohol-free beer. What a waste of time! What is the point? Oh, it's like... I just don't understand. It's like vegetarians, I don't mind people being vegetarian, but why do your sausages have to look like sausages? Can't you make them look like something else? Make them square or something like that? I don't know. Ridiculous. And another one here. That Jamie Redknapp says if he goes into beast mode, if his hair's not right. So in other words, he does his hair... And then, he's so boring, he gets a bit funny. In The League of Their Own, he confesses his family avoid him if his cowlick is sticking up. The haircut, the little cowlick, my mum always says to me, how true it was. Small wonder Louise wanted out. I'm not at all surprised. What is the matter with him? I've seen people before. Joey Essex was fiddling about with his hair the other day, and I thought, just leave it alone. Well, you get it from Jack. Jack will sit there playing with his hair in the morning. I'm thinking it's just so annoying. It is, just do something else. Get sort of conkers or something. Do anything, really. I don't know. What do we got here? We got this morning's double act. Alison Hammond and Josie Gibson have been out on the piste. They've been out skiing. But as I say, they've done Alison Hammond up so much now, she's barely recognisable as the Alison Hammond that we all knew. So viewers love a bit of travel. Yeah. Not really. Alison is 47. Strangely enough, we don't know how old... Oh, Josie is 38. She was on Big Brother some years ago. Foul mouth. Seriously, the language coming out of it, which almost beggared belief. And former Strictly Pro dancer Christina Rianoff would love to go back on the show again. I think not, dear. OK, nothing. She's getting on a bit now. She's 45. And she wants to return. Why do these people always go to the newspapers and go, oh, I wouldn't mind a return to this, or I'd love to do Strictly, or I'd love to do... something. You get that all the time, actually. You get it all the time. Jack has now started... This is almost going into stalking. Almost as bad as Aaron. And he says, I'm going to ramp up the hair playing now. Just for you. So determined to really wind me up. Because every time I see him playing with his hair, I have to say to him, Jack, stop playing with your hair. Because it's beginning to get on my nerves. So at 6:15 in the morning... Obviously, Jack is just stumbling home from the police station where he's been tagged. And, he's obviously in a very happy... what's he doing up at 6:15 in the morning? What is the point? There is no point at all. It's his day off today. He's not in until tomorrow, unfortunately.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 6:20 is the time. 6:20 is the time. Steve says, John, I've got a telephone meeting with my diabetic nurse at 10 a.m. today. Interestingly enough, the next meeting they're doing with me is just going to be on the telephone. Although it's strange because they appear to have changed it again, because they said, when you come in, bring your diabetic meter with you and all the rest of it, because I've got one of these things that fits under my arm. So that could be it. But I was taken off one of my meds, and from February to November, I lost 4 stone, says John. Well, I mean, it depends. If you're on insulin apparently has the habit of making you put on weight. Don't ask me how it works, because I use that as an excuse now. Although, to be honest with you, I'm not vastly overweight at all. They've never commented on my weight at all. Oh, apparently the quiff, that's what it's called. The hair thing is a quiff. Well, I shouldn't imagine Jack would know what that is. Not a clue about a quiff. Freddie desperately tried to tease his into some sort of shape. It's not going to happen. But unfortunately, before he comes back to... Oh, tomorrow, we're just waiting for the tea. Thank you, Poppet.
You're welcome.
It's lovely. Oh, bag's in.
Bag is in.
Bag is in, I know.
As always, it's in.
As always in. It's just that sometimes it doesn't float to the surface.
No, but this one was very jumpy.
Those tea bags, mind of their own. They have to make the tea right. I'm sorry, it's a prerequisite of working on the programme, you know. That's why we're a happy little ship. Steve, I think Prince William should say to his father, if Harry attends, then I won't be there. Oh, God, can you see that happening? I don't know. I think we're making a rod for our own back on this one. I mean, I'm in 2 trains of thought. One, I think that if Harry comes back, they're going to overshadow all the publicity for the coronation because the camera's going to be focusing on them all the time. Secondly, is it actually going to change anything after his comments on Camilla and other members of the royal family? Do we really want him back? Does anybody care? I don't know. I don't really know. We don't know what really goes on inside the royal family. I'm not even sure I believe everything that Harry tells you. I don't care, because otherwise, you know, Meghan was only there for a short while. He had sort of a lifetime to grow up, and he obviously wasn't at all happy, which was a shame. Steve, I used to live and work in Cannes. Tuesday was my day off, and I started it with a large cup of coffee and dipped my croissant to look local. There you go. Oh, by the way, we were finding out, actually, what sort of went on with Birthday Girl. We got a fab dinner on Saturday. I have new shoes and tickets for After Dark Orchids at Kew. Lovely. Cooked the most amazing roast venison, and we made good use of your Prosecco glasses. The venison is great. I had it the other day from Marks and Spencer. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. It's even better with Aunt Bessie's mashed potato in. Just stick it in there. It's fine. It's wonderful. Steve, says Brian, who's in Bangkok. Who went to Bangkok the other day? Somebody went to Bangkok. It's Paul Cooper, who's got a fruit and veg stall shop in Twickenham, and he went to Bangkok. He loved it. But he said, I quote, he said, I'm from the East End of London. He said, and we've got loads of spivs. You know, spivs like Jack the Lad, Wide Boys, all the rest of it. He said, nothing compared to Bangkok. He said, the whole place is awash with these sort of people. He said, you want to buy a watch? Give me a watch. Do this watch. He said, it's unbelievable. But anyway, tell your correspondent, breakfasting in Northern Thai curry in Chiang Mai, to try mango with sticky rice and coconut milk. Food of the gods, says Brian, sadly forbidden to us diabetics. Oh, that sounds delicious. Mango with sticky rice and coconut milk. Oh, that sounds very nice. But you're right. Totally useless to us. Totally useless. I mean, can we not just have a little bit of something like that? That just sounds the trouble is that it's at times like that you start thinking, oh, it's such a pain being a diabetic. But I'll try and be good. I mean, I've never had mango with sticky rice and coconut milk, but I'm not saying I wouldn't try it at some point in my life. You know, you just get a bit excited, I think. There is a loaf called Cuban bread, Steve, similar to a French stick. The Cubans toast it on a hot plate, butter it, and also dip it in the coffee. What is this with dipping stuff in coffee? I don't even like people dipping biscuits in coffee or tea. It's just... my mother would have thrown me out of the house. I'd have been living in a tent. You know, the very idea. What are you doing, Stephen? I'm just dipping my bourbon biscuit in a cup. Stop it. Stop. We didn't... Chocolate fingers in teas is just they're not meant to be eaten. No, it's not meant to be like that. Actually, I did buy some things for a friend of mine for Christmas, and I bought them in Costco. They're like balls, and inside the ball is chocolate and little marshmallows, and you drop the whole ball into your cup of tea or milk. You can get a glass of hot milk, pop it in there, and it all just melts and spreads out. I mean, that is like, manna from God. It really is. There's so many different things. I mean, I can't have it because A, it's got chocolate, and B, it's got marshmallows, both of which I quite like. It's a pain, isn't it? Another one says, insulin is a hormone, says Marion, as it acts as an appetite stimulant. Not for me. Not for me. Steve, I told my careers advisor at school I wanted to earn a living drinking tea, eating ice cream and telling stories. He laughed at me, says Benny. Thank you so much for proving him wrong. Yeah, there you go. You can drink tea, eat ice cream and tell stories, and it's a living. I don't need to lift anything. Well, I tell a lie. I have to lift the cup with the tea in, and it's a particularly heavy cup at the moment. And you sit here, and it's not like it. It must be the most peculiar job in the world, working on the radio. You're talking to, in my case, 2 people. I've got no idea who else is listening. Well, I know people are listening because they write in, but I can't see everybody. If I could see everybody, it'd make it an awful lot easier. We'd have to have a bigger studio, of course. But you're talking to 2 people. And people eavesdrop in. It's like eavesdropping. And they go, oh, I went there, or I did this, or I ate that, or, that's the way it works. Steve says, Ashley, as for the royal issues, I'm sure you will agree it's a historical moment which everybody should attend for future history for the younger generations. Well, I don't know. I mean, apparently, whether you believe it or not, William's not keen on him coming back. Really not keen. I mean, I think that Charles wants him there because I think he's sort of trying to make some amends. But how could even poor Camilla even talk to him? What would she say to him? Thanks so much for dissing me. Thanks so much for sort of sticking the knife in between my shoulder blades. I don't think he can just come back. Ridiculous. Steve, have you ever sucked tea up through a penguin bar, says Kirsty. Sadly not, no. I don't do things like that. I don't dunk, and I certainly wouldn't be sort of sucking the tea up like a straw and then popping the penguin in my mouth for a chocolate explosion. The last thing I need is a chocolate explosion. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know why. I just think a cup of tea is meant to be drunk as a cup of tea. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about how, when you're diagnosed as diabetic, and for me it was donkeys years ago, they went, no more sugar in tea and coffee. And how am I going to cope with that? I used to have 2 spoons of sugar in a cup of tea. I've not had sugar in tea for ages, and it tastes like it's got sugar in it to me. It doesn't taste like it hasn't got sugar in. It tastes, I don't go, ooh, it's going to be horrible. I'm fine with all these sort of things. I think I'm fine, actually. Steve, when in Tallinn, I saw bear on the menu of a Russian restaurant, says Nick. I had the fish. Yes. Well, I mean, they do. People eat everything. If that's what you've got, it's like the people who live. Have you seen these programs where people seem to live in the top part of Canada, where they're frozen in for 6 months of the year and they've got to go out? There's an old woman. She sells petrol to the airline companies who are flying these little light aircraft in, and she has to go out in the morning. If she doesn't have any food in, she's got to go and kill it. And it's either going to be fish, which looks really complicated, or she's got to go and shoot, a moose or a bear or a caribou or anything like that, because otherwise she starves. And she's living in what can only be described as one of these, like one of these, I don't know what they call them, like these big sort of insulated metal boxes, which she's got heating in and everything else. And you think to yourself, don't you want to be with other people or something? Why would you want to, you're starving for breakfast, you go, I must go and shoot a moose. Why would you want to do that? The rest of us just go to the freezer, take out the loaf of bread, put it in the toaster, a little bit of butter. She's going out killing caribou. And she thinks that's normal. And when you see the Eskimos fishing, they cut 2 holes in the ice and they put the line in, and then it gets dragged along to the other hole and they pull it up. And then they pull up fish. The moment the fish hit the ice, they are frozen solid. I've never seen anything so stiff in my entire life. Honestly, unbelievable. This thing, you could whack nails in with it. And they take the fish, and obviously the fish give up or something, and they take them back and they cycle. They cycle over the ice. I'd be all over the place. Makes it so much easier going to Waitrose. These people do not know what they're missing. John the cabbie says, you're not alone. I'm here. Thank you. Lidl sell the cheese-filled frankfurters in German week. I buy them in bulk and freeze them, says Colin. And Pam says, I never get any sleep because I'm listening to LBC all night. When I get up at 9, I work from home. I don't know how you can do that. I don't know how you can actually, work from home. I'd never concentrate. When we had the pandemic, they were saying, would you like to work from home? I said, I can't work from home. Not on the sort of programme I do. Other people could probably do it, but I thought it was a bit complicated and I'm now going to miss the news.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know there was a number plate that came up the other day for sale, and it would have been ideal for somebody. It was Radio 1, Radio 1, and somebody suggested Tony Blackburn should have bought it, but it didn't sell. So I wasn't sure whether or not it was just ludicrously expensive, or somebody was holding out for it, because I'd forgotten that people pay a fortune for these number plates. But Radio 1, I thought it was good. Talking about a job, ice cream, drink, couple of bookshops in some. Steve. Says Conrad, all sorts of exciting things. Richard, when Harry realises his behaviour is a result of marrying a Hollywood drama queen, he'll return to England alone in floods of tears. Well, I wonder whether or not he would come back by himself, not bring her, leave her to stay in America with the kids, and he can come back over here. But, I mean, I don't... Who knows what goes on behind closed doors? I think, if truth be known, Charles is going, listen, he is my son. I do need to have him back here for my coronation. I'm king, but we don't really want her back. That's what I'm thinking. But then, does Harry have to eat humble pie and go, I'm really sorry? Or is he just going to be a kid with a tantrum? Who knows? We have no idea at all. Steve, talking of Vienna, the opening scene to the great hit Vienna by Ultravox was filmed in Covent Garden. Did you know that it was filmed word by word by word by word by word? Midjour told me that. So there you go. Les, so I'm checking if I'm barred. Yeah, you are. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. And another one that says, I'm halfway through the Spare book, listening to Harry reading on audio. Charles calls Harry darling boy. There's a lot of love there. Hopefully they can sort it out, says Catherine. I don't know whether they can, or whether or not they don't want both, or they just... I don't know. I suppose that'll be the surprise. But whatever happens, if he turns up here and it's only for the coronation, the cameras are all going to be on him. They're not going to be on anybody else, and they're going to be looking at the feedback, and it's going to take away what should be a joyous time for Charles and for Camilla. Watch this space. Steve. This is... I know who this is. Steve, woken late again, says Taffy Nige. Not tidy, sorry. He says, P.S. I dunk. You're barred. People who dunk listening to this programme. It's outrageous. I'm definitely going to try Lidl's for that, because you're right, actually. Some of these German supermarkets, they're more likely to have these things than anybody else. And I've got one just up the road from me, just by a garden centre, so I might try. Lots of papers running today with Dame Esther Ransom facing up to this cancer fight. She said, I've decided not to keep it a secret because I'd rather you heard the facts from me, as opposed to bits that you'll just... read in the newspaper, she's this, she's that, so she can keep us informed, about the way it's going. Because, a problem and an illness and stuff like this is better shared. You share it with somebody. If you're talking to people about it, people can then go, oh, I've got this. Because there might be people not in her situation who've got exactly the same, but they've got nobody to talk to. They've got nobody. There might be single people going, I know there's something not right. I haven't been to the doctor. I should have been to the doctor. I mean, she's been a byword for fighting injustice for years and years and years. And she's president of the Silver Line helpline for older folk hit by loneliness. And she said it's clear loneliness and ageism is so pervasive in this country. And she's right. It is. It's, we tend to sort of ignore. Any other country, they look after the elderly. Over here, we're rubbish. We're rubbish. You go to China. Do you have old people's homes? Sorry. you have old people's homes? What for? Or for putting old people in? Of course not. They're part of the family. They move into the family. You know, maybe you've got, you know, old mum and dad, and then maybe one partner dies and the other partner moves in with you and starts helping out and becomes a big part of an even bigger family. That's how it works. Only in this country do we sort of go, let's shove them in a home. Got nothing else to do with them, really. And Roger says, I've seen a black Jaguar with the number plate Radio 2, which was spaced to look like Radio 2. Oh, we can find out. I can tell you what it's on at the moment, actually. We can go onto the DVLA and you can put in these number plates and it will tell you what car it's on, which I think is quite clever, actually, because you like to know these sort of things, don't you? People want to know where these number plates are, just in case somebody wants to go and buy them. And you can tell whether your car is taxed or MOT'd or I can't remember what else it tells you. It seems to tell you all the things. Years ago, there was only about 4 or 5 different computers. Nowadays, there's one, and they can. That's why, you know, a police car will see you. It'll ping up on the camera, on their onboard cameras, whether or not you've got any sort of tax or, you know, MOT or stuff like that. So black Jaguar with a number plate RAD 102. We shall find out, actually, where that one is at the moment, if it's still on the black Jag. I think it's on the DVLA. What does it come up under? Is it just the DVLA website? There you go. Personalised registration. So, oh, right. Yeah, Radio 2, update the results. What is it on? It's not coming up as anything, actually. Mind you, amazing prices for some of these sort of things. Yeah, no, you'll need to find another version of DVLA, where you just put the number in. It says, is this the car you're looking for? And it will sort of tell you. And it's quite handy for sort of finding out. Sometimes a car will go past you. There used to be one, it was LBC1, and it was the London Brick Company. I remember thinking that was interesting. Just in case you were thinking of buying it from the London Brick Company. Steve, ask Shane, says Phil, how they do fish and chips in Australia. When I went there, they had them and they didn't taste the same. There you go. It's on a black Jaguar. OK, we've got another one for you now to put in, Freddie. Radio 1. What does it say it's coming up as? Exactly the same. RADIO 1. IO 1. Because it's a spacing, isn't it? So that people can see it. Let's see what... That's it. 1. Oh, interestingly. The registration number you provided is invalid. Now, does that mean it's not available? Wait a minute. No, the details of the car cannot be found. So it doesn't exist on a vehicle at the moment. It was once owned, says Guy in West Sussex, by the owner of Fidelity Radio. Well, it's not here. It's not here, which is interesting. You can even find my number plate on here, which is always... Because I never know when the MOT is due and stuff like that. But always very, very interesting, as they say. So the Radio 2 one is definitely still on the black Jag, I think. And the other one isn't on anything. So it's up for sale. Steve, I accidentally forgot to renew my MOT and drove 14 months without one, and I frequently drove in front of behind police cars and nothing. Yes. Dan the Bricky says, if you need proof of ageism, just look at Radio 2. How lovely. Yes, we know that one, actually. Steve. And another one here. And Dave says, I notice you bar people for sending in stupid jokes, but that's a pretend bar. But then you barred someone for real last week and told them to buy a colouring book. I know the difference. But you don't, do you? That's the point. Wait a minute. Oh, blimey, I've done it wrong again. I always do these things, actually. I never get it all right. Another one that says... another one here. Have you ever considered a hairpiece or a transplant? Oh, God, no. No. I'll tell you who's had one. Lee Mead. Lee Mead, the singer. He used to have lots of curly hair. I think he's been to Turkey. And I think he's had implants. I'm pretty certain, actually. Pretty certain. Susie says Harry should not come to the coronation and certainly not Meghan after the dreadful things he said about his family. So sad for Charles as he's still his son. Yeah, that's where I think they have the dilemma. That's where I think they have the dilemma. I mean, I don't know how it's going to end up, but as I say, you'll hear it first on LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Of course, we're now gone completely berserk on personalised number plates, trying to find out all these different things. We think that RAD 101 is probably on a retention certificate, i.e. not assigned to any vehicle, but can be issued by the DVLA in the future. Well, it certainly isn't coming up as anything at all. It's coming up as nothing, so we did try it. We did have a good look. Steve, why do Meghan and Harry want to come to the coronation? Well, we don't know that they do. That's the problem. You know, they've already stated they don't care for the monarchy. It'll be a spectacle like their wedding, says Jean. Well, you know, I don't know whether they want to come so that they can put this behind them. But then, on the other hand, I'm not sure that they can put it behind them. I think they've basically dug their own graves on this one. I can't sort of work out. I don't think they want to come. They haven't stated that they want to come. And on the other hand, we haven't heard from Charles that he doesn't want them there or that he does want them there. So we're all floating about in the air, aren't we? Sort of waiting to see whether something's actually going to sort of come of it, whether he comes over or he doesn't come over. Will he bring the kids over? Will it be a case of overshadowing the pomp and the circumstance and everything else, just so, you know, he can sort of come back here. The Home Secretary has now said enough is enough after the Just Stop action cost how much? 75 days of police resources. 12.5 million quid. 12.5 million quid. Suella Braverman is today urging the House of Lords to pass the controversial public order bill which gives police extra tools to tackle activist guerrilla tactics. But I thought they had that anyway. I thought we were told that they had it. She said enough is enough. Oh, well, a bit late, dear, to the party, aren't you? Blocking motorways and slow walking in road delays our emergency services. The bill reaching the Lords tonight would create new offences. They include locking on, where protesters shackle themselves to objects, or causing disruption by tunnelling or obstruction. What amazes me, there was one person, there's a picture of the Green Gang shutting the M25 last year, and there was one person who chained themselves above it, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 police officers standing there. What a waste of time and money. Leave them there. If they want to chain themselves to the place, just climb up there, add some more chains, leave them. Some of the time they've had a couple of cold nights up there, they'll soon be trying to come down as quick as possible. The Memphis Police Unit disbanded following this killing in America. I mean, to be honest with you, this video, I don't know if you've seen it, but the crowds were out in force protesting in New York, justice for Tyre Nichols, jail the killer cops, and he died 3 days after it. Just absolutely terrible. Not the first time it's happened. Not the first time it's happened. More on Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield, looking they've gone back to black. They've got to get rid of Dancing on Ice. It's run its course now. We've seen it, you know, they can't find enough people to go on there. It's just, it's sort of scraping the barrel with sort of defunct members of boy bands and somebody who used to be in a band, God knows how many years ago. Green bosses have called on the government to cut red tape in a bid to ramp up community-owned energy products. Look, I thought we were doing quite well, actually, in the sort of, in the stakes of being green and ecologically sound. Do you not think so? I thought we were, actually. And the misery of leaseholds set to end for millions. It's an outdated and feudal system. Well, that could be quite interesting. We'll have to watch that one. And sacked Zahawi's graceless blast. He told friends his affairs were in pristine order, but they weren't. And there's a huge piece in the papers today. Presenter Fern Cotton has condemned online trolls who branded her too thin. How can you be too thin? I mean, it's like saying, you know, too thin. Anyway, she said she hit back at negative remarks because she's extra sensitive about body comments. You've played right into their hands, Fern, right into their hands. What you've done is you've noticed what they've written and you've responded to it. They'll now troll you even more. That's how they work. That's how they work. They only know how to write things, you know, offending people. She said that most fans are sort of, are fine. But then you get one or two, the sick people, and they just go, you're too thin. What's he got to do with them? Tell them to mind their own business. Tell them to go and find a job, because 90% of them don't work. They really don't, which is a shame. Andrew's bid for the return to public life, no more than wishful thinking, they say. The royals are split over Harry going to the coronation. Lady Susan's back in the fold, as we predicted. We said that, she looked after Her Majesty the Queen. The royal family are not about to desert in times of need. And again, one from somebody else saying, why do Meghan and Harry want to come to the coronation? Well, I wish we knew. I don't think they have said that they want to come to the... How can you write a book dissing your family and then go, we'll just come along, shall we, to the coronation? We'll be treated like royalty. No, because you're not members of the royal family, either of you. And an interesting piece, very interesting, on how Teflon Ant survived a string of scandals to sign a new £30 million TV deal. As he and Deck are given golden handcuffs, let's face it, shamefaced after he was done for drink driving, fined £86,000. This apparently is a star on ITV. I mean, I'm not bothered about 2 weddings and all that kind of stuff. They do what they do, but he has survived a string of scandals. But they don't seem to worry about things like that now. It really doesn't sort of make any difference to people. Foreign criminals will no longer be able to claim to be victims of trafficking after arriving into the UK under legislation laid out by the Home Secretary today. It's all talk, though, have you noticed? Everything's talk. And then you go to church, one particular church, and somebody wants to put a gay pride flag on the altar. And the church have got, no, we don't want that. We don't want a gay pride flag. St Nicholas's Church in Leicester had hung the flags at weekend services, but then last year switched them for a much larger permanent version. The church reverend, Canon Karen Rooms, claimed the huge fabric Progress pride flag is merely a way of letting visitors know they're welcome and safe. But opponents, including parishioners and the General Synod members, have accused the church of woke virtue signalling. Oh dear, honestly. Even in the church they can't agree on anything, can they? Which is very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Thousands of passengers in limbo, the Flybe collapsing for the second time. It already had its injection, and now they're saying don't go to the airport because they can't do anything for you at the moment. And ITV's new midlife dating show has come under fire for excluding people who don't have children. Romance Retreat will feature vibrant single parents who will be nominated by their grown-up children before being sent on a luxury holiday. It's expected to be an older alternative to Love Island, which follows a group of under-30s looking for love in Spain. Well, there is one couple on Love Island who've already had sex, apparently. I mean, to be honest with you, talk about trash. I mean, really, you go on television, you've had sex on... Yeah, they've admitted they've had sex on television. Is that what the programme's supposed to be about? And also, King's College Chapel, it's very nice. It's got scaffolding up at the moment. Why? They're going to put solar panels on the roof. Not sure whether you can do things like that. Also, Sadiq Khan has made it his mission to extend the controversial ultra-low emission zone across the entirety of the capital. But it could leave drivers of older cars facing a ruinous £3,000 a year bill. He's got to go, hasn't he? We've got to get rid of him as mayor. We've got to fight. Who else is that? I don't know how much longer he's got for his sort of tenure. Which is interesting. I mean, luckily I don't have to pay ULEZ because my car's not that old. But for all those people with older cars, you're the ones who are going to be penalised, which is a shame. So Dame Vanessa Redgrave, birthday today. Many happy returns of the day. She's 86. And in 1979... It was the year I joined LBC. The lorry driver strike that has crippled Britain looks about to end, with the men getting nearly all they demanded. An independent tribunal in Bristol last night offered drivers in the southwest £64 for a 40-hour week. The men wanted 65. And we're still waiting for the RMT to be sorted out. We're still waiting for the NHS to be sorted out. I mean, Lord above, how much longer? How much longer? In 2020, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus outbreaks a public health emergency of international concern. It's all going on, isn't it? All going on in the papers. But as I say, what shenanigans we will get this week from the government, I have no idea. 2024 is the London mayoral election. The trouble is, once one person does something, then we change the mayor, and then somebody then goes back on everything they've done. Can't wait to see who's going to put their name forward, and please don't suggest anybody that I know. It could be a disaster. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, last day of the month, last day of January. Tomorrow we move into February, which is very nice indeed. 28 days in the month, and that'll go quite well, I should imagine. Anyway, trust we find you well this morning, and a little bit, I mean, not as cold as it has been. It's definitely warming up a little bit, not tremendously though. I mean, some of the plants on the patio looking distinctly sad and limp at the moment. Pressure mounts on rude and abrasive Mr. Raab. I mean, he can't be long for this world, can he? I've never heard of so many people coming out of the closet to sort of say he's this, he's that, and all the rest of it. The chef in the paper today, we'll name him later on. He decided to put in an awful lot of money claim because he'd done his back in. He could barely stand or walk. A compulsive liar. Unfortunately for him, not only did he not get the money from the insurance company, he's been ordered by a judge to pay costs. They're about 75,000 quid. That'll teach the old fraudster. I'll tell you who he is. Gordon Ramsay in the paper, terrified one of his daughters will sign up for Love Island, as opposed to, I mean, to be honest with you, the language on Love Island is far preferential to anything that Gordon Ramsay's ever come up with. Never met such a foul-mouthed person. The people who are sleeping in heavenly peace. And Henry VIII dodges the axe as a school votes to keep his name. Plus, did a rookie cop have affairs with a police chief and a drugs baron? What is going on the police force? Unbelievable. And a Premier League footballer has had to issue a grovelling apology for using the N-word in a video. You begin to wonder where these people's brains are. Certainly not between their ears, I'm afraid. Lisa Marie Presley was on an extreme weight loss diet before she died. My advice is do not go on extreme weight loss diets. All of these things here. You want to lose weight, you go to the doctor, they'll give you a little thing and you can sort of cut down. It's little, often, exercise. That's all it is. There's no clever thing. Don't believe all the balderdash you hear on the television and probably on the radio and read in the newspapers. Oh, you could lose weight this way. I've just told you the answer. Little, often, exercise. That's it. That will guarantee your weight loss. All these people who go, oh, I managed to lose a whole stone because I went on this diet and I paid them £7,000 so I could do it. Or failing that, you know, you get the people who bypass it and they have their jaws wired up and everything's liquidized. They had something. Have you ever seen this program where it's a big boat and it's got a crew on it, and they have people, obviously very rich, who rent this boat out, and it's sort of below stairs and all the rest of it. They had a woman on there. She had something the matter with her. I can't remember what it was, but all her food, everything she ate on the boat, had to be liquidized. Steak, potato, broccoli, everything was liquidized so that she could enjoy it. But interestingly enough, at the end of the voyage, all the passengers give, and there's obviously, you know, there's enough crew members for, you know, loads of people on there. Not a huge boat, but it's very luxurious, and they cruise around. 20,000 quid was the tip. 20,000 quid. Well, it was dollars. One child in 10 sees web porn before the age of 9, and then they turn into trolls. Because that's what happens with trolls. They're addicted to pornography, mainly because they don't have the guts to go out and try and pull somebody, and they certainly haven't got the money because they live in squalid conditions. It's a bit embarrassing, really. And an OAP had a falling out with a pensioner and decided to key his car. His car was worth £60,000, and unfortunately for him, because he's a bit thick, we'll tell you who he is a bit later on, he was caught on CCTV keying the car, so he has to pay. I think it's about £7,000 to £10,000. You know, don't do the crime, won't have to do the time. It's as simple as that. Plus 500,000 people are going to walk out on strike, and 1 in 4 patients, as you know, unable to see a GP. I must be incredibly lucky. I get GP appointments all the time. I've never had to wait any longer than a week or something like that. I've got one coming up. And the rugby stars deal in the HIV legal fight. It's this peculiar ruling, which I can't work out, but we had it before. And I tell you, there's now 3 cases. The first one was Michael Jackson and somebody called Geordie Chandler. And Michael Jackson paid Geordie Chandler something like 30 million, 25. It was a huge amount of money. Geordie Chandler has said in recent times, nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened with Michael Jackson, but Michael Jackson paid this money, and they're very keen to point out this was not an admission of guilt. Then we saw it with Prince Andrew. exactly the same. I'm paying £12 million to somebody I don't know. Why would you pay £12 million? I'd have fought it. And then you've now got a rugby player who was HIV positive, had a boyfriend, and then the boyfriend took him to court because he said he didn't warn him that he was HIV positive. So he wanted 150,000. It's amazing, isn't it? I don't know where these people get this money from. And instead he got 75,000, but this is no admission of guilt on behalf of the rugby player. He said, I'm not admitting to anything at all. This is just a gesture. And you think, £75,000 is a gesture? Good Lord above. Anyway, I'm just about to get myself a cup of tea. I've got the thing here, because the tap don't work round there. The capital tap doesn't work. That'll put everybody in a bad mood this morning, I think. But no, so I've actually got my own cup. Look, I did go halfway there. I did put a tea bag in it.
You did.
I did. Do you think I made an effort?
I'm very impressed.
Oh, I'd like to hear that, actually. It's very nice to be impressing somebody. Oh, tell you what's round the corner, Valentine's Day. Already I'm getting excited. I don't know what I'm going to be receiving. I'll probably walk out of here with armfuls of roses and stuff like that, and people will be going, where do you get those from? They go, send them to himself. That's the way it works. There'll always be some girl sitting on the tube with armfuls of flowers, and you know damn well she hasn't been given them. She hasn't been given them. Nobody's gifted her flowers at all. She's bought them for herself and had them delivered to work. That's what people do nowadays. They always cheat. They always cheat on it. And that's where, you can go to Poundland, because nothing shows that you love your partner more than a cheap bit of rubbish from Poundland. How much have you spent on it? Pound, and you go, oh, does that signal? And people buy these enormous cards. Have you seen them? They're like as big as small children. And you think, and that says, I love you. Does it really? No, it says basically, chav. That's what it says. It doesn't say anything else. Mind you, talking of that, actually, there was a woman on the bus the other day with her daughter. The mother looked as though she'd let herself go. That's all I can say. You can tell. She was smoking. She was drinking out of a can of beer with her daughter at the bus stop. And, because where was I going to? Oh, I was going to Lidl. Was it Aldi? Anyway, one of the two. I was going somewhere. I can't remember where it was. And anyway, she's standing at the bus stop. And anyway, the bus comes along and she gets on. I get on first. And I sit down and all the rest of it. And then she gets on, but her card doesn't work. So she just sort of waves it over it. And then she moves on past. And the driver, a woman, goes, excuse me, you have to come back. You haven't paid to be on the bus. You get these people. And so the woman then goes, so she moves the card around and eventually it works and all the rest of it. And then she goes off on one, effing and blinding, on a bus full of people. Common little woman. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And then she's... What? Honestly, I tell you, I'm like the Incredible Hulk on occasion. But anyway, so she's effing and blinding to other passengers who are sitting there like Dumbos going, no, it's awful that the bus driver actually dared to reprimand you because you didn't pay your blooming fare. Ghastly old baggage, honestly. She's not long for this world. I mean, honestly, as far as I could say, if I was a bus driver and somebody gets on and they start creating, I'd say, I'm sorry, I'm not taking you. Turn the engine off and sit there with my arms folded. That's what I do. I don't put up with it. Why should bus drivers have to put up with these ghastly old baggages? I mean, it's all sorts of people, Could be assistant producers and things like that. I mean, you don't have to put up with it. They're the worst. The worst. The ego trip. Little realising that I was in that pub on Saturday night, but you never saw me, and I've got all the evidence on my phone. The evidence, yeah. I know what you got up to that night. Not a lot. Because you were too drunk. See? That's the trouble with these young people now. They go, yeah, when I got really hammered, Steve. Really hammered. I think, oh, God, honestly. This apparently is like something to brag about, when you're like 3 years old. And then you get a bit older and then you sort of go, yeah, because I was on the pool, wasn't I? I was a man. But unfortunately, not. Who told me that? Everybody. Everybody. How long does it take to nick a car? In the case of one couple in the paper today, 63 seconds. Their car was nicked by thieves and it was on its way to the Congo inside a container because these people thieve to order. And For some reason, who was it who had something shoved through their letterbox? Like a fishing line with a magnet at the end, because a lot of people leave their car keys on a hall table. Seems a bit stupid to me, but there you go. I mean, I have a car key which is secreted around my personage. You know, you'd have to basically divest me of all my clothes to find the car key. You know, my car ain't going to be nicked anytime soon. And it's also got a tracker on it, so you can find it. Luckily, this car also had a tracker on it, because you can get them fitted quite easily. They're some you can get through Apple, I think. They're little things which you hide in the car, and it just means beep, beep. It's a bit, I mean, it's a bit sci-fi. It's like watching James Bond. Beep, 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 and they just track the car. And so I've got a tracker on my car. Not that I've ever lost a car. I've never had a car nicked in 45 years of driving. Never had a car nicked at all. In fact, I've not even had well, I'll tell you, I did have an accident once, actually. My foot slipped off the pedal going round a roundabout, and I cracked the front bumper because they're sort of acrylic, or I don't know what they're made of. I've got no idea. But it still looks clean, the car. I'm quite surprised, actually. Very surprised. It's sort of lasted a bit. I might go and get it cleaned again later on, because if I'm going down to my brother's, I have to pull into his sort of road, and I don't want people to think he's got a brother with a dirty car. So I like to go and get the car washed, you know, just so it makes me look a little bit, you know, a little bit sort of clean about things like that. You know, you have to clean the car. Of course, some people don't have a car, in which case this conversation will mean absolutely nothing to you. Mind your own business. Go to that diddly squat farm. See how well you fare down there trying to get a meal. It won't last, I promise you. Steve, it's Eat Brussels Sprout Day today, says Shane. I had them only the other day. The little ones. I can't do big. Cannot do big Brussels sprouts. I cannot work out with big Brussels sprouts how long you leave them in the water for. I know you put a fork in and stuff like that, but the little ones, you just literally add to I might have a stew today. I might have some more venison with that mashed potato from Aunt Bessie, which is nice, which is very, very good. In fact, yeah, I think I will do that, actually. And I can experiment with my rosé prosecco, because I bought a bottle of that, which I've never had it before. I've never had it before. I know Kylie's got one out, which I was given a bottle of at Christmas at the Magic Circle, and I've got a litre bottle, or litre and a half, or whatever, I don't know, 20 quid. And I thought to myself, that'll be quite nice. You know, sort of elevate yourself, Stephen, because people were talking about, well, where was Richard Spurd talking about some posh restaurant he went to? So the trouble is it an Italian? Oh, right. Sorry? Oh, tapas. I don't like tapas. It's just lots of little piddly dishes, isn't it? You know, oh, we'll have this and we'll have that and all the rest of it. Although they did the Come Dine With Me programme the other day, and it was 3 couples who've each got a restaurant, and the Italians won. Oh, Greek, they were, blimey, honestly, diplomatic thing. But no, they were Greek. They did the bit, but they really put a lot of meat on the plate, which is but there was too much of it. And that's the trouble, over-generous, as you could tell by the man who owned the restaurant. He looked as though he'd been overindulging with all the meat platters, and they had a rather nice thing, which was like a Greek sort of, I don't know, looked like a donut filled with custard, and then you sort of bake it in the oven. I mean, it did look nice, and it came with pink ice cream. And I remember thinking, that looks a bit nice. That sort of looks a bit nice. But I bought some bratwurst yesterday, which I might have. I'll have those tomorrow. I think today's definitely back to the sprout era, because I keep reminding myself sprouts are really good for me. A bit like sort of trying to hit the right time on this programme. I don't know why, seriously. You might as well just have a big alarm clock next to me going, hitting me on the head to tell me it's time to take a break at nearly 17 minutes past 4.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Roses are red, violets are blue. Valentine Bot is coming for you. Yep, because we're getting to that time. This is where you go out, and for about 3 or 4 days before Valentine's Day, the shops will have, especially the florists, they'll have red roses in, plants. They had a very interesting thing. Paul Cooper, who's got greengrocers, he had Valentine's apples in. And this was really clever, because on each apple there was a little love heart, but it was actually in the skin. What they'd done is they put like a little thing over it, and then it ripens. But as it ripens, the little heart-shaped thing appears. And he was selling those. They would I think they call them love apples or something, which I thought was something completely different. But anyway, they sort of have these things, and that was quite nice. And they also had, what else did they have? Have you ever seen pears in bottles full of brandy? A whole pear. And somebody said, how do they do that? You know how they do it? When the pear tree is coming out into the pears and the pear starts forming, they hang a bottle in a net over the top of it, and the pear grows inside the bottle, its own little greenhouse. And then when it's ripe, they cut the top of it off, and then they fill it up with brandy. Hence, pear brandy. And that's how they do it. Because I thought it was something, a bit like a ship in a bottle. The whole thing folds down, and then you can slide it in. But no. I've got some friends of mine in Canada, and they can put all sorts of objects in bottles. And they put things like, there you go, decks of cards, a complete deck of cards sealed inside a bottle. And they literally do it bit by bit by bit by bit. I should bring one in to demonstrate. There you go. You get the little branch there. You poke it into the bottle, and then you suspend it in the tree, and it's its own little greenhouse. And then after the thing has grown, and of course it gets all the moisture in there and everything else, then they fill it up with brandy. Isn't that clever? Yeah, if only we were as clever. And then they sort of cut the pear off and then fill it up with the brandy, which I think is lovely. It reminds me, there's a story in the paper today of a 10-year-old boy who's got his own brewery. He's 10. I mean, it was bad enough thinking that 1 child in 10 sees web porn before the age of 9. I mean, I've often said to parents, if a child has a computer in the bedroom, do you know what they're looking at? The answer is most parents haven't got the faintest idea because they don't understand. I can remember a friend of mine, he married this lady, and she had a son. And I think he was about 13. This friend of mine was very computer literate. And when he was out, he went through the history and discovered he'd been accessing all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. I remember my goddaughter, my oldest, she put in a very innocent word on her computer on Google, thinking she was looking for dolls. What came back frightened the life out of her. It really is. It's too risky. And so parents don't know, unless you've got a child who's actually got to the computer and it's in the kitchen and you can watch what they're doing. If it's in their bedroom, it can be all sorts of stuff. It really is. It's the most searched for thing on the internet. Porn. The most searched for, yeah. I thought it was me, but apparently not. It's porn. I'm just after porn, exactly. Andy, Dave says, celebrating 15 years of listening to you. 15 years, amateur. 15 years, come on, I've been here 44 years. 44 years. This is my 44th year. I think there should be some sort of celebration, like a blue plaque. Leave your hair alone. Like a blue plaque or something like that. I love the way you just constantly... Do one of these days you'll do that, and what will come away in your hand is bits of your hair, and that's how it'll start. That's how it'll... And then all of a sudden you'll do it one day, and then people will say, "You're losing your hair, Jack," and you'll go, "No." And you'll go completely doolally. You go round the bend. It will happen, I guarantee it. And do you know what will happen as well? Go grey. Grey as well, or even worse, white. Even worse. I mean, seriously, when they're young, you can tell them these things, and he goes, "Oh no, Steve, you're not right." Well, I'm always right. Ask James O'Brien; he'll tell you. He would tell you. Of course, I was young once, in the 50s, in the trenches. I was there. It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to go. That's the advantage with being slightly older and more mature than the rest of the team. You won't find me sitting in the back of a taxi throwing up. It's not the kind of thing that I would do. I would have control over it. And if I felt a little bit ill, I would stop drinking. But, once you get into that mindset, it's a case of, I've got money. I'm gonna buy drinks for everybody. You have a drink with me. I like you. I work with you. Have a drink. Come on. What do you want? Scotch and soda. Get him a double. Get him a double. That's what people are like in pubs, aren't they? I'll build your drive for you. I'll mow the cat. People love all that kind of thing. Do you want anybody else want a drink? Oh, can I have a drink, please, mate? Yeah, what do you drink? I drink Prosecco. Get him a bottle. Get him a bottle. Oh, I'll put it on a card. There you go. I'll sign for it. How much? 120? Yeah, 120. Yeah, we've got loads of money, mate. Loads of money. Yeah. It's lovely, isn't it? Cindy Williams has died. Can you check, please? Cindy Williams. Cindy Williams, she has died. Oh. Now, you might not know who Cindy Williams is, but there were two of them. And they played... Yeah, oh, my God, she was 75. Oh, my goodness. They were in a great sitcom in America called Laverne and Shirley. It's really good. It's about two girls who live in a flat in... I forget where it was, actually. But it was basically... I think Williams starred opposite Penny Marshall, who played Laverne. And it ran from 76 to 83. I've got the box set. They're really good. They had a song, you know, which went along with it. It was about the same time as the Fonz, when the Fonz came out in Happy Days, but you got Laverne and Shirley, and they were... It was just... I'm really sad to hear that, because I thought she was brilliant. She'd been in Happy Days as well, and she'd been in the movie The Conversation, which was Francis Ford Coppola's film back from 1974. So now I think they've both died. Have they both died? She died peacefully last week. So the other one we need to know is Penny Marshall. God, I can't believe it, honestly. Penny Marshall. Let's have a look. Actress, Penny Marshall, blah, 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 blah. There she is. I thought she had a great... Oh, she's died as well. Oh, good Lord above. Honestly, she died... Wait a minute. She was 75. She died in 2018. Oh, my Lord above. Well, I tell you, if you haven't seen a good box set of two women doing comedy, it was fantastic. It was really, really good. You'll love the theme tune. They were happy. They were sort of young and enjoying themselves without alcohol. Funny, isn't it, really? Some people can do it in different countries. Some people thrive on the alcohol, and then they suddenly realise after they've been out and go, I'll buy you a drink. I'll buy you a camper van full of drink. You know, and then they realise they've got to live for the rest of the month on air. You know, on air. It's a case of, what shall I have to eat tonight? Just be a portion of chips, I think, or a pot noodle, 2 for £3 in Iceland. Especially on it's Tuesday. I've just remembered, Tuesday is discount day for pensioners. There is an advantage to being a pensioner, so if you need anything buying, don't come to me, mate. Don't come to me at all. I might go out and buy a pot noodle and just sit here eating them tomorrow morning in front of you, pouring it, stir it all up. Might do an instant curry or something like that just to really wind you up, you know. Because the trouble is you don't realise how much money you've spent till you wake up the next morning and you go, I'm sure I had 30 quid in my wallet. You know, and then all of a sudden it's like you open it and it's moths and dreadful. No money, no food. Having to walk home. It's very embarrassing because you can't put money on the cards, you know. Mind you, I mean, you're lucky because you've only got another 4 weeks to go before you get paid again. So it's not long till payday. It's not long. And I'm sure that you'll sort of just go from sort of this size to this size by the end of the month. So, I mean, it does have its upside. It does have its upside. Fraudsters conned how much? Every day last year. Fraudsters conning people out of more than how much a day? How much a day do you think they actually conned people out of? It's quite a lot, I have to tell you. I didn't realise. 3.2. No, 10 million. Which works out about 11,000 quid per person. And it's the old telephone pretend banking thing. And they target the elderly. No point targeting you, is there, Jackie, when you haven't got anything for them to take anyway? In fact, what was that story about that bloke? He said it's ridiculous. He said the wife's credit card was nicked the other day. He said, I'm not saying anything. He said, because they're spending less than she was. So he quite liked the idea. But that's one of those things. I will be telling you how you can go for our fabulous holiday this morning. This is 7 nights of unbridled luxury in a beachside bungalow in the Maldives. I mean, really, really, really nice. And you can go snorkeling. You do all sorts of things. I've never been snorkeling. Never been. I've always wanted... That was one of the things I wanted when I went swimming before. I'd always wanted one of the face masks with the tube with a ball at the top of it. So that if you went under the water, the ball stopped the water coming in and basically drowning you. And I remember thinking, I'd like to do something like that. You watch people swimming. Have you ever seen the people who can hold their breath for a long time, and they go down, 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 and they're fishing for all sorts of bits and pieces. And you think, how do you hold your breath that long? I mean, that is just, you have to train your body. I mean, my body, as you know, is a bit of a temple, and it's well, I mean, I say it's a temple. Unfortunately, not many people have worshipped at it recently, but it doesn't matter. At least I'm adventurous, which is good. So we'll tell you all about the holiday a little bit later on, and we take all your texts and emails, and you can speak to Alexa, saying send a comment to LBC. Send a comment to LBC. I'm still trying to get over the fact that now Laverne and Shirley are reunited on that cloud together. I might go home and watch that box set today. I think that'll cheer me up, because they were so happy. Although apparently they didn't get on that well towards the latter part of the series. It was a bit disappointing, but still, I thought it was great, and that's all that matters. It's 4:30. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Charlotte Morgan.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I'm in a particularly good mood today. I don't know why, actually. There's no logical reason why I'm in a good mood. It's just that it's Tuesday, and I might have offloaded my 2 teddy bears that I bought in a charity shop. But they are. I should have taken a picture and posted them, because they're quite beautiful. They're both identical, but they come in like a travel case. And they could almost be magical teddy bears. They're about 2 foot tall, which is, in teddy bear land, that's quite big. And he's got a purple glitter cape on and a glitter top hat, and he's got the complete outfit on. But they look really good. So my brother will go crackers for them. I'm telling you, he'll like something like that, as indeed I do, because I saw them in the window and I thought they won't last 5 minutes. And I was out getting some stuff, and I came back and they were still there. So I immediately rushed in and bought them both. I think the lady was quite surprised. Apparently, Steve, Laverne and Shirley, says Paul in Grayslake, Illinois, lived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That was a spin-off of Happy Days with the Fonz. It was a great fun show, but now they're both not with us. Shame, isn't it, really? Shame. Carl says you're the best. Well, you live in Lowestoft. I mean, what kind of benchmark have you got? I mean, Lowestoft, I don't know what Lowestoft is famous for. Oh, I know what it's famous for. It's famous for a lifeboat. The Lowestoft lifeboat. I've never wanted to go on a lifeboat, but I remember being part of the Blue Peter appeal when they were saving up to buy these offshore, inshore inflatables. And the Lowestoft lifeboat, I think, is very famous. I think so. I don't know why. Also, the original, when we're just having a quick look on the Lowestoft, there you go, the active lifeboat. Look at it. When you think of the good work they do, they never get much recognition, do they? And yet they are trying. I think it's the oldest, or one of the oldest, lifeboat stations in the British Isles. They've carried out all sorts of rescues, including the evacuation of the forces from Dunkirk, and the crews have got 45 awards for gallantry. Well done them. Well done them. Isn't that fantastic? I don't know. If I was fitter, I'll probably be a lifeboat, because all of the people are volunteers, aren't they? They they set the klaxon off, and then they all have to drop what they're doing and then quickly run down there, get into their wets or whatever they call them, and off they go. So 45 awards for gallantry. Fantastic. If it wasn't for people like that, mind you, I'd get some stupid people. People who want to go swimming midnight without realising in certain parts of the country the currents drag you out to sea. And they've got no idea. I've lost track of the amount of people we've mentioned on this programme who've been out there drunk. And they've been out, they've had the kebab, let's go sit on the beach. Sod it, let's go swimming. And without realising that in certain parts of the country, the actual drag, I know it might not look much, but when you're actually in it, it's like when you sit down when you're little on the beach, and then you're sort of, as the current, as the tide goes back out again, you get dragged along with it. And it's dangerous. And then people disappear, and then they suddenly realise that they're not coming back. Ben is in Eastbourne and says Lowestoft is famous for its fishing. Well, of course it is. It's near an ocean, isn't it? That's why I'm assuming they've got fish in there, unless it's terrapins or, sharks or something like that. They had a bloke the other day on the telly, and he was capturing sharks in Australia, and he was tagging them so they could follow them. And he said, you catch it with a piece of meat on a hook, and then you bring it into the side of the boat, make an incision in it. Apparently it doesn't seem to hurt it. And then you insert this little tube, and then you sew it back up again. And then you just release the shark. If you turn sharks over, they go to sleep. I've seen pictures of sharks, people swimming with sharks, and they turn it over, and for some reason it gets very drowsy or something, and it just sort of lies there in your hands. I'm just repeating it. I'm just telling you. It's only a story. Yeah, we should have done it in Jaws. Oh, have you ever been to any of the theme parks in America? They have the one, is it Universal or something, where you go over a bridge in this little truck and all of a sudden the bridge collapses and then up comes Jaws from the side of it. But as you're going away on this ride, you can see Jaws is now resetting itself. It's very clever. I like things like that, actually. You have to pretend that it's really fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Rishi Sunak has pledged £1 billion cure for the NHS. Because people are just moaning about everything at the moment. I've never known a time in the country where people moan about everything. Can't see a GP, you can't get this, you can't get that, you can't do all of these sort of things, actually. Which is, it really is terrible. My friend Graham is over in Thailand. He lives in Thailand. He used to live here. He's a businessman. And he says, my great friend James is visiting from Dubai for a couple of weeks. He's a huge fan of the show and would love a mention. So there you go. So James, visiting from Dubai. It's not James the author, is it? Is that James the author? I mean, I'm not sort of laying claim to the fact I know lots of famous people, because I do, actually. In fact, it's funny, every time my phone goes, 9 out of 10 times it's somebody famous. A lot of celebrities, sort of contacting me just to go, hi, great to hear you this morning, kind of thing, just to make Jack even more jealous. And it's one of those things, isn't it? Honestly, eaten up with envy. You've never seen anything like it, honestly. He's almost turned green. I was going to recommend him for a part in Wicked, and then I thought, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not sure whether he would want to put on the drag as Elphaba, just out of curiosity. He could do, though. He's got the hair for it. All we got to do is just paint his face and his hands green. Have you ever seen Wicked? Have you? Oh, you must go see Wicked. It's a fabulous show. Is it right next to where you live? Or you're living in the stage door or something? Or how does that work? Yeah, it's down Victoria. Oh, is that where Pimlico is? Oh, I didn't know. I've seen the film Passport to Pimlico, but they never mentioned Wicked in the film at all. But no, I've seen it loads of times and love it. A friend of mine is one of the producers. Don't want to name drop again, but I know everybody. I'm so lucky that I know everybody. Except the only person I never met was the Queen. Never met the Queen. No, I've met Queens, but I've never met the Queen. There you go. My friend Chris has just said hi. Look, he's so jealous, Chris. Seriously, so jealous. I love it. It's only because he went out and got a little bit tiddly the other night, and that's when the true person comes out. You could always tell. They just go, what's so and so like? And you go, get them drunk, you'll find out. And that's what they're like. And then they show themselves up and you go, oh, maybe they're not the same sort of person I thought they were. It's the way it goes, isn't it? Everybody's different. Everybody's personality is different, thank the Lord. Otherwise, we'd all be radio presenters, which I wouldn't recommend to anybody at all, actually. Somebody always says to me, I get no into people at the shows and things like that. How do you get into radio? I've got, a brother or a sister or something like that. And I go, it depends how old they are and if they've actually got a passion for it. And you don't go in to make money, although the money's the byproduct. That's the nice thing. But you've got to wait for it. If you're going in the business to be famous, you're doing it for the wrong reason. You have to do it because, A, you love it. I mean, I can't think of an easier way to make a living. I drink tea, eat ice cream and talk. I mean, this is a gift from God. This is absolutely unbelievable. People say to me, and that's all you do? And you go, yes, that is all I do. I just talk. I have to do it for 3 hours, but I get breaks every 15 minutes, which if you add them up probably turns out to be, 20 or 30 minutes in a programme. I said, and then, I just hold up my cup and look pleadingly at Jack and go, you have to do that a little bit there. And he goes and gets a cup of tea, and then occasionally Ice Cream Ian will deliver ice creams and we sit here and eat ice cream. And this is called a job. Seriously, I'm trying not to let anybody know what it's like, because otherwise they'll all be wanting to do it. But some of them try and pretend it's really difficult, and it's not difficult at all. It really isn't. I've heard David Lammy's show. It's not difficult to do these things. You just have to sort of sit here and chat and try and make yourself appealing to people. And at my age, it's now a sympathy vote. It's nothing else. They sort of go, I can't believe he's still there. And then they go, so will you be retired? Somebody asked me at the Magic Show, have you ever thought about retiring? I go, I can't. I'm not allowed to. I've got a long contract. I mean, seriously. It's really I feel embarrassed telling you. But, you know, we sort of go on. Steve, I've discussed a really funny British comedian on YouTube named, called Russell Howard. Yes, he's got new teeth. He's got new teeth. If you look at Russell Howard, he's got completely new teeth. Because I remember looking at him a short while ago and going, what's he done that's different? And he's got new teeth, which is lovely. He's very nice. Look, he's got new teeth. You can tell because he's got new teeth. And they're sort of white, because when you go in and you sort of ask for your teeth to be done, they sort of have a colour chart and they sort of pick a colour. And they're never as white. There you go, there's a thing there. Russell Howard, new teeth. Interesting. Has he had new teeth put in? Yeah, but I think he looks great. He's very good. We don't see him as much as we should do. You think he's on TV more? He used to be on. Yes, I agree with you. I agree. Steve, says Connie, me and my son will be going to the bank this morning to an event about fraud and scams where the public and the police will be coming together. I'm looking forward to my free personal panic alarm. It's going to be interesting. Oh, you'll find it fascinating. You'd be amazed what people fall for. Seriously, I mean, it really is. Even though we can sit here on the radio and talk about, you know, people getting conned by, and yet almost on a daily basis, people are conned somewhere. Somebody will tell you this, somebody will come round to your house and they go, oh, we come round to have a look at your meter. And while somebody's looking at the meter, somebody else is, never let people into your house. Really not. Patsy Palmer danced to Wicked in full green makeup at Dancing on Ice on Sunday. I didn't recognise her, said Kathy. Yes, I knew she was doing that. Shane says you mentioned sharks. I remember a friend of mine in high school, he was at Bondi Beach and a small shark bit the back of his leg. It was a small shark. He got a couple of stitches. He'd show his scar off. He thought he was a hero. I'm frightened about anything like that. I really am, actually. I really am frightened. I've got very fond memories, Steve, of a Laverne and Shirley Says Ian. The theme tune was great. On your mark, get running home now. Yeah, I think it's great. Great thing. But sadly, not with us at all. Steve, somebody else saying Lowestoft famous. Somebody else talking about Lowestoft and what it's actually famous for. Roger says anybody can drink tea and eat ice cream, but talking for 3 hours is an art few can master. I think you're so right. Yes, yeah, I mean, put it this way, I think it's all right talking for 3 hours, but as Freddie just pointed out, try doing it for 44 years and still pulling an audience. I mean, to be honest, you thought people would have given up by now, but it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. But as I say, I was very grateful when Ken Bruce decided to leave the BBC, because he'd done 45 years and I've only got one more year to go, so I might beat him hands down, because now he's gone from Auntie Beeb into the commercial side of it. 5:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's interesting, having said, Rishi, that he was going to put £1 billion into the NHS, here he is shaking hands with ambulance workers yesterday as yet more prepared to walk out again next week. It's a bit hypocritical. Yeah, we're definitely going to do something. When are you going to do something? When are we going to sort out the RMT? When are we going to sort out the teachers? When are we going to... it just goes on. The train drivers, ambulances, nurses, teachers in Wales, train drivers, civil servants, university lecturers, bus drivers, security guards. The list goes on and on and on and on. I'm looking at the timetable for Chaos. Starting Feb the 1st. Oh, wait a minute, that's tomorrow. Teachers, train driver... are the train drivers on strike tomorrow? Might have to check a little bit later. Civil servants, university lecturers, bus drivers and security guards. That's for Wednesday, Feb the 1st. What?
Yeah, just smiling.
Yeah.
Just smiling.
Well, don't, because it just freaks me out a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll have to find out if the trains are out tomorrow. Wait a minute, train drivers, fresh round of things. They'll walk out Feb the 1st and Feb the 3rd as a long running... Oh, right. So, drivers. And so is that everybody? Is that everybody out? RMT and ASLEF. So two of the big unions. The trouble is they haven't achieved anything so far. All they've done is walk out on strike and... that's it. And the rest of the country just goes, OK, they're on strike, like I've just done. OK, they're on strike. They're obviously not getting what they want, because otherwise this could have been sorted out ages ago. They've been offered, 8%? 9%, something like that. 9%. And you think, well, why are they not taking it? The answer is perhaps they like going on strike. I don't see it personally, because I thought they'd have wanted to clear this up as soon as possible. But I don't think old Michael Lynch is that keen on sort of wrapping it up until they get sort of what they want. But the trouble is, give it to one lot, you've got to give it to everybody, and then we might as well just bankrupt the country. I mean, very shortly, as I say, some columnist, some wag, thought it was hilarious about a month ago to say, you know, people will find alternative routes of getting in and out to work from the trains, and all of a sudden you'll be sitting there with your trains. There'll be nobody on them. Because it's a case of, you know, people just, it's got to be reliable. Doesn't matter what it is, you know, it's just got to be reliable. Rishi Sunak insisted he acted decisively and swiftly in sacking Nadeem Zahawi. What a miserable little so-and-so he turned out to be, didn't he? He wasn't at all grateful, you know, that he'd been sort of let off the hook kind of thing. You know, they were talking about him yesterday on the television. And I remember thinking, having sort of read his sort of letter, not one bit of an apology or anything at all, just the arrogance of these people. It's dreadful. Also, the Premier League new boy, I think his name is Mykhailo Mudryk. I might have got that wrong, but he's made a grovelling apology. He used the N-word in a video for fans. What a stupid child. Sources close to the Chelsea signing had insisted he was just trying to recite lyrics from a hit by a US rapper. And his representative, not him, his representative said, oh, he's really sorry. Can't he speak? Is there something about him that he can't say anything? He's Ukrainian, and he's deeply sorry for any offence caused. But he regrets his decision. Well, why can't he say it? What is this garbage they feed you? His representative said he's deeply... It's not appropriate. The video has since been removed. But he did repeat the toxic racial word in footage viewed nearly 215,000 times. You know, it is deeply offensive. Perhaps he's a bit thick. Perhaps he doesn't realise this is an offensive word. Perhaps he doesn't understand it. Perhaps he doesn't understand it. But I love the idea that his representative had to apologise for him. Obviously an even bigger prat than we thought he was in the first place. What have we got now? Do you know, I'd love to go on a submarine, but I'm slightly scared about going under the water. I don't know why, because there was a Russian submarine some years ago which broke down and rested on the ocean floor, and they couldn't get them back. You know, they couldn't raise the submarine. It was a case of it was down there. They just had to wait till the air ran out. And a little bit worrying. We have nuclear submarines now, which have got Trident missiles on, and I mean the engine compartment takes up a good third of the actual vessel. I'd quite like to just go on one just to see what they look like. I was listening to Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary. Have you never seen such an unfit person in your entire life? I mean, I should imagine soldiers look at him and go, well, you couldn't manage anything, mate, could you, really? And he's sort of going, oh, they're not up to it, they're not this and that. Because what we do is we train soldiers up, young people who maybe come from a community that isn't so brilliant and so much in employment as other places. And you train them up, and then there's nowhere for them to go. So consequently, you go to certain towns, garrison towns, and Cirencester, Colchester, places, you know, and all of a sudden you get fights and stuff like that, because they're basically trying to get rid of all this pent-up energy. They've been trained to do a particular job and they can't actually do it. Johnny Rotten's birthday today. I always thought he was an old fake, actually. You know, I am and I just thought he was a bit fake, because then he advertised Country Life butter, and I remember thinking, oh dear, what a fraud. But apparently they did go out touring, and I don't know where the rest of them are, actually. They've all sort of disappeared now. It's one of those things, isn't it? You know, punk was in. I mean, I'm led to believe that there are still punk bands out there. I don't know what Elliot's band would be classed as. I don't know if are they sort of punk rock? Right. What do they sing songs about? Can you remember? No point is asking Freddie. Absolutely pointless. And Jack, no, forget it. I'll ask. Yeah. Oh, right. Story of an adventure and met up with the band. Yeah. Bit vague, yeah. I wish I'd not asked, actually, to be honest with you. Kind of a waste of my time. You know, there's 2 minutes I'm never going to get back again. And it's a case of, you know, so what were they singing about? I have no idea. I was too busy doing shots at the bar. You know, who... Come on. Ready? Set fire. Elliot was singing. Oh, was he doing that? Oh, Lord, we don't like shouting singers. We like the Celine Dion types. And I suspect that Elliot maybe is not a Celine Dion type singer. Well, was a moshing going on? Oh, Lord above. That'll be Aaron, won't it? You know, all by himself, moshing by himself, which is great. So rugby's Gareth Thomas, in all the papers today, has settled a legal case with a former partner who accused the star of deceptively transmitting HIV to him. Ian Baum sued him in the High Court for allegedly hiding his HIV status and failing to take reasonable care not to pass the virus on. Mr. Baum noticed Mr. Thomas was taking pills from bottles, but the labels were ripped off. But he was told they were multivits. I don't know, does it actually have on your... I mean, I get my tablets put in, they're called Dosset boxes, and I get 4. I get a box a week, and it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it's got the times that you take the tablets, and they're put in... You slide the little lid back to it, and you... Funny? And... I haven't even got to the funny bit yet. You wait till the funny bit. I tell you, you'll be on the floor sewing your sides up. I promise you. And so you get all of them. I don't remember ever seeing a bottle with something written on it for sort of something like HIV, saying this is for HIV, unless I just don't know it. But anyway, the ex-policeman was in a relationship with the former Wales captain between 2013 and 16. So Mr. Thomas will pay £75,000 plus costs, but has not admitted liability by settling, saying that he maintains his innocence. As I say, this has happened on numerous occasions, to Michael Jackson and various other people. And it's a case of we paid this money over, and Prince Andrew, classic case, but there's no admission of guilt and nobody's been charged with anything. So you sort of begin to wonder, you know, how these things work out, because they're going on for years. It's nothing new, absolutely nothing new. Duke and Duchess of Sussex's Archewell Foundation. Have you heard of such a stupid name, Archewell? So 2.5 million from the 10.5 million raise. Where the rest of it went, I have no idea. I should imagine that they've obviously got expenses, because let's face it, he does fly first class. But here he is, well-known scrounger. He's I think I might save it to after the news, actually. It's too good to waste, chucking it away up to the news. And also an urgent search is underway for a deadly radioactive capsule that fell off a truck. It's a capsule. It contains cesium-137, which can cause serious illnesses, including cancer. Experts say exposure to the metal is the same as 10 X-rays in an hour. It's a pea-sized container, pea-size, lost early this month on an 870-mile journey from Newman to Perth in Western Australia. They say if you have contact with it, you could get skin burns and acute radiation sickness. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Thank God it's not here. Dear me. Dreadful, isn't it, really? And singer Kimberly Walsh says her bored former Girls Aloud bandmate Cheryl once helped her paint her son's bedroom. Well, Cheryl's got nothing to do. What does she do? She's had a baby with a little popsicle star, and now she sort of sits there twiddling her thumbs. I know she was in the West End, but that's only short-lived. So apparently they spent ages ago, Kimberly and Cheryl spent a lovely few weeks with no makeup on, scrubbing on cups of tea. Scrubs on cups of tea. She said she was more relaxed about preparation work. Imagine that, no makeup, unrecognisable. There's somebody from Love Island in one of the papers arriving back at Heathrow Airport, and she's got no makeup on. Unrecognisable, totally unrecognisable. It's seriously amazing. But I'm going to tell you about the chef in a minute, who claimed he could barely walk after an accident he put in for 2.2 million. He's a crook, he's a scrounger, and he's got his comeuppance, which is good news all round, actually, especially when I tell you that he needed sticks and crutches to get around and lived in unbearable pain. As I say, a fraudster. But we've caught him out, and he's about to pay for his misdemeanour. Let's have the news first, though, shall we?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve says, Gary, can we talk about potholes? Absolutely not. They're terrible in London. Terrible. I mean, I don't know whether or not it's the council, because at the moment the council are digging up roads, covering roads over, doing this, doing that, because they're spending money like it's going out of fashion, so they can then justify putting up the cost of your council tax. But there's holes all over the roads. Seriously, sometimes your car goes down into one and you think to yourself, wow, terrible. And another one here. Somebody says, somebody did 47 years on local radio. I don't think local radio counts, unfortunately. You mean BBC? That doesn't count at all. That's BBC local radio is for basically people who don't go out. That's what it is. It's the local vicar and the swineherd who are doing it. So I'm way ahead of it, Paul, I'm afraid. So potholes as well. Paul Cook, the drummer from the Sex Pistols, is still going strong with a band called The Professionals. His wife Jenny used to be in Culture Club. I wonder where there were any women in Culture Club. And Josh says, I can picture you in the middle of the mosh pit in your rowdy youth, Steve. We didn't even do stuff like that. We didn't do moshing when I was younger. It was we just sort of danced sedately. Hello, excuse me, can I have a dance with you? Yes. Dun, 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 dun. We didn't do any of this sort of head banging stuff. Thank you very much indeed. No, we didn't do round a maypole. That was for girls. Boys didn't do maypole dancing. It was only girls who did it. Yeah, whatever. I bet you did it at your school. Steve, after thinking I was immune, says Joe, I've tested positive for COVID. Ooh, achy. Why did you think you were immune? Did you think you were immune because you've had all the vaccines? Well, you can still get it. You've just got to not put yourself in a situation, which is good. And there you go. The Russian submarine was the Kursk. All the crew of 118 were lost. No attempt made by the Russians to save anybody. Well, I don't think they could. It was too deep. It's not like you're making a film and you go down there and sort of knock on the submarine and then sort of a hatch opens and they all pop out. I don't think they worked like that at all, really. There you go, the Kursk. 12th of August, 2000. And there was an explosion and everything else. There was a salvage contract which was awarded in 2001. And they sort of went there. The salvage team recovered all but the bow, so they lost. Go down. Sorry, other way. No, other way. Where it's got the amount of people who died on it. So and I think there were, I think the deaths 118. Everybody. You imagine? I mean, I don't know whether or not they have things. You remember who was that person, that Nazi, who decided to kill himself, and he had a cyanide little thing concealed in a tooth, and he took it. He was put in prison, and he took the cyanide capsule, and it killed him. But I don't know whether they've got anything on submarines, to make sure that. I mean, you'd think that we could do something like that, don't you? But obviously not. Steve, have you had the diabetic Tutti Frutti vitamin D tablets, which are quite pleasant? No, what would you take those for? I've never heard of them. But sounds quite nice, actually. Sounds quite nice. And another one here. I share your love of Brussels sprouts. If my memory serves me well, John Warrington used to laugh about the length of time he spent cooking your sprouts. I know, I didn't realise, Marilyn, that you only have to do them for a short amount of time. And in fact, if you put them in with a stew or something like that, it just heats them. So you don't really have to sort of cook at all. So, there you go. But I do love Brussels sprouts. I'm trying to convince myself that they're good for me. I don't know how many you have to eat for them to actually be good for. I feel healthy. If I eat Brussels sprouts, I go, yeah. And the other day I had asparagus as well. So asparagus, so it's all the green vegetable. And I might go some mushrooms today. Anyway, here is the chef. Let's refer to him as the Scrounger. He claimed he could barely walk after an accident. He had a £2.2 million compensation claim binned when he was snapped kayaking with his kids. His name is Ferenc Semeji. who said he needed sticks or crutches to get around and lived in unbearable pain. But interestingly enough, this judge said he was fundamentally dishonest. And this comes as the Sun expose a trickster, Ruth Harris, 58, snapped on a zip wire after playing the system for 13 years to claim £71,000 in disability living allowance. Court records show Sumeji, this is the bloke, strained his back in 2012 when lifting a fish tray at Heathrow Airport as he prepared airline meals. He said the injury put him on his back 18 hours a day and stopped him kneeling, squatting and from taking his children to the park. He returned to work but said he had to quit. He comes from Berkshire. He claimed 2.2 million. He's obviously more stupid than you imagine. He claimed 2.2 million for his alleged significant and continuing disability. He said he was unable to work as a chef as he couldn't lift or make sudden movements. You don't have to make sudden movements as a chef, do you? Unless sort of, a lobster attacks you in the bowl. He told a doctor it resorted to holding on to his furniture to get around his home. The company he worked for insisted that any symptoms from his injury, which they accepted he had suffered, would have cleared up within 14 months, and said his claim was worth £4,970, bearing in mind he was claiming 2.2 million. A covert surveillance operation unearthed photos of Sumeji vigorously throwing a stick for his dog and kneeling in the sand. In one, he was in a river with a daughter on each shoulder and his arms in the air. He was also snapped fishing and paddleboarding. Anyway, a judge dismissed his case in March last year. He was refused permission to appeal, and he's now got to pay court costs. How much are the court costs? £75,000. £75,000. Ruth Harris, meanwhile, claims she couldn't work because she had multiple sclerosis. Evidence was obtained of her standing and pricing up items at a shop and passing heavy items over a wall. Another bent crook. Further snaps showed the claimant from Plymouth enjoying a zip wire ride over a lake in Cornwall. She was given a 12-month conditional discharge and told to repay £71,000. Getting better by the minute. Work and Pensions Minister Tom Pursglove said the Harris case investigators hit the heights with their probe and had taken down this thrill-seeking con artist. He said benefit fraud is a crime that diverts money. They're just the tip of the iceberg. But I'm glad that Ferenc Sumeji will have to pay £75,000 and the other old bag, £71,000. That'll teach you, love. That'll teach you. Too many of these people out there. Got to stop it. Got to stop it now. Hermann Goering, who took the cyanide capsule. Whatever it was, actually, it was a case of, I don't know how these people would have died in the submarine unless they just shut the air. I mean, I can't even bear to think about it. I can't even bear to think about it. So dreadful. So dreadful. What else do we have in the paper today? We've got a lot of people talking about Don't Play It Again, Sam. This is Sam Smith in his latest video. To be honest with you, couldn't care less. Not interested. Not interested. Harry Styles, as I say, confirmed as a performer at the Grammys. He's up for Album of the Year for Harry's House and Record of the Year. And he also gets a nod for Song of the Year, Best Pop Solo Performance and Best Music Video. Wow. I mean, he's going to walk away with a lot, I think. And did you know that saying the F word, I have to say the F word, at work no longer has shock value? The judge, Andrew Gumbit Zimutu, said the phrase, I don't give a, is now commonplace in offices. His comments came as he presided over a tribunal in Reading in which an account manager said her boss used the phrase. Hasmita Dandania lost age, race and sex discrimination claims, but won her case for unfair dismissal. Compensation will be offered at a later date. And a postbox used by Queen Victoria at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight. It's only a small one. She just popped her letters in it and then they came and collected it. 14,500 it picked up at auction. That's good. I mean, that's quite a nice thing. We talked about it on the programme. Also, an Oxford University student stole cryptocurrency worth 2.15 million from over 100 victims. Dutchman Wibo Wiersma set up a bogus website. Anyway, he was arrested, fled back to the Netherlands after being bailed, admitted theft, jailed for 4.5 years, and they've got a confiscation order of $2,156,000. Yee! That'll teach you. That'll teach you. It's like Crisley Knows Best in America, that fraudster. You know, the one who was sort of doing everything and sort of, you know, and then he'd been having an affair, it turned out, people were saying, with somebody who was one of his partners. Very peculiar. Very peculiar. And Dawn Neeson says, going to have to start liaising with the Steve Allen Show and his LBC team as to what colour to wear. Jackets. She says, I'm running out of options. You see, I don't see how you can be running out of options. So that's yellow. We like that. That's very busty. Very busty. Yellow's good. Red looks good. Red looks good. Green is nice. I think green. See, if you wear just a black kind of a T-shirt thing underneath it, because I don't have anything in black. I don't have any black outfits at all. I mean, I'm really funny about these sort of things. I don't know why I should wear black. Very slimming, apparently. So Jack tells me. But so she's hashtag working wardrobe, hashtag Tuesday motivation, hashtag Daily Star Day. Got to do the old column. Got to do the column. Got to keep the pennies rolling in. Mind you, I mean, seriously, she must have stacked up some money. This woman never stops working. Never stops working. That's why we like her. We like her. We love the column. And we like people who work for a living. We don't like people who shy away from work. I've had people before. You know, over the years, you meet somebody and they go, oh, I think I want to be a presenter. And you go, right, what can you bring to the table? And they go, I like talking. And you think, God, we're struggling here, aren't we? You kind of give it up, really. You give up. Stevie, I watched the 3rd episode of the TV programme The Last of Us last night, and wow, it has been one of the most amazing episodes of all time. I've never even seen it. No idea. Apparently the music mag, Viva Le Rock, lets you know about older punk bands that are still gigging and bringing out albums as well. There you go. New music. There for you, tidy, says Taffy Nyes from Pontoclean. Thank you very much indeed. I like the word tidy. And Jackie says, are you claustrophobic? No. I'm not very good with heights. But I'm not claustrophobic. Doesn't bother me in this. Well, I can't do. I mean, look at the size studio I'm working in. Everybody else gets, a place that's got a ballroom, sauna, swimming pool. I've got, something that basically be described as a wardrobe up on end. And that's it. It's very small. Very small. But it doesn't matter, actually. I've often said to you, it doesn't really matter because I don't like the big studio downstairs. I don't like it. And also, of course, the problem is that when you finish in the big studio, there's somebody else to take over from you. So you've got to pack all your stuff up and get it out the studio whilst they do their sort of talk up to the new. And I find it a little bit stressful. So at least in my studio, there's nobody to push me out and go, come on, quick, unless the studio breaks downstairs, which I think it's only done once before. And then you have to sort of get stuff together. But I'm quite a tidy person. I'm not a messy person at all. What else have we got? Oh, lottery. Oh, I'll tell you in a minute. Lottery Chiefs. Check your tickets. I'll tell you for why in a moment. And let's get the LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So tomorrow, strikes all over the place. Just I warn you now, just in case, because there's going to be chaos. But we can do it. We can do it. It is doable. I have to go and get a bus, which then takes me to Hammersmith, and then from Hammersmith I get a bus to Richmond, and then from Richmond I get a bus, or I can get a taxi to home, which is much easier. The good news is, as far as I was concerned, and I was only thinking about her the other day, Sue Pollard is going to make a TV comeback this spring. She's going to be on the television in a programme which features a lot of celebrities going to, I think, a Christian route. They're following, I think, like a pilgrimage. But Sue Pollard must be in her 70s now. She's very vibrant. You put it this way, if she walked in now, you wouldn't not know she was here. Put it that way. She's very loud, very, very loud, and very wonderful. But a very good actress, very, very good actress. So this is Pilgrimage, and Sue Pollard will be there. She's quite wacky. They've got 7 celebrities, and I can tell you who they are. They've got Sue Pollard, somebody called Bobby Seagull. Never heard of Bobby Seagull. No idea. Vicky Pattison, again. Rita Simons. Absolutely. Somebody called Nabil Abdul Rashid. Not a clue, I'm afraid. Shane Lynch, yes, and Millie Knight. Again, not a clue. And these are celebrities, apparently. So they're going to be going through Portugal, and it's a demanding route, takes 7... They say well-known personalities. What a load of codswallop. They're not well-known at all. Only a few of them are. I love the way that Rita, they put down as Jewish actress Rita. I mean, for goodness sake, honestly. Pentecostal born-again Christian, Shane Lynch of Boyzone fame, reality TV star and influencer Vicky Patterson, who's agnostic. Somebody called Bobby Seagull, who's a math whiz and TV personality. I've never even heard of him. Doesn't help, does it? Also, the other one, Nabil Abdul Rashid, a comedian and practising Muslim, and Paralympian skier Millie Knight, who is non-practising Church of England. And these are well-known celebrities. So there you go. The only one we want to watch is Rita, and I think Sue Pollard. You know, the only people that have any personality. She's very good. Very, very good. You'll like her a lot. A lot. Catherine reckons that a nice plum-coloured jacket would suit Dawn. Yeah, the trouble is plum has a habit of changing colour on television. It looks a bit dark, and it looks a bit... it could be... You might not notice it was plum, because you might think it was black. Somebody says, you're lucky not to be claustrophobic. I am, and it's horrible. Restricts my life so much. Yes, no, I've never had anything like that, Eileen. I'm very lucky indeed. But there again, I'm very lucky because I haven't had lots of other things. You know, some people go through life and have illness as children and everything else. I was lucky I got through all my illnesses with whooping cough and, you know, mumps and chicken pox and this and when I was younger. Didn't need to worry. Just as well I didn't get it. Should Harry and Meghan go to the coronation? I don't know. Couldn't care less. Really couldn't care less. There's no interest to me whatsoever. I am telling you this, though, that if they go, all the attention will be on them and it'll move away from Charles. You know, and if they really want to risk something like that... I mean, to be honest with you, if I was Camilla, I'd be taking pot shots at him with a sling. You know, gotcha. Like you used to do at class. You know, you'd sit there at the back, you'd have your rubber band on your fingers, and you'd have your little paper pellet, and you put on your... Get them in the back of the neck. Yeah. We used to have a man called Mr. Caperns. Mr. Caperns must be dead by now. I mean, that was about 45 years ago. He, in fact, even longer. And he was fairly ancient when we knew him. And he used to do religious instruction. But if he used to lose his temper on quite a regular basis at school. And he would literally, and he'd go like, and his face would go red and all the rest of it. I mean, I can't tell you what he used to get very upset about, but I'll tell the boys when we go to a break, so you'll just have to guess, actually. SWR are not on strike tomorrow. Trains are going from Waterloo as normal. Are they? We shall check that. Do you know, I think it's a brilliant idea, the computers, they tell everything. But whether or not I can get home on the South Western Railway, I don't know. I should ask my girl, Joanne. She knows these things. She's got a finger on the pulse, hasn't she? She will know this sort of stuff. I shall chase it up. The man whose brother is Elton John. I'd forgotten that Elton, because his name's Reg Dwight, so he's got a brother. Also, Lisa Marie Presley on an extreme weight loss diet before she died, which I've told you before is very unhealthy. You know, people who say, oh, I lost a stone in, you know, a month. You shouldn't. 2 pounds a week is what you should lose maximum. That's what the doctors say. Rishi Sunak promised to sort out the crisis in A&E. Well, don't go round shaking hands, matey. Do it now. Do it now. Don't leave it any longer. It's very tedious for us to wait for these sort of things. A police detective caught with child sexual abuse material has been sacked, dismissed without notice. And he admitted 5 counts of making indecent images of... This is a police detective. I'm kind of sort of losing the will, I'm afraid, when you discover all these police officers. You know, terrible. And Valentine's Day gift featuring Hitler are being sold on Amazon. So it's a photo of him with the wording underneath, "Be Mine," M-E-I-N. Both are titled Funny Valentine Day cards. Really? The perfect gift, they say, for Valentine's Day. Not anymore, I shouldn't think. Not anymore. And there's a giant rainbow which appeared at dusk lighting up the sky. There was something else that appeared, wasn't it? The producer, Freddie, got very excited about something that looked like a whirlpool. And he said, what do you think it was? Called Jack immediately, on the defensive. Oh, it's a UFO. I mean, seriously, you have to kind of humour him. Yeah, of course it's a UFO, Jack. Yeah, that's what it really is. Little green men going nanu nanu, you know, and phone home, that kind of stuff. That's what Jack wanted to be, you know. He wanted to be E.T. Mind you, still time. 10,000 complaints filed against Met police officers and staff in less than a year. 10,000 complaints? What do people complain about? Official figures reveal that complaints made up 10,200 up to 14,673 allegations. That is unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. Perhaps they don't have a vetting system. Perhaps there is no vetting system where they sort of try and find out about, you know, what people's history is and whether or not... It's like sometimes, you know, people go on television and they have breakdowns and you think they've obviously not been checked. South West Railways intend to run a full service on the mainland on Wednesday the 1st and Friday the 3rd. Train drivers and other operators will be involved in the strike action, meaning some connections with the services may be affected or may not run at all. What does that mean? So they intend to run a full service, and then the closing line, they may be affected or may not run at all. So I'm hoping... Oh, that'd be nice if South West... Are we South West Railway? Is that... Only Ireland that aren't running? Oh, right, OK. So they're running here from Waterloo. Oh, that's nice. I better get one of my giant sausage rolls. Yeah, it's quite nice. Just under £5 for something a foot long, you know. I might just have that just while I'm waiting for the train. Oh, well, I could do that then, actually, because sometimes the buses don't run from Hammersmith because Abellio or one of the other contractors doesn't sort of plan on running things. Oh, I might be lucky. Actually. John in Mantle said, I've been listening to your show for 6 months now. It's very funny. Thank you. Yeah, all right. Nobody's asking you, Jack. Nobody's asking you, matey. My God, I wish I'd been in that pub on Saturday nights. Dawn says, Steve, Alan show, thank you for being so lovely. See? Told you people like us. It's not our fault we're popular. I'm having to live with this. This is the mantle on my shoulders. Steve, Chrisley knows best. More like Chrisley goes bust. Immoral America at its best. Yeah, what a creepy man he was. Him and the wife, off to jug. Chrisley knows best as one of these reality shows. He seemed to have this limitless money. And it turned out he was borrowing loans and not paying anything back again. And even though he had children, he was obviously swinging, as they say, both sides of the fence. So they've sent him to prison for 12 years. That's how grave. He'd been trying to defraud the IRS or whatever they call it over there. And a creepy man. Must be very embarrassing for the children. Apparently, the Rebellion Punk Festival is held over 4 days every year in Blackpool Winter Gardens. Says Kevin the Milkman. I said, I knew he'd know. Because he's in a punk band as well. He loves this sort of stuff. And my band, Anti-Establishment, played there in 2013. Although it's a festival, there's no camping facilities. See, it's got so refined now, everybody stays in bed and breakfast. It's not the same, is it? OK, we're going to be camping in a field. No, we're actually staying in bed and breakfast. He says, us old punks need a bit of comfort after a long day moshing. Tickets are on sale for this year. Better buy yours quick before they sell out, says Kevin the Milkman. We love Kevin. We love Kevin. He does occasionally wear long trousers. He's another one of these people who just wears shorts all the time. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps they're made of stronger stuff. Because my postman, Darren, in Twickenham, he wears shorts. Come rain, come shine, come snow, come hail, shorts all the time. Whereas I forbid people on my programme from wearing shorts. I will not have... I send them home. I'm sorry. No, Jack would never be allowed to wear shorts. The moment I saw him out of the studio, I'm sorry. We have something to maintain here. It's called class. You know, we're not having somebody dressing down. And that's absolutely in the summer not wearing shorts. I'm sorry. This isn't a beach party time. This is a radio studio. This is, you know, I mean, I know you don't have to wear a suit, but I mean, years ago, I'd have been wearing a dinner jacket and everything else, reading the news. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Allen, you know, and then Jack's sitting there in a pair of shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. I don't think so. That's not happening. Not on my watch. It's not. Oh, well. So SWR not on strike tomorrow, but they might be. We're not too sure. I don't want to get all the way to Waterloo and then they go, it's not... Oh, mind you, the Underground will still be running, won't it? Yeah, the Underground. I can get home on the Underground. Perhaps I can get as far as Turnham. Oh, I don't know. It gets too complicated. I don't like it when it's complicated. I can do it. I'm not complaining. I know it sounds like I'm complaining, but I promise you I'm not at all. Should we take a short break for the news? 5:30, the latest LBC News headlines for you this morning with Simon Conway.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, Ryanair, which delighted to report the other day, Ryanair and EasyJet, after Flybe went under for the second time, and I don't think you're going to get much joy with that one. They say don't even go to the airport if you've got a Flybe ticket. They can't help you. There'll be nobody there. But Ryanair and EasyJet have said that they can incorporate the staff, which is good. Ryanair have reported a 14% hike in fares amid strong demand for travel. So in other words, they recorded a profit between October and December. October, November, 3 months, 185 million. It's not bad for a budget airline, is it? That's compared to an £84 million loss for the same period the other year. They carried 38.5 million passengers. Wow. I've never been on Ryanair. Never been on it. Their chief exec is a guy called Michael O'Leary, who sometimes comes up with all sorts of little bits and pieces, doesn't he? Not the most popular person in the world, but I mean, if 38.5 million people decide to travel with him, it obviously gets you there. But if you were on Flybe and you've paid out, I mean, luckily people won't be too far away. It's a case of what do you do? Well, you just have to go to another airline. And I think a lot of airlines are helping out, like British Airways, I think, and people like that. Because that would just drive you crackers. You know, you finish, your little holiday, wherever you happen to be in Europe, and you go to the airport and they go, sorry, it's gone under. What do you mean it's gone under? It's gone under. You know, for the second time. I wouldn't mind if it was the first time. Total incompetence. Total incompetence. Apparently, Ludwig van Beethoven. You've heard of Ludwig van Beethoven? He never got to make sweet music with a woman and died a virgin. Well, how do they know this? I mean, how is this possible? The composer was inspired by love to create his most famous works, but he rejected intimacy because he considered it immoral. Well, he'd never have survived nowadays, would he, really? I mean, goodness, he'd have turned... I mean, I watched a programme on the television the other day, on the BBC, I think it was, Cara Delevingne, talking about women's intimate part. Did you see it? I sat on the settee thinking, what garbage is this? What on earth is on the television? You might as well have all the staff in the Queen Vic stark naked. Make it marginally more entertaining, I should imagine. Apparently, he says, we can be absolutely certain Beethoven never had sex within a relationship. We can be 98% certain he never had sex at all. He'd be useless on Love Island, wouldn't he? I mean, heavens above, the whole idea of going on Love Island is to pull. He'd be saying, no, I just composed this thing here. Sorry, would you? Leave alone. All these people coming up to you with their bosoms hanging out and all the rest of it. By Jove, I tell you. A no-fly zone has been ordered to prevent ghouls using drones with cameras over the site where 10 people died. This is the Channel Islands, Jersey. 600 lines of inquiry being pursued. I have got some drones at home. I have got some drones which I haven't even unpacked. I've seen them on the television, I've bought them, and I've got some little drones. I've got a little... It's not really a drone, actually. It's a flying saucer. Jack would love it. It looks like it's place. And you charge it up, and then you throw it up in the air, and you can move it. You can control it with your hand underneath it. And it's got flashing lights that go round. He'd love it, seriously. It's like a kid with a brand new toy. And shall I bring you one in? I bought loads of them. I bought absolutely loads of them. And it's very good. You just literally charge it up, and you could play with it at home. Look at that. There you go. That'd be instead of eating. You could just sort of go, I'll play with them. I've got another one which sort of, they say throw it and it comes back to you, and I've tried it. It never came back at all. I think it was trying to get out. But anyway, the other one, you hold your hand underneath controls it. We had them in the newsroom. We were playing with them and they whiz about all over the place. Then you put your hand underneath and it's got little sensors all the way around. I'll bring one in tomorrow. I looked at it the other day thinking, Jack would like that. It'd be just the sort of thing for Jack. He'd be going, have you seen the flying saucer? It'd be really good. Really cool, actually. Steve, I will be passing through, says Ashley, to get the train from Waterloo tomorrow at about 6:45. If you want, I can give you an update, as of course I will be listening. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be okay. Seems to be okay, but it's a bit hit and miss. Shane says, I'm sorry, Steve, I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, but you're in Australia. Everybody in Australia wears shorts because you don't possess long trousers. Kids go to school. I've seen, you know, neighbours and all the other things. They go to school in shorts because it's the weather. I just don't think it's necessary in a place of work. It's like going into Boots the Chemist or something and people standing behind the counter in a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. Well, you know, hi, my name's Ashley, pleased to meet you, and something like, oh, no, thank you very much indeed. Not my sort of thing at all. Definitely not my sort of thing at all. It's like, you know, when I do my show at the Leicester Square Theatre, sold out, and no more seats available, and sold out in an hour, and I will be looking smart. It will be another sparkly jacket. I just can't decide which colour. I'm a bit like Dawn Neeson. Well, I'm not at all, actually. Much smaller bust. And I should be wearing a sequin jacket. But I don't know. Blue, green, silver. You know, I thought blue would look quite nice, actually, but I can't remember which one I wore at the Magic Circle at Christmas. I don't want to sort of repeat myself, but I have quite a few, and I think blue looks quite nice, actually, just with either a white shirt underneath it, a pair of black trousers, shiny shoes. Somebody criticised me one year. They said, your shoes were dirty. I thought, oh, for goodness sake. Because if you're looking at somebody on a stage, and I do tend to be looked at, is people sort of analyse every bit of you. You know, they sort of go, shoes are dirty. Have you seen? Shoes dirty. You know, so I always make sure that I've got sort of shiny shoes, things. I used to use patent shoes because they were permanently shiny. But, so it's either a white shirt underneath and then the blue sequin jacket, or it could be just a black T-shirt underneath, which covers up a multitude of sins, I'm afraid. You know, because everybody does the same thing. Everybody goes through thin days and fat days. You have some days, don't look the other way, we're talking to you. And, you know, you have days where you think, oh, I think today I'm having a fat day. You know, and other days you go, I think I'm having a thin day today. And then you look down and you go, no, it really is a fat day. Because it doesn't make any difference, does it, really? But it might be black T-shirt or something like that. I don't even know where you get black T-shirts from. I don't think I've ever bought a black T-shirt. M&S, they do black T-shirts, do they? I don't want people to think it's a vest, you know, or something like that. I don't want to look a bit naff. You know, I don't want people to go, you know, I want people to think, you know, oh, look, he's made an effort, you know. I mean, I've already got the socks. And always new pants. In fact, I went out the other day and bought loads of new pants because they're going up in price. 5 pairs, £28 in M&S. I think that's a lot of money. I don't think Calvin Klein would be any cheaper. These are just normal M&S. People must buy their pants in M&S. I don't know where else people would buy their pants, unless you go to Ted Baker, but I'm assuming they'd be terribly expensive. Whereas Marks and Spencer's, I mean, even though I moan about £28 for 5 pairs, that's actually not too bad compared to some of the other places. Steve, what sort of blue, says Sarah? Ice blue. It's a bright blue. It's not a dark blue, it's a bright, shiny blue. Well, it's sequins. Steve, I've just popped into my morning garage and bumped into my Costa friend, John, says Pete. Well, there you go. Look at that. And I love the idea. My morning garage. He said, we don't really know each other that well, but we often chat at the machine whilst the drinks are pouring. Well, here today, he told me his wife passed away a week ago. He was married for 28 years. So big shout out to my Costa machine mate, who's called John. He says, stay strong. He said, life does go on and things will get better. Takes a while though, Pete, as we know. You know, it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? It's different people have different ways of sort of getting through things, but sometimes it can be really raw. Really raw. Steve, thin days and fat days, says Martin. From 100 yards away, I'm in perfect perspective. Closer up, I'm much larger. Yeah. I mean, I think sometimes it's... I mean, I've got a belt on. I've actually dropped... I nearly said I've dropped a dress size. I've dropped a jean size, waist. I've gone down a size, which is quite good, actually, but I've had to put another notch in my belt so that I can sort of do it up fairly, because I have had the situation where I've sort of put it onto the normal notch and I'm walking down the road here to go to the bus stop and my jeans slowly sink to the ground, which is, you know, not very pleasant for people walking behind me or even in front of me. But it's one of those things that has happened on a few occasions, mainly through alcohol abuse. And so you're trying to cling onto the glass with one hand and your jeans with the other hand. I remember being helped down the road in Twickenham, and they just literally went, and I've got somebody on either arm helping me along, but unfortunately, the rest of it was a total disaster. Blue sparkly jacket with black or white collarless mandarin collar, shirt underneath. They're casual, but not so much so, says Kathy. My husband had one, looks super duper. I might try that, actually. I quite like mandarin collars. I'll have to have a check in my spare clothing room. I've got a huge rail, an industrial rail in one of the bedrooms, and it's just full of clothes. I mean, just full of clothes. I've got clothes. I mean, seriously, I don't know why. You're supposed to, you know, when you take something in, you're supposed to throw something out or get rid of it. I've just got clothes all over there. I know it doesn't look like I've got clothes everywhere, but I promise you I've got clothes absolutely everywhere. It's a pain, but I quite like your idea on that one. Thank you very much indeed. I flew with Ryanair yesterday, Steve. How bizarre. And my flight was cheaper than the meal deal they sell on board. I recommend you fly with Ryanair, but bring your own lunch. Oh, I love airline food. I love airline food. Austria were very good. They used to do all sorts of quite nice things, and I used to look forward to it. Some people don't like the food on airlines, not me. My friend Graham, as I say, he always flies first class, and so he spends the entire flight at the bar. He doesn't move from the bar. He flies across the Atlantic, you know, and he will be, you know, just topping himself up with the booze. He loves it, absolutely loves it. Whereas me, I never drink on a flight. Funny, all the places I don't drink at Christmas, traditionally the place where everybody drinks, and I don't drink on flights. I have a tomato juice. I know, it's odd, isn't it? Some people makes them sick, but I love tomato juice. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, people said, go on, have a vodka in it. And you go, seriously, I don't want to get off the plane and go, oh, my God, fellas, where am I? What city are we in? So it's just tomato juice. And they always give me, I quite like a stick of celery in it. That's quite nice. And sometimes I go the Worcestershire sauce. And then you get half the garden in there as well. So, you know, starts looking a little bit like an Alan Titchmarsh show. It's 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC travel. Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Talking of airline food, which we weren't, but we are now, actually. Flew business class, Club Europe, with British Airways to Athens at the weekend. And the food was beef cheek and apple crumble. It was very nice. See, I love apple crumble. There it is. A picture. See, that looks delicious. See, I like the rolls. But the trouble is you get it all at the same time, so your apple crumble isn't as hot as you would like it to be. But it does come with broccoli and carrots and little potatoes. That's beef cheek, is it? Oh, well, there you go, Mark. But apple crumble. You see, I'd be quite happy with an airline meal. We had a Christmas party one year at LBC. It was with all the things, and they always used to do a different theme. So one year it was a Bollywood theme. They had Bollywood dancers in, and all the food was curry and poppadoms and everything else. And then we had another one where the theme was airline, and we were greeted at the door to the venue by 2 drag queens dressed as trolley dollies. It was fantastic, and all the food came on like a tray like this. So you're trying to balance the thing and balance your glass of wine and all the rest of it. It was lovely, actually. Very, very nice indeed. But no, apple crumble, you can... In fact, that's tempted me, actually. I might have to get an Aunt Bessie apple crumble today, or 2 or 3, and just put them into a saucepan, heat them up, and then just pour custard on. In fact, the more I think about it, the better it sounds. And you ask me, you know, what do you do? Steve, I watched Hattie last night on Hattie Jake's life story. Worth a watch, says Paul. Well, you know who owns her old house in Fulham? Gloria Hunniford. Gloria Hanniford, owns Hattie Jakes and John LeMesureur's house. I told you that when they moved out in the loft, Michael, Gloria's son, found all these cine films of Hattie on holiday with John LeMessurier and everything. And they phoned up their son who lived in America, and he said, I don't want them. For some reason, didn't want. You see, I'd have thought they were gold dust, things like that. Steve, I've got a wardrobe of thin clothes and another one with fat clothes. Yes, Liberace had the same. He had them in 3 sizes. All of his suits and his stage costumes were made in 3 sizes. There was sort of normal, large, and oh my goodness. That's how it worked. Further under the chat on Wurst yesterday, Steve, I had 2 currywurst with ketchup and curry powder for breakfast, says Glyn, and they were the business. Could be something Jack could practice on for the food challenge. They were krass, German for bang, tidy, or awesome. Oh, so I like currywurst as well. I want the cheese ones. I did go and have a look yesterday. I couldn't find them. I do like things like that, and even it doesn't matter for me. It's breakfast. I forgot to ask Jack about his food challenge. I'll ask him when he comes back. He didn't do it. I know. I didn't think he would. Well, he had to cough up 60 quid to buy the things in the first place. The Princess of Wales today launches a 5-year campaign to support the early development of young children. The future Queen said it's more important than ever to back generations of youngsters. It's amazing how she's turned out. You know, absolutely perfect. You know, she knows what to do, no moaning, she just gets on with it, always smiling, always looks happy. Such a shame it didn't rub off on the younger brother, but there you go. But she was Prince William accompanied his wife to this event a long time with radio DJ Fern Cotton. Didn't think she was DJing anymore, Fern Cotton. I thought she'd finished, actually. And somebody called Giovanna Fletcher. No idea. Royal sources say the project launched today by the Royal Foundation Centre for Early Childhood is Kate's life work. And they've got all sorts of people. I mean, she certainly keeps herself busy, you know, devoting, you know, her life to sort of charity and doing, you know, what the Queen did. What the Queen did. You know, the Queen was very good at doing those things. That was her life work. Whereas Harry just appears to be interested in money. Give me the money. That's what he wants. The average Christian in England, Wales is aged over 50. Apparently, more than half of young adults aged 22 to 30 said they have no religion at all. Isn't that a shame? That people don't actually have a... I mean, I'm not saying you have to go to church. I'm not saying you have to sort of, you know, pray, you know, down on your knees every sort of day or things like that. But, you know, you have to have some sort of belief. Because if you have a belief, then you've got something. It's something to turn back to. How many times have you done something wrong? And you've gone, listen, I promise if you get me out of this, I'll go to church. Anything. Jeremy Hunt has been urged to help save pubs and breweries struggling to stay in business. Closing left, right and centre, aren't they? Closing left, right and centre. And the reason, I don't know what the reason is. I can't think of any logical reason why all of a sudden pubs would be going out of business. I don't believe it's the smoking malarkey. People say, oh, you can't smoke in pubs, because most pubs... certainly around our way, they've all got gardens. So you can go and stand in the garden, and in Leicester Square, there's a few clubs, and you can go outside onto a bit at the Hippodrome. They've got a bit where you're sort of open to the stars, and you can smoke up there as well. So it can't be that. I wonder what it is. Perhaps it's price. Yeah, it's probably the price, I should imagine. It's how much you pay. Because Freddie was telling me that... you know, a bottle of beer, a pint of beer now is at 6 or 7 quid, at least. So, you know, it's over 20 quid if you're going to buy a few. Steve, if you like apple crumble, go to Humble Crumble in Spitalfields Market. Most delicious crumble and custard I've ever tasted. And you can choose to have more crumble than fruit, says Sophie. Whee! Oh, I like the fruit. I like the fruit. Sounds very nice, actually. And Paul says, I've got a second stage interview today and I'm excited. I love interviews because I always enjoy free coffee. Oh, I'm banning that. If I was in charge, I would actually, you know, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, I love your show on LBC. Yes, which is good. And you met Tony Blackburn for lunch. You can have a look at the Black Museum. I went to the Black Museum. I got invited. personal invitation. They don't call it the Black Museum anymore, and it's all in boxes. It was the Crime Museum at New Scotland Yard, and it had everything in there from nooses used to hang people to photographs. All around the room, there were a couple of rooms, were the masks of people who'd been hanged, and then they'd taken a mask and they put them all around the room. There were all sorts of things, walking sticks that had been turned into guns, just all sorts of stuff, anything to do. They had a cooker in there which had been used to boil heads by somebody who had murdered people, and they had the cooker in the museum. And it was used basically for detectives who were working on a case, and they could go in there and find something similar so they could pick up on little bits and pieces. But it had everything, notes written by people claiming to be Jack the Ripper and recordings and things like that. It was totally fascinating. And the man who was looking after it, bless his heart, was a listener to the programme. There you go. Steve, it's the cost of running the pubs like electricity, especially Lakeside, says Lee. Well, that's why I think people are not going to pubs. They can't. And yet I don't notice pubs, not opening because they can't afford to put the lighting on, but you just don't get people packed in unless it's a Friday or a Saturday. Even around here, I've noticed that, there's a bar around the corner called Tiger. And sometimes it's busy. Most of the time it's not very busy. People standing outside. We've got a bar right next to us. Well, it's an underground bar. And you could tell if it's busy because they're all standing outside with their cigarettes on and everything else, freezing to death. But that didn't look very busy. I came in tonight and there was only about 4 people standing outside having a cigarette. Must be a bit disappointing, mustn't it? Going into a nightclub and there's nobody in it. Well, I say nightclub, I think it's just one giant room. Retail giant JD Sports have been targeted by cyber hackers who may have stolen the details of 10 million customers. Bit frightening, isn't it? The names, contact details and the final 4 digits of the payment cards could have been accessed. The attack was also on the sportswear chain and sister stores Size, Millets, Blacks, Scots and Millet Sport. Owner JD Sports Fashion said it does not hold full payment card data and has no reason to believe that account passwords were accessed. Wow, the company's apologising and is working with a cyber expert. Frightens the life out of me, stuff like that. That's why I never say yes to anything, even though I do go in there and not in any of these sort of places. Giovanna Fletcher rhymes with Savannah. Giovanna Fletcher, oh right. She was I'm a Celeb a few years ago, married to Tom Fletcher from McFly, and has written several best-selling books. She's very inspiring. She's a gorgeous woman. Oh, right. Still none the wiser, I'm afraid. Steve, Freeport Braintree says Tony Little Van sells those cheesy sausages. Don't talk about food. We mustn't talk about food all the time. It's very bad for us, actually. Don't forget, if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and quick as you could say 9pence, up pops the message in orange, which I could do with a colour change actually on my board at the moment. So Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and then you achieve immortality. Lots of messages from Dame Esther Ranson thanking well-wishers for cheering her up. She talked about lung cancer. As I say, lots of people supporting her and supporting everybody else who's going through something as worrying as that. Short break for the news at 6. Back with you in 3.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Tuesday, January the 31st. Last day of the month. Then tomorrow we're into February already. It's unbelievable. £600 million of destruction. Hundreds of seaside homes at risk. And this is the rising sea. And when you look at the cliff, which collapsed just north of Bacton in 2021, Literally houses that at one time had a lovely view of the sea. It was a very nice... Now they're in the sea. You know, I remember seeing one house. It had a very long garden. And their garden was gradually getting small. I shouldn't laugh. It's not funny at all. It was getting smaller and smaller. But they refused to move out. They decided that they were going to stay in the house because they'd had it and they'd lived there for years and years. Until it got to that stage where I think they had a lean-to, which was on the back of it. It's almost like a sort of a greenhouse type of thing, like a conservatory. And when that fell in the sea, they suddenly realised that maybe time to move. So they had. And when you look at the pictures of how dangerous it is, at one time it would have been absolutely beautiful. But it's the weather that we have that has changed. And we had that place the other day, didn't we, on the Jurassic Coast, where they'd said, you know, don't go down there because there's a huge bit which is just waiting to drop into the sea. The Masked Singer apparently has proved to be a great way of teaching children about telling fibs. 5 million viewers saw Pigeon being unmasked as Catherine Ryan. Then they popped her up on the television on This Morning, which is quite interesting, I think. And so you have to try and work out who these people are. But it's just ridiculous because they come up with the most stupid names. You know, it'll be Britney Spears. Or you think, of course it won't be Britney Spears. Don't be so stupid. It'll be somebody from Brookside. Or Roman Kemp's parents again, because they seem to pop up on just about everything. Apparently, before she turns 43, Kerry Katona has vowed to lose 3 stone. And she's revealed that she's had a tummy tuck. She's aiming for 9 stone. Why is this of any interest to anybody at all? Who cares? You know, eat yourself into oblivion. Nobody cares anymore. You don't have to sort of tell people about it. Gordon Ramsay has said he doesn't want to see his kids on Love Island, but he'd rather put them on a foul-mouthed programme like his. You know, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really, I suppose, for him. And if you fancy kicking off the next month by winning 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives, I mean, this is worth buying a new pair of swimming trunks for. You and a friend or partner will stay in my fabulous competition. I've got a beautiful beach bungalow for you at the Kuramathi Resort. Speedboat transfers and return flights. Yes, you could go snorkeling, spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. Woo, look at this. It's all a bit cool, isn't it? I mean, especially if you take a partner and then they turn into a little bit more than a partner. I mean, that's what I call a bonus. All of this thanks to Kuoni Travel. For your chance to win this fabulous holiday, all you have to do is just text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. Holiday, and then 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. And you've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February, to enter standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and the full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. Somebody's got to win. Could be you. That's nice. It's 7 nights on a beach. You don't want to come home. You want to stay there. I was watching yesterday, This Morning, and it was interesting because they have a competition whereby you can win, you know, sums of money, and now they're incorporating holidays and a sum of money and everything else. And all you have to do is people phone up and you leave your number and your name, and then if you get picked out of the hat, they call you. But they've told you at the beginning of the programme the key word. I mean, the word could be, for example, Beryl, which means that if your phone rings whilst you're watching This Morning, you pick it up, don't go hello, you go Beryl. And that means you can then enter the competition. So yesterday, they do it, you know, Philip attempts to dance, bit sort of bad daddy dancing from Norfolk and things like that. But anyway, they cut the ring, 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 phone's picked up, hello, no, you've lost. You've lost. You have to come up with otherwise, what's the point of you phoning them in the first place to leave your telephone number? Anyway, yesterday it was 2 people. The second one, ring, 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 ring. Hello? Oh, for goodness sake. How dumb do you have to be? And they named both people. And then luckily some bloke who was an actor, now he sounded like he was on another planet. But luckily, he sort of won all the goodies which you could buy in the shop, and he got, I think, 1,500 quid and a holiday in a, I don't know, like a yurt or something. I can't remember what it was, but I mean, it is 1,500 quid. It's always good to have, isn't it? Jason says he's in Worthing. That'd be quite nice. I don't think I've been to Worthing. In fact, I'm pretty certain I haven't been to Worthing. He says, went to see Phantom of the Opera at Her Majesty's at the weekend. Outstanding. We're due to go and watch Les Miserables in March. Is it acceptable for a 51-year-old man to cry during a performance? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Crying, for goodness sake. He said, I'm asking for a friend. He said, we did pop along to Leicester Square and wave at Global Radio, but I think you may have been tucked up in bed. I think it's highly unlikely. What time are you here? But Pam in Glasgow with Elliot the Bichon. Actually calling him the former name of my former producer, a Bichon. Elliot the dog. And on my way to Dino's Cafe for breakfast, says Thomas. Bosh. And he said, I was gutted. I didn't come to say hello on Friday. Somebody took me up into the studio, the Capital FM studios. I was on with Roman Kemp, and when I got down, you'd gone. No, you went before I did. I was still here because I checked with the reception on the way out. I said, has he been escorted off the premises? Check everything. Check all the door handles, check the furniture, check everything. He'll only have it loaded into his lorry outside there. No, you went before I did. I was still here because I finished at 7 and you were out the door before. So I did check on that, actually. But yes, wasn't Roman celebrating his birthday? 30. 30 is that's practically ancient nowadays, isn't it? 30. I mean, God, blimey. Makes me feel a bit, well, older than most people. But it doesn't matter. I cope with it. I cope. The people who are sleeping in heavenly peace. You know why? They're sleeping in churches. A lot of churches are putting people up. And the only thing is you can't take your dogs. Which, of course, I mean, you know, would be right, actually. Also, what else do we have? Adele goes green. I always thought she was pretty green, actually. And the Addams Family star, who has died at the age of 64. We'll tell you about her a little bit later on this morning. So we've lost Shirley from Laverne and Shirley. She died the other day. We found a very young boy, 10 years old. He's the youngest brewer in the country, and they were asking the question, could a plague from Mars wipe out humanity? Because we don't know what's on other planets. I mean, there might be something that sort of kills people off. I mean, as people constantly tell me, those people who want to believe in things like that, you know, there must be life on other planets, but I don't think it's life as we know it. I don't think, you know, I think we're thinking, you know, people standing upright, building. No, I don't think there's anything like that on other planets. I think what they mean is there might be some water or a plant or something like that. But I'd quite like to go there, you know, just out of curiosity. If some of these places were as big as Earth, and just see, you know, what's actually up there. You know, why can't we land on Saturn and Mars and places like that? I mean, some of them, admittedly, don't look as though they're safe to land on at all. But I'm quite interested. But I don't believe in anything else. Steve says, Gary, he says, I get my boxer shorts from a company called Oddballs. They do a subscription, £9.99 a month, and you get matching socks and matching shorts sent out to you. What, socks and boxer shorts matching? How peculiar is that? They say, is that the same as the razor company? You'd send them some money, and they send you a razor, and then you can. I've bought numerous stuff on Amazon recently, and they go, do you just want to be one-off, or do you want to sort of go regularly every month? And I always go one-off. I just like to. Otherwise, I'm going to have this stuff arriving forever and a day. But I'm glad you enjoyed Phantom of the Opera. The likes of Peter in Dartford says Hattie Jakes and Beryl Reid were funny women, but why are there no funny women on television today? Oh, blimey, there's loads of women on television today. There's more now at any other time. You know, the likes of Jo Brand, and we had Victoria Wood, who is hilarious, and you've got Joe Lumley. I mean, there are tons. Catherine Ryan. There are tons of people. Miriam Margolyes, who's about to do the London Palladium. I mean, I could sit down, if I really put my mind to it, and come up with 60 or 70 funny women. There are loads of people now. I mean, I know you only think, you know, Beryl Reid and Hattie Jakes. I mean, Hattie Jakes was sort of, you know, and Beryl Reid from different generations. And Hattie only because she worked with Eric Sykes for a lot, and she popped up in a few Carry On films. I still think Carry On Cabby was the best Carry On for Hattie Jakes, but she was lovely. I bought a book on her Because I was always amazed she didn't get any award. I thought she should have been given awards. Who did they give an award to the other day? Oh, it's the... Remember I told you I bought this cream for my feet? Somebody said Margaret Dabs, something like that. Anyway, I bought this cream. Blow me down. She's only gone and got herself an OBE for services to podiatry. It was on QVC the other day. I was quite excited. I bought that cream. Steve and Steve, my wife and I have been to that Maldives island you're talking about. I've been there, and we had the jacuzzi apartment on the sea. It's amazing. We're listening in the Philippines, which sounds lovely, where it's cold and raining. Could we swap it for the Maldives? It's a fabulous holiday. 7 nights of beachside luxury. See, the trouble for me, I mean, that would be... sitting on a beach would be absolutely lovely. I just sort of sit there and think, I mean, do they bring the food to you? Or do you have to go to the restaurants? I'd love the food to be delivered. I could live in a hotel. I wouldn't have any problem living in a hotel. If somebody said to me, would you like to live in a hotel? Years ago, where was it? The Dorchester. And round the back of the Dorchester, they've got another entrance and it's all apartments. Marble bathrooms, everything. Sitting room, kitchen, really nice. And I thought, I could live in a place like this and just order room service. I went to an Aldi yesterday. I don't think I've been in an Aldi for a long time. And they had crusty rolls. So I bought 3 crusty rolls. And I ate one of them waiting for the bus. I just stood there trying to look all casual, eating this, just nothing in it, just this roll. Because I was going to take them home and put beef in or something like that, but I never got round to the beef bit. The Kremlin have come back to Boris and said there was no missile threat to him. But I was going to say a stupid thing to say, but there isn't any proof for this. But what, a missile, why would he say that to him? It just wouldn't make any sense, does it? 6:15, latest LBC News headlines. Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 6:20 is the time. I was wondering what they were going to do as they were closing banks all over the place. We're about to lose, I think, in Twickenham, Lloyds. Well, in fact, I know that we're going to lose Lloyds. And I think we're going to lose HSBC. And we will then have no banks at all. We used to have everybody. We used to have Barclays and NatWest. We haven't got anything at all now. So you have to go to Richmond. And I'm assuming at some point they're going to close Richmond. And then they will move it to Chiswick. And then you have to... it's crazy. Only for these small businesses that need to do their banking on a daily basis. You don't want to risk not being able to bank unless they're going to put machines in walls. But anyway, it turns out Barclays are going to open 70 pods. Thank you. 70 pods, which will be based in car parks, libraries and shopping centres. And so they're going to open 70 of these days after they announce they're closing 15 more of the high street banks, which takes the total closure by lenders to more than 100 this year. Sites in London, St Helens, Merseyside and Bridgewater are among those facing the axe in May. This is on top of the 15 that Barclays announced at the start of the year. These are semi-permanent structures. You can just imagine, can't you? I'm looking at it now. This has got the word, this will be vandalised in a matter of seconds, I should imagine. They're going to roll 10 out, unlikely to quell criticism, mass branch wipeout. Because I don't know if this is actually going to have a person in it or if it's just going to be a machine. In which case, you might as well leave them outside the supermarkets. Seems a bit pointless to put something like this anywhere because it's going to have to be toughened glass. Somebody will spray paint it. I can't believe these stupid little children who do the spray painting, graffiti painting all over the place. I mean, it really, perhaps they've sort of got a mental age of about 5 years old. Dawn French once warned me that women, this is one of the columnists writing in the Express today, women in the public eye are always too fat or too thin. Everybody's it's not just women, it's men. Men are too fat, too thin, too carbon. The worst thing is hearing from somebody who goes, I can't put a weight on. That's not the thing you ever want to hear from somebody. I could eat as much as I want and not put weight on, and you just wish them dead. It's a case of, well, don't tell me this thing, because I only have to look at 6 cream cakes and I immediately start piling on the poundage. To go to Greggs and go for one of their cream donuts with the jam in the middle of it, and you can eat one standing in the queue. And people who say they can't do it. But anyway, Fern Cotton is fighting back. she's livid after trolls branded her too thin. See, the trouble is, when you announce to the world that you've been getting trolled, this just encourages people to troll. It doesn't stop it. What you need to do is ban them, or if they become abusive, which in the case of Emily A. Tack, they have done, but she's making a television programme about it. So you can't have it always. But in the case of Fern, you know, if somebody writes to you and says you're this and that, just blank them, just dump them in the dump box. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. Then you don't have to read this garbage. They're sad, lonely little people. They don't have any friends. Most of them are known to the police. Plus, this particular columnist is talking about Dame Esther Ranson, and she says, I'm devastated she's fighting cancer. I've already offered to descend upon her with homemade chicken soup, salacious gossip and scurrilous novels. This is a Jewish columnist. This is a Jewish columnist with the soup and everything else. She said, I can't wait to sit beside her, eat her grapes, and add my prayers to the thousands of others hoping for a medical miracle and a full recovery. Everybody hopes for that, don't they? And all the other people who don't have anybody to fight for them and think that they're just going through it by themselves. You're not. You are not alone. More sky gazing. I'm looking at this. It's a rare cloud. This thing that we saw before, which is this whirlpool thing. I think it's a reflection off a cloud. That's what I think it is. Well, that's what they think it is here. It was visible from the north of Scotland, and somebody said, I can understand people mistaking them for flying saucers. Can you? Don't think so. It looked like a flying saucer to me. I mean, it would be lovely to think that Independence Day was a reality. This huge machine that comes down out of the sky. I mean, that was just sensational. But, I mean, it's just not believable at all. It doesn't matter. Paul Burrell has told how he's on an emotional educational roller coaster. He's urging men to get tested. You don't need to tell people to get tested, Paul. You're late to the party, I'm afraid. He's had recent prostate cancer diagnosis. He says, I'm tired because I'm on hormone therapy. And in the summer, I had to go for a medical for a TV programme. What TV programme gives you a medical before you go on it? I've never heard of this before. But he's having his first surgery in February. And, men over 50 need to be aware of the risk. See, I've been tested. Clear as a bell. Clear as a bell. But, I love the way that people sort of do it. Then they go on television programmes and talk about it like the rest of us are complete and utter idiots. And we know nothing about it. More teetering on the edge of disaster. These cliffs are falling apart. This is in Norfolk. Parts of the cliff collapsed into the sea in 2018. And I suppose at one point, nobody thought about storms and stuff like that. And these cliffs just crumble. I can remember years ago when we lived in Yorkshire, me and my brother took our little go-kart to the beach because the beach was down the road from us. Nobody on it. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere. And you've got this huge expanse of beach, and we go down onto the beach and the tide starts coming in. And the tide comes in up there fairly fast, so we go back up the cliffs. But it's a clay cliff. And we were finding it really difficult. So we eventually found a fisherman who was fishing, obviously, knew the tides a lot better than we did. And he sort of pointed us in the right direction. So we was able, but it was a bit touch and go, a little bit touch and go. I was quite worried about it, but luckily we survived. So the Addams Family star who has died, this is Lisa Loring, who played Wednesday in the original Addams Family TV show, suffered a stroke at the age of only 64. She succumbed to complications at St Joseph Medical Centre, and she told Variety magazine she went peacefully with both her daughters holding her hands. Best way to go. 4 days ago, she suffered a stroke brought on by smoking and high blood pressure. See, my blood pressure, surprisingly, is absolutely perfect. But she was the gothic pigtailed girl. She was 5 when she got the role. And she had a fascination for torture instruments, and she was in between 64 and 66. She's embedded in the tapestry that is pop culture. I used to quite like the Addams Family. I thought they were a bit freaky, but they're freaky and they're fruity. The Addams Family. There's a millionaire locked up for building a vast garden entertainment complex. Obviously a bit stupid. But he's been told he may now face jail again as his latest court deadline for making it unusable has expired. He was sent to prison for 6 weeks for repeatedly refusing to decommission it. It's got a bowling alley, a casino and a cinema behind his home. And he's been told to take it down. He's 70, so he's obviously not the brightest penny in the box. He was given 18 weeks from his release to meet a court order. Time was up Friday. Removal vans were on site. But the hangar is not stripped totally. Could go back to jail again. They don't learn, do they, these people? I love it when they think they're really clever. And they turn out not to be. What else do we have? Do you know that fishermen and dolphins land bigger catches when they work together? You know what we're pulling in off our coast at the moment? Squid. Apparently there's an overabundance because of the water temperatures. I've never eaten squid. I've never actually expressed any interest, actually. Telly Savalas spent most of his life after getting the Kojak gig in the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Hollywood. He spent so much of his life in the hotel, they named the bar the Telly Bar. He actually owned one property, it said, and that was in the Boltons in West London. Do you know where it is? Also, he stayed at the Royal Garden Hotel. And I can tell you, I know this for a fact, because I did a programme once, and they were in to do cooking for me on my Friday night out programme, which might have been a Saturday night out, I can't remember. But anyway, and we were talking to the boss who came in and they brought food in and everything else. And we were chatting and he said, I've got Telly Savalas staying with us at the moment. And I went, what, Kojak? And he said, yes. I said, can we get him in on the programme? Thinking out the box. And he said, I'll give him a ring. He phoned him. Half an hour later, the door opens. There's Telly Savalas in my studio. I'm going like, who loves you, baby? I thought, no, that would have sound naff. That would have sound really naff. But yes, we know the Boltons. Very expensive. Very salubrious. Talking of banks, what do we do with the coins we have, like the 2 pences and 1 pence pieces? I have a lot, says Jill. Well, you go to a supermarket, Sainsbury's have got them, and they've got those cash machines in there, Coinstar they're called, and you can go in, and, I mean, you've got to have a lot of them. It's only because you're charged 10-point-something% for changing them up, but that's what I do with my money. Or if you've got a Metro Bank account, they've got a machine in there as well. 6:30, the latest news headlines, Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know there was a number plate that came up the other day for sale, and it would have been ideal for somebody. It was Radio 1, and somebody suggested Tony Blackburn should have bought it, but it didn't sell. So I wasn't sure whether or not it was just ludicrously expensive, or somebody was holding out for it, because I'd forgotten that people pay a fortune for these number plates. But Radio 1, I thought it was good. Talking about a job, ice cream, drink, couple of bookshops in some. Steve says Conrad, all sorts of exciting things. Richard, when Harry realises his behaviour is a result of marrying a Hollywood drama queen, he'll return to England alone in floods of tears. Well, I wonder whether or not he would come back by himself, not bring her, leave her to stay in America with the kids, and he can come back over here. But, I mean, I don't... Who knows what goes on behind closed doors? I think, if truth be known, Charles is going, listen, he is my son. I do need to have him back here for my coronation. I'm king. But we don't really want her back. That's what I'm thinking. But then, you know, does Harry have to eat humble pie and go, I'm really sorry? Or is he just going to be a kid with a tantrum? Who knows? We have no idea at all. Steve, talking of Vienna, the opening scene to the great hit Vienna by Ultravox was filmed in Covent Garden. Did you know that it was filmed word by word by word by word by word? Midgeur told me that. So there you go. Les, so I'm checking if I'm barred. Yeah, you are. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. And another one that says, I'm halfway through the Spare book, listening to Harry reading on audio. Charles calls Harry darling boy. There's a lot of love there. Hopefully they can sort it out, says Catherine. I don't know whether they can, or whether or not they don't want both, or they just... I don't know. I suppose that'll be the surprise. But whatever happens, if he turns up here and it's only for the coronation, the cameras are all going to be on him. They're not going to be on anybody else, and they're going to be looking at the feedback, and it's going to take away what should be a joyous time for Charles and for Camilla. Watch this space. Steve. This is... I know who this is. Steve, woken late again, says Taffy Nige. Not tidy, sorry. He says, P.S. I dunk. You're barred. People who dunk listening to this programme. It's outrageous. I'm definitely going to try Lidl's for that, because you're right, actually. Some of these German supermarkets, they're more likely to have these things than anybody else. And I've got one just up the road from me, just by a garden centre, so I might try. Lots of papers running today with Dame Esther Ranson facing up to this cancer fight. She said, I've decided not to keep it a secret because I'd rather you heard the facts from me, as opposed to bits that you'll just, read in the newspaper. She's this, she's that. So she can keep us informed, about the way it's going. Because, a problem and an illness and stuff like this is better shared. You share it with somebody. If you're talking to people about it, people can then go, oh, I've got this. Because there might be people not in her situation who've got exactly the same, but they've got nobody to talk to. They've got nobody. There might be single people going, I know there's something not right. I haven't been to the doctor. I should have been to the doctor. I mean, she's been a byword for fighting injustice for years and years and years. And she's president of the Silver Line Helpline for older folk hit by loneliness. And she said it's clear loneliness and ageism is so pervasive in this country. And she's right. It is. It's, we tend to sort of ignore. Any other country, they look after the elderly. Over here, we're rubbish. We're rubbish. You go to China. Do you have old people's homes? Sorry. Do you have old people's homes? What for? Or for putting old people in? Of course not. They're part of the family. They move into the family. Maybe you've got, old mum and dad, and then maybe one partner dies and the other partner moves in with you and starts helping out and becomes a big part of an even bigger family. That's how it works. Only in this country do we sort of go, let's shove them in a home. Got nothing else to do with them, really. And Roger says, I've seen a black Jaguar with the number plate Radio 2, which was spaced to look like Radio 2. Oh, we can find out. I can tell you what it's on at the moment, actually. We can go onto the DVLA and you can put in these number plates and it will tell you what car it's on, which I think is quite clever, actually. Because you like to know these sort of things, don't you? People want to know where these number plates are, just in case somebody wants to go and buy them. And you can tell whether your car is taxed or MOT'd or I can't remember what else it tells you. It seems to tell you all the things. Years ago, there was only about 4 or 5 different computers. Nowadays, there's one, and that's why, a police car will see you. It'll ping up on the camera, on their onboard cameras, whether or not you've got any sort of tax or, MOT or stuff like that. So black Jaguar with a number plate RAD 102. We shall find out, actually, where that one is at the moment, if it's still on the black Jag. I think it's on the DVLA. What does it come up under? Is it just the DVLA website? There you go. Personalised registration. So, right. Yeah, Radio 2, update the results. What is it on? It's not coming up as anything, actually. Mind you, amazing prices for some of these sort of things. Yeah, no, you'll need to find another version of DVLA, where you just put the number in. It says, is this the car you're looking for? And it will sort of tell you. And it's quite handy for sort of finding out. Sometimes a car will go past you. There used to be one, it was LBC1, and it was the London Brick Company. I remember thinking that was interesting. Just in case you were thinking of buying it from the London Brick Company. Steve, ask Shane, says Phil, how they do fish and chips in Australia. When I went there, they had them and they didn't taste the same. There you go. It's on a black Jaguar. Okay, we've got another one for you now to put in, Freddie. Radio 1. What does it say it's coming up as? Exactly the same, RADIO 1. IO 1. Because it's a spacing, isn't it, so that people can see it. Let's see what... That's it, 1. Oh, interestingly. The registration number you provided is invalid. Now, does that mean it's not available? Wait a minute. No. The details of the car cannot be found. So it doesn't exist on a vehicle at the moment. It was once owned, says Guy in West Sussex, by the owner of Fidelity Radio. Well, it's not here. It's not here, which is interesting. You can even find my number plate on here, which is always, because I never know when the MOT is due and stuff like that. But always very, very interesting, as they say. So the Radio 2 one is definitely still on the black Jag, I think, and the other one isn't on anything. So it's up for sale. Steve, I accidentally forgot to renew my MOT and drove 14 months without one, and I frequently drove in front of behind police cars and nothing. Yes. Dan the Bricky says, if you need proof of ageism, just look at Radio 2. How lovely. Yes, we know that one, actually. Steve. And another one here. And Dave says, I notice you bar people for sending in stupid jokes, but that's a pretend bar. But then you barred someone for real last week and told them to buy a colouring book. I know the difference. But you don't, do you? That's the point. Wait a minute. Oh, blimey, I've done it wrong again. I always do these things, actually. I never get it all right. Another one that says... another one here. Have you ever considered a hairpiece or a transplant? Oh, God, no. No. I tell you who's had one. Lee Mead. Lee Mead, the singer. He used to have lots of curly hair. I think he's been to Turkey. And I think he's had implants. I'm pretty certain, actually. Pretty certain. Susie says Harry should not come to the coronation and certainly not Meghan after the dreadful things he said about his family. So sad for Charles as he's still his son. Yeah, that's where I think they have the dilemma. That's where I think they have the dilemma. I mean, I don't know how it's going to end up, but as I say, you'll hear it first on LBC. It's 7:15. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Of course, we're now gone completely berserk on personalised number plates, trying to find out all these different things. We think that RAD 101 is probably on a retention certificate, i.e. not assigned to any vehicle, but can be issued by the DVLA in the future. Well, it certainly isn't coming up as anything at all. It's coming up as nothing, so we did try it. We did have a good look. Steve, why do Meghan and Harry want to come to the coronation? Well, we don't know that they do. That's the problem. You know, they've already stated they don't care for the monarchy. It'll be a spectacle like their wedding, says Jean. Well, you know, I don't know whether they want to come so that they can put this behind them. But then, on the other hand, I'm not sure that they can put it behind them. I think they've basically dug their own graves on this one. I can't sort of work out. I don't think they want to come. They haven't stated that they want to come. And on the other hand, we haven't heard from Charles that he doesn't want them there or that he does want them there. So we're all floating about in the air, aren't we? Sort of waiting to see whether something's actually going to sort of come of it, whether he comes over or he doesn't come over. Will he bring the kids over? Will it be a case of overshadowing the pomp and the circumstance and everything else just so, you know, he can sort of come back here? The Home Secretary has now said enough is enough after the Just Stop action cost how much? 75 days of police resources. 12.5 million quid. 12.5 million quid. Suella Braverman is today urging the House of Lords to pass the controversial public order bill which gives police extra tools to tackle activist guerrilla tactics. But I thought they had that anyway. I thought we were told that they had it. She said enough is enough. Oh, well, a bit late, dear, to the party, aren't you? Blocking motorways and slow walking in road delays our emergency services. The bill reaching the Lords tonight would create new offences. They include locking on, where protesters shackle themselves to objects, or causing disruption by tunnelling or obstruction. What amazes me, there was one person, there's a picture of the Green Gang shutting the M25 last year, and there was one person who chained themselves above it, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 police officers standing there. What a waste of time and money. Leave them there. If they want to chain themselves to the place, just climb up there, add some more chains, leave them. Listen, by the time they've had a couple of cold nights up there, they'll soon be trying to come down as quick as possible. The Memphis Police Unit disbanded following this killing in America. I mean, to be honest with you, this video, I don't know if you've seen it, but the crowds were out in force protesting in New York, justice for Tyre Nichols, jail the killer cops, and he died 3 days after it. Just absolutely terrible. Not the first time it's happened. Not the first time it's happened. More on Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield, looking they've gone back to black. They've got to get rid of Dancing on Ice. It's run its course now. We've seen it, you know, they can't find enough people to go on there. It's just, it's sort of scraping the barrel with sort of defunct members of boy bands and somebody who used to be in a band, God knows how many years ago. Green bosses have called on the government to cut red tape in a bid to ramp up community-owned energy products. Look, I thought we were doing quite well, actually, in the sort of, in the stakes of being green and ecologically sound. Do you not think so? I thought we were, actually. And the misery of leaseholds set to end for millions. It's an outdated and feudal system. Well, that could be quite interesting. We'll have to watch that one. And sacked Zahawi's graceless blast. He told friends his affairs were in pristine order, but they weren't. And there's a huge piece in the papers today. Presenter Fern Cotton has condemned online trolls who branded her too thin. How can you be too thin? I mean, it's like saying, you know, too thin. Anyway, she said she hit back at negative remarks because she's extra sensitive about body comments. You've played right into their hands, Fern. Right into their hands. What you've done is you've noticed what they've written and you've responded to it. They'll now troll you even more. That's how they work. That's how they work. They only know how to write things, you know, offending people. She said that most fans are sort of, you know, are fine. But then you get one or two, you know, the sick people, and they just go, you're too thin. What's he got to do with them? Tell them to mind their own business. Tell them to go and find a job, because 90% of them don't work. They really don't, which is a shame. Andrew's bid for the return to public life, no more than wishful thinking, they say. The royals are split over Harry going to the coronation. Lady Susan's back in the fold, as we predicted. We said that, you know, she looked after Her Majesty the Queen. The royal family are not about to desert in times of need. And again, one from somebody else saying, why do Meghan and Harry want to come to the coronation? Well, I wish we knew. I don't think they have said that they want to come to the... How can you write a book dissing your family and then go, we'll just come along, shall we, to the coronation? We'll be treated like royalty. No, because you're not members of the royal family, either of you. And an interesting piece, very interesting, on how Teflon Ant survived a string of scandals to sign a new £30 million TV deal. As he and Deck are given golden handcuffs, let's face it, shamefaced after he was done for drink driving, fined £86,000. This apparently is a star on ITV. I mean, I'm not bothered about 2 weddings and all that kind of stuff. You know, they do what they do, but he has survived a string of scandals. But they don't seem to worry about things like that now. It really doesn't sort of make any difference to people. Foreign criminals will no longer be able to claim to be victims of trafficking after arriving into the UK under legislation laid out by the Home Secretary today. It's all talk, though, have you noticed? Everything's talk. And then you go to church, one particular church, and somebody wants to put a gay pride flag on the altar. And the church have got, no, we don't want that. We don't want a gay pride flag. St Nicholas's Church in Leicester had hung the flags at weekend services, but then last year switched them for a much larger permanent version. The church reverend, Canon Karen Rooms, claimed the huge fabric Progress pride flag is merely a way of letting visitors know they're welcome and safe. But opponents, including parishioners and the General Synod members, have accused the church of woke virtue signalling. Dear, honestly. Even in the church they can't agree on anything, can they? Which is very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Thousands of passengers in limbo, the Flybe collapsing for the second time. It already had its injection, and now they're saying don't go to the airport because they can't do anything for you at the moment. And ITV's new midlife dating show has come under fire for excluding people who don't have children. Romance Retreat will feature vibrant single parents who will be nominated by their grown-up children before being sent on a luxury holiday. It's expected to be an older alternative to Love Island, which follows a group of under-30s looking for love in Spain. Well, there is one couple on Love Island who've already had sex, apparently. I mean, to be honest with you, talk about trash. I mean, really? You go on television, you've had sex on... Yeah, they've admitted they've had sex on television. Is that what the programme's supposed to be about? And also, King's College Chapel, it's very nice. It's got scaffolding up at the moment. Why? They're going to put solar panels on the roof. Not sure whether you can do things like that. Also, Sadiq Khan has made it his mission to extend the controversial ultra-low emission zone across the entirety of the capital. But it could leave drivers of older cars facing a ruinous £3,000 a year bill. He's got to go, hasn't he? We've got to get rid of him as mayor. We've got to fight. Who else is that? I don't know how much longer he's got for his sort of tenure, which is interesting. I mean, luckily, I don't have to pay ULEZ because my car's not that old. But for all those people with older cars, you're the ones who are going to be penalised, which is a shame. So Dame Vanessa Redgrave, birthday today, many happy returns of the day. She's 86. And in 1979, it was the year I joined LBC, the lorry driver strike that has crippled Britain looks about to end, with the men getting nearly all they demanded. An independent tribunal in Bristol last night offered drivers in the southwest £64 for a 40-hour week. The men wanted 65. And we're still waiting for the RMT to be sorted out. We're still waiting for the NHS to be sorted out. I mean, Lord above, how much longer? How much longer? In 2020, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus outbreaks a public health emergency of international concern. It's all going on, isn't it? All going on in the papers. But as I say, what shenanigans we will get this week from the government, I have no idea. 2024 is the London mayoral election. The trouble is, once one person does something, then we change the mayor, and then somebody then goes back on everything they've done. Can't wait to see who's going to put their name forward, and please don't suggest anybody that I know. It could be a disaster.